believe me.
It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter
Yeah,
because
it
obviously
wouldn't
there
matter.
is input. There's
Exactly.
information input of some kind, right? There's information
Yeah.
there, so it wouldn't matter. So the experience is what matters, right? So and your
Exactly.
experience is of
Yeah.
a flat emotionless Earth.
Yeah.
So that's
And
the
someone that uses this argument to just say that my argument is true is self undermining. You know what I'm saying? Because
or they use it to get
he's-
out of responsibility of having to
Exactly.
support their claim, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because he's saying that we can't prove anything because our logic is just something that depends on our evolution, so we can't rely on it. So he can't say that my argument is valid or sound. It's circular, I mean. But
Yeah, it's
anything can
silly.
be
It's
true.
very, very silly.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
you
not
try and
silly.
tell a woman giving birth in with labour pain that you can't prove that this is real. You're going to get a big slap in the head.
Yeah. We can actually say that. We can actually say that your child doesn't exist.
Right, I should grab you by the scruff of the neck, get in your face and say, listen here. I know what's real. You didn't go what I just went through, right?
Exactly.
Hello. How's everyone doing, guys? It's been a long time. What's cooking?
Hey, Menno.
Hey, man. How you doing, bro? So, do we have any Globers
Not bad.
here? You know, any Globe? They have issue?
Couple of curious minds, I reckon.
Oh,
But, yeah.
interesting.
We were just talking with Matt. Matt, I think.
Oh, nice. Where is he? Oh,
We just
hey,
met
hi, Matt. Oh, hi, Matt.
Hi.
How you doing, Matt?
I'm doing pretty well. Thanks for asking.
Thank you, man. Have you made any personal observations about the curvature of the planet? You know, like your personal thing, your personal findings, other than what's going online. You know, the pictures, the definitions, the Wikipedia. I mean, your
You're
personal
asking
things.
from me?
Yes, brother.
No, I was just curious about the whole title and joined here to see what people are saying here, and then I realized that nobody's talking.
Oh, no. They don't.
Yeah,
So you have never
I'm just a person that is skeptic about anything, everything. But as we said, there's no point to be skeptic and say that we can't rely on our reality and undermining anything that exists and then proving something based on our self-undermining argument. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. But have you made any personal effort ever or questioned, you know, like, hey, let's try and figure out whether it's flat or it has a curvature? Have you ever tried something?
Yeah. Once I was beside the beach in my country. Yeah. And I realized that, the more that on the horizon, my English is not very good. On the horizon, it seemed to be like going down, when I was seeing a ship.
I think on horizon it just seems to be in a straight line. and the ship part, it just vanishes. It's basic trigonometry. You see, the air is dense,
Okay,
right?
okay.
So
Listen to me.
after a
If
certain point,
you, Mhm. if you are,
after yes,
if you are located on a, you know, high altitude
yes,
position, you're gonna see it like all over the place, but it's going to be ended. It's going to end uh, very soon because when you
it
just
vanishes. It vanishes in
get
a straight
higher.
line, right? It vanishes in a straight line. I have never seen it going like down in a curve way. It's a simple math. If you do trigonometry, you see, you know, a straight angle, a right angle triangle, right? The hypotenuse, the base, and the perpendicular, the height of the triangle. If you do the basic math, you can actually figure out it's only
Because
up to a
the
certain distance.
no
Yes,
no
yes.
no
Sorry to interrupt.
size because you know it's a straight line vertically because it's not long enough for us for our vertical perspective, but when it goes from I can't explain it in English very well, but when I see it like the ship for example 500 kilometers away, when it's too long I can't say it's there is a curvature,
You
but
can see 500 kilometer. Really?
500
Oh my
kilometers, no
God.
no
You can
I
see
mean
that. I think you have superhuman eyes.
we can see that something like a dot, you know, if it's too
Yeah,
far
because it's
away.
because it's going in a straight line, you know, it's going straight, it's going in a straight line. It doesn't go like, hey, after that point, it's gonna go down in a curved manner. That doesn't really happen. That doesn't really happen.
It doesn't what? Can say it again?
It goes straight. The ship goes in a straight line, and then it keeps vanishing. It keeps getting small and small, you know, due to the angular vision and because of the difference, right? And the further it goes, the smaller it's gonna get. So it reaches to a certain point at the end where it just appears to be a dot because it's going straight and it's vanishing. And also the atmosphere is so thick that you wouldn't be
Okay,
even able to see it after a certain
but
point.
is it
So
going to
that
be
actually proves it.
Mhm.
That actually proves it that it is actually going straight. It's not going in a curved manner.
Okay, but
Because
do you
here's the thing. No. Listen. Here's the
sorry.
thing. So when it goes straight, right? When it goes, you see when it starts vanishing, you must have noticed this. You do not observe the bottom of the ship to vanish first. The entire ship vanishes equally. You know, it's like fading and getting smaller. It's minimizing. You don't see the bottom of the ship first go, and then the
Mhm.
upper, and then slowly to the top. Because if it does like that, that would explain its curve. But I have never, ever on any YouTube videos, and personally myself, I've been to beaches a lot. I've never observed that phenomena. I've never observed the ship vanishing from the bottom to the top. I always seen it vanishing equally, you know, like going just vanishing into the distance.
Because it's too far
If
away to
yeah,
notice.
no, it doesn't matter how far away it is. If the curvature was curved, if there was a curvature, right, then the vanishing should appear from bottom to the top. Don't you think so? If the water is curved at the edge, at the horizon, it's getting curved,
Yeah.
right? Then it should go from bottom to the top, shouldn't it?
But I have a question.
Yes, yes.
Do you said that it continues? I mean, the flatness continues forever. I mean, is it just it has a limit?
What do you
It
mean?
has a
Of course,
area.
there's an edge. Of course, the Earth
It
has
has
an edge.
an edge.
It has an edge,
Okay.
but
Okay.
nobody's ever seen it. Nobody has ever reached that far. It is unreachable. You cannot reach the edge. It is logically impossible. Nobody has ever done it. There has never been
Okay.
any of the online documentation or any of the literature or any experiences that capture the reaching the edge of the earth. Has anybody here? I don't know. Maybe I may be wrong. Good friends. Has anybody here ever seen or been to the edge of the earth?
Okay.
It's
But
curious.
how
I don't think so.
how is it possible that someone from America can travel to Japan from two sides, like in opposite way?
There are fixed routing paths to it. If you make the map straight, map is always rectangular. The map is never globe. It's a rectangular map they show you, so you can draw the lines to and from.
Ah, yeah.
So
It's
basically,
not
you can
a
go.
straight line route. You
No,
mean?
you can go. Here's the thing. You can in US, you can take from the left side of the US, you can go right all the way through the below the South America and all the way to Japan, or you can go through the middle through the Atlantic Ocean. You can definitely do that. It never shows that okay you go from the other side because there is no other side. It's a square. It's a plane.
Okay.
It's a flat plane. How would
So
you go to
what?
the other side?
Hmm.
You
What
cannot.
about?
You cannot reach the edge. The reaching edge is impossible.
Okay. What about what are the theories about sun and stars? Why are those things, like circle
Okay.
shaped,
I want to ask you
circular?
something. Okay. I want to ask you something. Have you ever seen a football match in the stadium?
Football match in a stadium. Yeah, I
Okay,
have.
you have seen. So when the lights turn off, what shape of light do you see?
Can you say it again?
When the lights in the stadium turn off, what is the shape of the lights?
I don't know.
Google it right now. Let's do it together. Hold on.
You mean the spotlights of the?
Yes, but hold on. 1 second. Let's Google it right now. Let me give you a link. Stadium lights.
Okay.
Stadium lights. Look at this. This is the first link that pops up. Hold on. Let me just to show you the images.
Where,
Here it
where,
is.
where can I see it?
Yes. Open the chat. Open the chat. Okay, where it is? Here it is. Hold on. I'm gonna give you this link. You open the channel chat, and here it is.
Yeah.
Do you see it? Click on the link. It's right there, right?
Yeah.
So the lights are actually rectangular. When viewed from a distance far, they appear to be circular lights plugged in together. It's a phenomena of light. I don't remember the exact name, but it's a phenomena. When you see things from a distance far away, especially lights, they appear to be round. But as you get closer and closer, you get to see the actual shape. So to answer your question, what is the shape of the sun? We don't know. We do not know. Have you ever seen sun with lights off? I have not.
والله الشهرين اللي فاتوا من شهر ولا اتنين كانوا كده.
So we don't know. We don't know the shape of the sun. Nobody knows. You can't tell. It could be a big light object planted by NASA to fool us, to give us the night and day. It could be planted by NASA. It could be done something like that. We don't know.
Okay. But
we can make theories about it, but there is no there is no very evidence concrete enough to prove
but
the shape
but
of the sun.
but the shape of this light is like rectangular. Do you
Yes,
agree with
you
that?
can have
Okay.
no,
So
no.
the shape of the light can be rectangular, but the trajectory of the light should be circular. So that the same thing can
Listen,
happen with
that is not what
sun.
happens. So light goes in all direction, right? You can point it to a specific direction depending on if you place some mirrors around it. But light
Yeah.
goes in all the directions, right? So when you're from the distance far away, they appear to be round. But as you get closer, you get the true shape, which is rectangular. For example, look at
Okay.
look at this light. I can challenge you from the distance. It would appear to be a rectangular, a circular. I'm giving you the link. I'm giving you the image in the chat. But in reality, it's square, or it's, you know, from distance it might appear to be circular. It's just that simple.
Uh, but it's the trajectory of the light that we see on the ground that is circular. But when we see the
No,
light
not
itself, it's
yes, it's circular.
just
It
directed
appears to be circular. The lights appear to be
rectangular.
circular.
You know what I'm
No,
saying?
no, never. The
Just
lights appear
imagine
to be.
why.
You can never have a concrete. Whenever you look straight in the light, in the eyes of the light, straight line, you can never see the light's true shape. It is impossible. You're blinded by it. You don't see. Which is the reason why from distance, from let's say from 2 kilometers, you can never tell whether it's it's round or it's rectangular. It's just a source of light.
Okay. So let's just assume that sun is also what's it called? Sun is also something flat. So
We don't know. There is no evidence. There is no evidence. We cannot make assumptions like this.
So it
We
has
cannot.
to be.
We don't know the true nature.
Okay.
There is no evidence.
It can be flat or not flat. A little bit
We
not
don't know.
flatness it can
We don't
has.
know. We don't
Okay,
know.
you know what I'm saying?
We can no, brother. We cannot make that assumption because nobody knows. Nobody really knows the true nature of the sun. Nobody
But
has been there.
There are
There is
just
no
two
evidence
options:
data.
flat or not flat. It's just
No, it can be. It can be different as well. It can be flat from one side or some part, and the other part could be curved, or it could be roller coaster shaped. Could be different, but it's glowing. So it's like the light is so much bright. We can never really know the true shape of sun. It's impossible. Knowing the true shape of the sun is logically not possible, given its brightness of the light emitted by it. There is just no way. It's gonna be mystery forever, sadly.
okay. And
I mean,
those-
hold on. Are you making a fool of me? Did I just
No.
hear you laugh at me?
No, it was just.
I mean, like, bro, I'm not disrespecting
so
you. We just think critically. I'm telling you, observe and think.
I can see.
I observe and I think. I don't just believe anything out there online, especially coming from a government. Government is the biggest scam body out there. The amount of money they steal from people, the amount of money in the name of research and all bullshittery they do, it's a big scam. I don't believe a single word coming out of the government.
Okay, but there are lots of beside the politics and economy, all of those things. There are lots of rules of physics and logic that we learned so far.
Okay. I tell
Make
you
all of
something.
those things pointless. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, hold on. How? Tell me how. Is it? Are you saying that Earth
The
cannot
rule of
have
gravity, for
night?
example,
Hold
is
on.
not.
1 second. What is gravity? What gravity do you mean? Can you explain?
It's not defined, but it's just
What is what is
it's
gravity?
the
Please
potential.
tell me.
It's the
Please tell me
potential of
how
two
we feel
objects, for
gravity.
example, two masses,
What?
that two
So
beings,
basically, you
to
are
a
saying me.
stuff.
Hold on, one
Exactly.
second. So you're basically saying that you only feel weight because of gravity.
What?
So let's say I'm standing on a table. Doesn't my body have the mass? Shouldn't the mass of my body be responsible for the weight? Isn't it the reason why lighter objects go higher when thrown versus heavier object? If you throw a ball with your hands, it's gonna go up, right? But if you throw an iron ball with your hands, it's not gonna go that up. You know why? Because the density of iron ball is higher than the density of a normal ball, right? So it is because of the density, it is heavier, so that's why it doesn't go high. The same way, our bodies have densities. Objects, materials have density, depending on the density, how heavy it is,
Yeah,
we stick to the ground. So that's
because
why
of the
air floats.
atmosphere.
That's why
You
air
can.
floats in the air. The air doesn't stick to the ground. We stick to the ground because of the density. The air
Okay,
goes up around us everywhere. It's just that
but
simple.
air is just a spectrum, like the bottom, the
What do
lower
you
that you
mean is a
go,
spectrum?
it's just heavier, because it's more condensed, and the more you go higher, it loses the, what's it called, the volume.
Tell you something. Do you know air pressure? Do you know how air pressure works,
Yeah,
right? Can
yeah.
you have an air pressure without a
Mhm.
container? Yes or no?
Without a container, no, no, we can't. Yeah.
That explains the Earth cannot be globe. Because if it were a globe, they wouldn't act as a container to keep the air stick to it. If it's a plane or it's a rectangular, you can think how air can stick to it. You know how there could be air pressure
Okay,
to keep the
because
air in it. That also explains why water is straight. Because Earth is basically a plane that is a container in itself, a rectangular cube, a rectangular container.
but
That is where the water
missed
is.
we missed a point. This assumption that it should be like a container and something like that, it stemmed from
That
something based on
explains
gravity.
brother. No,
It's
what
more
gravity doesn't
fundamental.
exist. If you have a mass and the density decides whether you stick to the ground or whether you float in the air. The density decides how light or heavy an object is. What does it have to do with the imaginary forces? What does it have to do with anything with the gravity when the density is what decides the object's weight? You know how heavy
Okay,
or
but
light it is. It is just that simple. It's simple. It is not complicated. It is not difficult. It's simple. It's common sense. I ask you to seek common sense. I
That's
ask you to
interesting.
seek critical thinking. All right, mate. Thank you for the time. Had a good chat.
you're welcome.
You can ask the fellow people for much questions. I only had this much time. I have to go, but I must tell you something to do a little experiment. Okay, get two buildings that are approximately 60 kilometers far away. Get to the top of them and observe the elevation and the distance. I challenge you, it's gonna be straight fucking line when you observe one from the other and the another from the one. There is no change in the elevation because it's straight. That proves it.
I see.
That proves
But
it, my brother.
how do you explain
What?
what's it called? Waves? Waves of the ocean. The oceans, I mean.
Oh, that's simple.
Tides, I mean.
Yes, because there are so many ships in the oceans. They are going back and forth in the different directions. When an object moves in the water, it creates waves, right? So if you put all the ships out of the ocean, there will be no waves. But as long we have ships in the oceans and all, that's why the waves occur. It's just that simple. One, waves can travel for thousands of kilometers, right? If I drop my finger in the bucket of water, or in a lake, you throw a stone. You have thrown stone in a lake, right? You see how the waves travel all across the lake till the end, right? Same
Yeah,
ways.
but
The
it
ships,
will
the,
end
the
eventually.
same, yeah, the same way ships go back and forth. They have thousands of horsepowers of engine in them. It's going back. One ship is coming back. One ship is going towards it. Back and forth. The waves are. It's simple. It's common sense. The waves are caused by the ships.
But we have uprise and down. What's it called?
Yeah,
Downfall
yeah,
and
yeah.
you know
Because
what I'm
ships are
saying? The
taken in.
phenomenon.
Yes, because there are thousands of ships, hundreds and thousands of them. Thousands of ships are taken up and down, up and down. Some ships arrive at the port, they are late. Some ships leave from the port, dropped back into the water. You can see the videos of Suez Canal doing it. That explains the entirety of it.
Okay. We can explain and
It's
like
common
an
sense. It's really
alternative
common sense.
way of all science and everything, and it's kind of similar to the theory of what's it called?
I tell you
We are
something.
in simulator. It can
I
be
tell
true
you
actually,
something.
but
I
we
tell
can
you something.
explain another
No, no, no.
alternative.
Listen. I tell you a
But
secret. I tell you a
what can we
secret,
do
right?
based on
Your
these things?
perception, hold on. Your perception that Earth is a globe is feeded to your mind since childhood. You are never taught to seek truth. You are just forced to believe in its fact because they have shown you the images. It never really tells you the truth. There is no evidence. They don't give you the evidence. They don't tell you the entirety of it. They don't tell you how, when, where, and why. They just tell you, here it is. That is how they fool you. When you are in kindergarten or your first standard, first year of school, they tell you sun rises from the east and sets in the west. By the
Okay.
time you reach the middle school, they tell you, guess what? There's a sun, and sun goes around it. And by the time you reach high school, in high school physics, they teach you universe is expanding at infinity, and there is no reason. There's theory of relativity and quantum mechanics. And guess what? They just found out that the so-called sun, the object that appears to be round, is going to extinguish. They change their statements night and day as you progress. So it has been set up, the stage is set to fool you since the child. They never make you question why. They never make you question where is the critical evidence. They just tell you, here it is, so you must believe. And since your teachers,
Okay.
they are older than you cannot dare question your teachers. Hi, explain it to me. Why does it go up and down? Why does the sun goes like this? The teacher's gonna tell you what? Because he has been taught since his childhood that the sun rises from the east and sets in the west. It's just that simple.
but I didn't get the sun part because can you explain it again, or do you want me to ask my question?
No, no, no. I explain you something. We do not know. Nobody really knows the true nature of sun. What it is, where does it come from,
Hmm.
what does it do? There are theories and claims that like proper explanation,
Okay.
like proper
Hmm.
evidence. So nobody knows, but what we can make thousand theories that hey, it goes like this, round and round, and then it goes below. That's why we see the night. It hides, and then it goes around us, below and up.
Okay.
That's how it rotates, you know. But we don't know what it is. We don't know where it
Mm.
goes. We don't even know if the sun is real. It could be a huge light
But
set up
have you
by
ever?
corporations.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry
go
for
ahead. Go ahead.
interruption. Have you
No
ever
problem. No problem.
called your friends from like a faraway state or another country and just
Are you
having a
talking about?
conversation and having a
I
conversation simultaneously, and someone says that, wow, today is like sunny, and someone else says that, wow, it's night, and you just shape the curvature with your mind that, wow, in these different
no. I tell
regions.
you why. No, I tell you
Okay.
why. I tell you why that happens. It's pretty simple. You keep a big wall, a difference in the lights. You block it, and the other side gets to experience the night, while the other side gets to experience the day. It is just that simple. They have a
Hmm.
big line, an infinite plane, something that we don't know that blocks the vision of the light rays. That's why they appeared. Okay, it's night, and here it's day. That's the explanation. That's how it happens.
Okay. But all of
It's
these
common
things,
sense.
these things
It's common
are
sense.
being done by people, or it's just a nature. It's just the nature.
It's just exists like that, brother. There is no
Ah,
evidence.
I
There
see.
is no proof. There is no evidence. That's the thing. We don't know. We trying to cushion it ourselves. It's
Okay,
just nature.
but what
Goddamn,
are
it's
they
goddamn. Nobody knows.
intentions? Those people that
We do
like
not know, but we know one thing for
said
sure.
that it's
But we know
round.
one thing for sure. The government is the last thing you want to believe in your life. That is something that has been proven again and again. Remember who our president is and the deeds he has done. I wouldn't believe a single alphabet that comes out of Donald Trump's mouth, not even a single alphabet.
Okay.
Do you want to believe things that he says, given what deeds he has done? I wouldn't.
But it's just the
All right,
reverse
man. Listen,
theory is
I have
not.
asked all your questions, but it seems like you're still focused on the presumption that the shape is globe, which it certainly is not.
No, no. It's like
Thank you for your
I,
time, but I don't
I'm
have time right now. I
saying
have to go.
there are lots of people that say something that it
What
doesn't
they say?
prove. It doesn't prove, but it works in a just a vague way that we can
Yo,
use it in our lives. You know what I'm saying? It can be true that all of those things are wrong, but uh, other the alternative theories, they aren't proven, can't be proven. You know what I'm saying? And we can't use any of those theories for now. Amazing. 4.
Hey, Ish, why are you being so unoriginal?
Uh-huh.
You're very unoriginal. Earth doesn't.
Why?
I mean, you gotta be some kind of genius.
What do you mean?
It's corny, dude. It's old.
What is? I didn't say anything.
What you typed in the chat.
I just random.
Earth is a square.
I mean, since no one is saying anything, might as well.
Well, I mean, I heard somebody saying that, like, because we can't use, there's some like alternative theories that can't be proven, so we can't use them. I don't know what theory he's talking about.
See, look, my point is still my point stands because look, I sent a random text and you responded.
And what's your point?
My point is the Earth is square.
Okay, what's your evidence?
Bro, what?
Hold on, CB. What's your evidence?
What do you?
Yeah, evidence. So we here, we're empiricists. Claims
So
need
what do you-
evidence. Hold on. Claims need evidence. So what's your evidence?
Wait, let me. I'll give you evidence. What is your belief? Do you think it's different? Do you
I
think
don't
it's
think the Earth is a square. I have no evidence the Earth is a square.
So what do you think it is?
What do you
Is it-
mean?
What
How
shape?
did he start the sentence with "I'll give you evidence"? So what do you think it
That-
is?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I was just playing along. He's too
Yeah,
freaking slow.
before I give you evidence, I want to hear.
You don't
like,
have any evidence Earth is a square, okay? Just stop.
Facts.
What you're trying to do is get out of me is what my evidence is the Earth is flat. We've been playing this game a lot longer than you. You're not going to come in here and be clever because you're not clever. You're the dumbest person in this chat right now.
Oh shit.
Oh. Okay. It's fine if you think that way. It's okay. I'm not gonna disagree.
Why would I think the Earth is flat? Why would I think that?
No, I'm simply asking you. Like, I think the Earth is square. Okay.
No, you don't.
And
No, you don't. You're trolling.
Yeah, you don't. You definitely don't.
I mean, what makes you believe that?
What? That the Earth is square?
Do you need evidence to like?
What makes me believe the Earth is flat? Well, let me ask you this. Why did people think the Earth was flat before they thought it was a globe? What was their evidence?
I never said.
Hold on. What was their evidence before the globe? What did they use?
What do you mean, like to determine if the world is flat?
Yeah, so before the idea of a globe was amongst humanity, people thought the Earth was flat. What evidence did those people that thought the Earth was flat use?
And how is that relevant to my question?
Okay, answer the fucking question, bro.
Bro,
It's a simple question.
but you didn't answer my question.
Dude,
fucking question.
I asked you for, you didn't answer my question. I asked you for the evidence of your claim, and you've been fucking dicking around. These games aren't going to work, Ish. I'm going to just fucking mute you and kick you out of here.
Bro,
You know what that means? When I mute you here, you get muted in every channel. And when I kick you out, you can't even cry about it.
Why are you being so rude though? Like,
Okay, because you're playing games and you're trolling.
Okay, look, let's start over. Look, I'm gonna.
Yes, let's start over with not trolling.
I'm not trolling. Let's set
Okay,
aside
then
my
give the evidence here at the square.
let's set aside my belief. Can we agree on that?
Belief. We don't have beliefs here. We're not doing that.
I'm simply asking you, what do you believe in? What do you think?
I don't
Okay, you
have
don't
a
believe- what do you
belief. That's
think?
what I'm trying to tell you. You're not understanding. We don't have a belief here. We all observe everybody. The Earth is flat and motionless. That's what you see every day. That's what you experience every day. If you fly in a plane, go up in a balloon, climb the top of a mountain, go to the ocean, the Earth looks flat. And you don't feel it moving. You see the stars moving. You see the sun move. You see the moon move. You don't feel yourself spin. That's what we experience. I don't believe that. That's what we experience.
And
Now, if you want to make up in your mind that something else is going on, that's on you.
Thank you for at least telling me what you think, because I wasn't gonna disagree with you. If you wanted me to,
This
yes,
isn't
I
an
can.
agree-disagree thing.
I only asked.
I'm telling you, like,
What
do
is
you
your
think-
thought? Jesus,
let me ask you this: does the Earth? If you go to the ocean, does the Earth look flat?
no. Yes.
You were gonna say no. Yeah. If you go to a
Yes.
lake, does the Earth look flat? If you go to the top of a mountain, does the Earth look flat? No matter where
Yes.
you go, you can go anywhere on Earth. The Earth looks flat. Okay. Now, at some point in time, someone came along and said, "Oh, dude, it just looks flat, but it's actually a giant ball." Now, those people need evidence. Okay? They have beliefs. We don't. So the common thing globe earthers do, they try to drag us down into their cesspool and pretend we're on the same level. We're not on the same level. We have experience that we can refer to, whereas none of y'all do. You understand? There's nowhere you can't tell me to go anywhere on Earth and say this is where you'll see the globe, right?
And what about all the facts that the majority of facts that people present? What do you think on those? I'm not going to name
what
specific
facts are
ones.
those?
Okay, let's start off with the wheel. You know, when they roll it and then forgot the name
The
specifically.
wheel proves the Earth is a globe?
What about the moon? The travel
What
to
about
moon,
it?
looking back at Earth.
What? You think people went to the moon for real? You think human beings flew to the moon?
I'm asking you. I'm sure people have asked you this before, right? No.
Ask me what?
The same thing I'm asking. What about the proof of people traveling to moon?
Oh,
right?
the proof, you mean the claim? The proof that would be that they
doesn't
flew to
matter.
the moon. Hold on, dude. The proof that people went to the moon would be the telemetry data that showed that the rocket went to the moon. But they claim they lost that. Yeah, NASA claims they lost that the telemetry data, the data that shows where the rocket actually went. You can easily Google this. Google lost Apollo tapes. So, where's that proof again?
Bro, that's crazy.
It is crazy, isn't it? You think I'm making it up? They actually NASA actually investigated NASA to figure out where the tapes went.
Man, this is my first time being in this like.
There's a report on it that you can read that NASA put out about their missing tapes. It was 3,300 bankers boxes full of tapes that disappeared. That would fit a tractor trailer and a half. Somehow they lost them. This isn't my story. This is NASA's story.
And
The
what
question
about
is,
weather?
why would you
How
believe
do you
it?
explain the weather at least? Try to
Explain the
explain that.
weather?
How does that work in your?
Which weather? The
What comes
sun
to your
heats
mind
the
when you
surface
say
of the
weather?
earth. Then we
What
have
comes to your
differential
mind when
heating.
you say weather?
Okay, so we have convection currents,
Okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Sun doesn't heat the earth evenly, right? And we have
Okay.
currents. And because of all thermodynamic systems, meaning systems which have different temperatures and pressures, okay? They try to reach thermodynamic equilibrium, okay? This is what causes weather. Low pressure system, high pressure system, warm currents in the ocean, cold currents in the ocean, downward flows, Hadley cells, all these things are different properties of the weather on the earth. And it's just the system, the gaseous fluid system that we live in, trying to find a thermodynamic equilibrium, but that'll just never happen.
Okay. Okay. I'll hear you out. Now I have another question. Do you believe that there's satellites up in the sky?
Wait, before you ask the satellite question, can you
Yes.
kind of like summarize what you think Indio just said?
No. Look, I'm gonna ask you
Yeah.
some question, right?
Why am I going to give you, like, Sheepdog's bringing up a good point. Why am I going to tell you anything when you're clearly not listening?
I mean, when you ramble for 3 minutes, how am I gonna listen, bro? Like I can only
You
pick
asked
out
the
key points.
question and I gave you an answer, and it wasn't a 3-minute ramble. You're not listening.
Here, let me
Okay,
simplify
before the
it for
3
you.
minutes, let's just take the first
Yes, thank you.
10.
Simplify it for me. Thank
Let's
you.
take the first
My
10 seconds
God.
of what I said. What was the first 10 words I said before I got into it?
It's even better if you write it in the chat. I'll read it carefully,
Yeah,
word by
you
word.
never listened. And what do you mean, what about satellites? What about them?
Do you think
You got
there's
any
satellites
primary
up in
knowledge
the
about satellites, or is it just a story you heard?
I'm saying, do you think there's satellites? Do they exist?
You know, satellites are just repeaters, right?
Exist in what sense? There's things in the sky
Yeah,
that
satellites
we'll call
exist.
satellites. Even this goes all the way back to the 1940s. They used to fly these hot air balloons, and they called those hot air balloons satellites. The vernacular changed, but that's what they used to call them. Okay. It's part of a program called Skyhook, Ross, by the National Reconnaissance Office. I'll give you transcripts of freaking people talking about it in the National Reconnaissance Office about what they did. They put hot air balloons up. They had a gondola with a camera. They went to 120,000 feet. When their film roll was full after about 6 weeks, they'd fly up with an airplane, punch in the keep code, and an explosive would go off and pop the balloon, and they would catch it out of the air. They called those satellites. Okay? Now, satellites
Bro, look,
exist
I'm
in
not
the
gonna
sense
lie.
that there's things in the sky, but they don't orbit a globe.
I'm gonna interrupt respectfully. It sounds like fiction to me. Like
The
because I have
National
never heard of
Reconnaissance
this.
Office is fiction.
Bro, what?
Okay, I'll post in the chat. It's from the National Reconnaissance Office, which is a U.S.
Okay.
government agency. You think
And
they
I'm
make
just-
spy satellites? They make spy balloons.
I'm going to simplify what Indio said about weather. The sun warms up the earth, and as the sun moves across the sky, the earth warms and cools, creating currents. And then there's also high pressure systems and low pressure systems in those currents. And because of that,
What do you mean by high pressure systems and low? Can you explain that further? I'm not asking to like. I'm
Yeah.
trying to be
The
reasonable.
barometric pressure is higher or lower.
Heat increases pressure, which expands, which decreases pressure, which causes dynamic
Expands what? Expands what?
Great.
The water volume?
air, gas.
Yeah.
You know, gases expand when they're warmed up, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Welcome
Yes.
to Flat Earth.
So I was posting in the chat exactly what I was talking about.
Okay, wait. Let me read that. Okay. Give me a second.
Okay. This is part of what was called the Living Witness or Living Testimony Program. So the National Reconnaissance Office, they take spy pictures with airplanes. They ran the U-2 program, which was a spy plane. They ran the SR-71 Blackbird, which is a spy plane, but they also had spy balloons. So the people that were in the program at the beginning, they interviewed them just so they got a record of what they did at the NRO. And this, what I posted, is a link to one of these interviews where he goes over what they did. And the supposed capture of what was called Explorer 1 was supposed to be the first U.S. orbiting satellite. But there's problems with that because it wasn't where it was supposed to be when he went to catch it. It wasn't there to be caught. Satellites is just this cool story, bro. That's all it is. You see, you have the idea that there's a big ball, and if I try to talk to another country, I have to bounce it off a satellite. It's not how it works. You don't need to bounce it off a satellite, and we've known this since 1918. What's up, Sheepdog?
What's up, Indio?
I was just like chilling, listening on the live stream, and there was like nobody in here. And then like a couple guys are just having their own globling, cringe fest. I had to come in here. I couldn't take it.
It happens, man.
And then Ish comes in with Earth is a square. Then I ask him for evidence, and he starts asking me for evidence.
Bro, I want to cuss so bad, but yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh, dude, you check your DMs, man.
Oh, all right.
It's good. It's funny.
Wait, from who? From you?
Yeah, didn't I send you a message?
Nope. My last one is from Swole Dog.
Oh, where the hell did I send that shit? Someone else got the message.
I'm gonna change my name, bro.
Oh, dude, because I didn't clip it right. Sorry, dude. I'll clip it again, dude. Hold on. It's super funny, bro.
All right. It was a W meeting there earlier, fellas, and FU. It felt good to get the boys back, and we
I was in
gained.
there.
Like,
You weren't even there, man.
I was trying, bro. I was at work all day.
He was. He
I
came
was
in
at work
there.
all damn day.
Nah,
but-
don't let him off the hook, sheepdog.
Yeah.
Call the
he
meeting. You
came-
got to be there for the duration.
He came in 3 hours into the meeting or into his workday. Like that's pretty legit. Coming in 3 hours.
Damn, you guys were on there for that long? Sheesh.
Well, you came in like what? You had 6 hours left in your shift, man, and you decided to say what's up.
I just opened the thing and I saw you in there. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
No, but hey, something just popped into my head, man. Like I started thinking about that, all that stuff I was sending you in the DM. I think it can be gimmicked, dude. I think we can gimmick it.
Absolutely. No, it's a good idea. I mean, I'm in a good place for it, so we'll give it a try.
I think everybody's in a good place for it, though, right? Like anybody can go to an area that's crowded and just strike up a conversation, right?
Shucks.
Hey, I'll say this too. We got to do an episode, not to go too far into it, but we got to do an episode on Trump too.
Yeah, it'll blow up on Rumble.
Like both sides, like all sides. You know what I mean? Like at all aspects, and have everybody speak their piece, whether they support him or against him or indifferent.
Trump content usually does well on Rumble, so we'll do that for sure. Also, we need to get a Rumble bot for home base permanently. Just leave one in the home base, bro. Because I'll go in there and just try to stir up some drama, but it's hard to want to do that when there's a vacuum. You just go in there and talk, and it's not even recorded. So, well, that's like a little side project.
I could actually probably do that. I just gotta take the time to put it all in order. I can almost definitely do it.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be cool.
I still have my Gizmo account. We can use that.
Yeah, that would work because that's the one thing I need. I mean, I
I'll
have to do
I'll give
to use.
whoever I need to give access to it. I don't know how to run the bot. But I can.
Yeah, I could do that. It's gonna take some finagling, but
They don't have no followers or nothing, but it does have Elijah's rant when he goes on to talk about how academia would be screwed if the Earth came out as flat to the rest of the world, which is a good rant.
Love me a good rant. But yeah, I just think that because even Miggy was like, I'll spend more time at home base. So, but it's just hard to go in there when they're. You can go, hey, what's up, Rumble? How we doing? Da 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 da. And then someone sees that you're in there. Then next thing you know, it just starts what do they call it? A snow. What is it called? Avalanche effect or something like that? Snowball effect,
yeah,
where people see you and they just start jumping in. But like it's when there's no bot or anything, it's like, hey everybody, it's much harder to do that. So
Is there a pause function for the bots, Indio TV?
I mean, you can deafen them or whatever.
deafen, yeah.
I guess we could probably do that then.
Stevie, I
Like,
said
whoever's
that.
last in the room, whoever's last in the room has to deafen the bot.
Why? It does. If
Well,
we're
I
on
mean-
Rumble, it doesn't need to be deafened.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't want two Glovers in there having a little jerk party, right?
Oh, pause, bro.
Ew, like that was just in here.
They would do
All right,
that.
dude, I DM'd you that clip. It's just a clip. It's only like 15, 20 seconds. It's called 304 Orang.
Let me check it out. But yeah, I mean, we did that before, man. When we started the Rumble, because I was the one that was like, we need to get on Rumble, guys, blah blah blah, and then
I remember
it got set up, and we would just stay dual streaming on YouTube and Rumble, and then if we got into something that was too spicy for YouTube, we just deafen the YouTube, and it seemed to work pretty well. So
that was a fresh and fit thing too, wasn't it? Like they're like, oh,
Yeah, that's
deafing
where I got it
and then
from.
they'd go into conversation.
that's exactly where I got it from. I was like, that's a good idea.
Oh,
We should do that
That
too.
was some epic
So-
conversation.
Yeah, I mean, that was fantastic. Good times, man. Good times on the Flat Earth for sure. I'm
Shout
about to
out
pull
to
into my
TV.
garage. Yeah, thanks, man. Hey, we've had a long and treacherous road, but we made it, boys. And we
Man,
are
we're just
still
getting
cooking.
started.
It does feel like 2026 about to be a good year.
Could be.
Nah, it's gonna be. Ain't no
It
could
is.
be.
It already is, dude. The freaking dude. There's already motherfuckers laying the foundation. I don't know if you heard me. I was talking about this in FU, man. The foundation's being laid. Drace has got his shit going on. Helio got some shit going on. I got some shit going on. AB got some shit going on. So, like, you know, and that's just Majin, who is running that
Majin.
clip channel now.
Yeah, good. Cool for him, dude.
So that's like 5 It's like 5 added things, dude. So it's like that makes
Shout out to
motherfucking job.
Imagine
Yeah, no
for
shit,
clipping
bro.
that Yoder fucking segment up too, man. That Yoder segment was
Which
fire.
one, bro?
The one where I told Yoder to give a fucking history lesson on flat
I
Earth.
need the title, man.
It's like 14 minutes long, dude.
That doesn't
find
tell
it
me
real quick.
anything.
It doesn't tell you anything.
He's
Come
got
on.
like whole playlists like dedicated to
come
people.
on, dude.
There's a bunch of Yoder. Dude, you driving,
Hold on, I'll
CB?
find it. I'll find
I
it. Hold
just pulled in the garage. Let me check out your.
Dude, don't even freaking get out your car. Watch this shit.
All right, guys, I'll do it right now.
Dude, it's fucking funny.
Oh, this guy?
Let's keep watching.
Yeah, what's that guy? The freaking vampire guy?
Taylor the Vampire, Taylor the
Taylor.
Fiend or something.
That's so funny. Let me resubscribe. It's been a while.
Dude, it's just so funny. The freaking
Hey,
he's like, I got OCD. He knocked him between the tower piece of back up.
I put it in the side chat. I
Cool.
told Yoder was getting ready to leave. It was like, hey, can you give us a brief history lesson on the flat Earth? And he just went into this like very eloquent discussion about just the basics of flat Earth, like Flat Earth 101, kind of like what Witsit did, and but even more basic, like why do we think the Earth is flat, and just seeing too far, water, all that stuff.
Bro, why am I watching this video? This is crazy.
What video are you watching?
Oh, you watching the rest of the video?
I just like rewinded it to watch some more, dude. Holy smokes, bro.
Dude, she's like, they kicked me out of the gym and I was only wearing this. It's like a freaking flesh-colored freaking bodysuit with like barely any fabric. How'd I get kicked out? Bitch got kicked out of a woman's only shit. Okay?
Oh,
the
damn.
women felt uncomfortable.
Yeah, you guys already know it's a topic I'm passionate about, and I think it gets me more riled up. The fact that there's so many people, even in here, that are like, "No, that's stupid, bro. You shouldn't pay any attention to that." It's like you are
Beta.
so out of the loop.
CB, like,
Beta.
yeah, but CB, this is very people's experience is very subjective and anecdotal about it, depending on where they are in life, the type of community they're in, like none of this affects you if you're like freaking live in the middle of nowhere, like, you know what I mean? There's still places in this country that have traditional conservative values, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
So like to them, you're talking in alien language. And
Probably.
then on the other side, right, on the super libtard side, like the side I'm on, right, the shit is also alien. Because I be saying shit, you're like, that's kind of sexist. Like, sexist? Sexist? What? Oh, I was actually talking about that, as a matter of fact. I was like, she was like, she's an old lady. She's talking about freaking. She asked me about me going to the gym, and I said, yeah, I go here. And then she's like, well, I used to go over here at this other one, which is an all-female gym. And I'm like, the problem with all-female gyms, they all go out of business because they just don't get enough women there because the women want to strut in front of the dudes. And she's like, not all women. And I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
A lot of them. As soon as they get in shape, yeah, all the women that are in shape want to do it. How about that?
Yep.
They go to the female gym, they get in shape, and then when they're in shape, they go to the male gym. Tell me I'm lying, bro.
Yep.
Tell me, like, CB, you go to the gym, you seen that shit, bro.
You're not lying. Bro.
Yeah, fortunately, the gym that I go to is it's like rustic, if that's even a good word for it. It's not like
There's just like
bougie.
concrete and bars
It's
and
shitty. And it's
you might go
exactly,
like-
I like it like that.
the girls that are kind of like, you know, they're 20, 30 pounds overweight, they like hide in the back. And then as the months go by and they look better, then they start like coming out. Then the next thing you know, they're doing freaking splits in the middle of the fucking floor in the mirror in front of all the dudes. You know,
right?
when they think they look good.
Low key, I like my.
That
gym a
really
lot,
is.
dude.
I mean, for a girl, I mean, that's the best test of whether you're doing good, right? So when you walk through, all the dudes' heads that turn. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's the ultimate judge.
I tell you what,
And
though, like
the other indicator is the dirty looks from the other women. The more dirty looks you get, the better you look.
Me being married, I don't even want to like. I don't want the distraction of another woman. Like I'm there at the gym for a purpose. So I don't wear my glasses when I work out, and everything's fucking blurry at a distance.
Dude, he's gonna end up, bro's gonna end up on TikTok clip. Like, he was staring at me. Like, he's making a response video. Like, I can't even fucking see without my glasses. What are you talking about? Oh, there was a video where she was like accusing a blind dude of staring at her.
Oh my god, bro!
Dude, you never seen that? Oh my
Is it a
god!
blind dude? I don't even know.
I've seen
if it's a blind
videos
dude.
like that.
I seen one where a guy came and like went on an elliptical that was next to a girl. I'm like, what if that was the only working fucking elliptical? Like I've been in gyms where I'm like, I won't use that elliptical. I will use that one because I know it fucking works. And if that one doesn't work, I have a backup one that I use.
Wait, real quick. Why is fucking Diogenes? Why is he muted?
Was he one of the ones that was talking Indio?
Oh, I wasn't talking.
Diogenes. If you can hear us right now, respond in the chat.
Do you want me to unmute him? I'll do it. I don't care.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess Lat says that he came to the conclusion the Earth was not a ball because of a dream.
No.
What the
You're a troll. You're getting another chance, Diogenes. Don't fuck it up.
All eyes are on you. This is where they dip out now. Now that they're unmuted.
Where did Ist go? Ist, the square earther, where'd he go? Well, if you post it in the chat, I'll read it. No, you won't.
Wait, yo, CB, where did you post your physique at? I want to see.
Pause, bro. Pause, dude.
Gator. Woo, woo, woo.
Dude, super pause.
Alarms are going off.
No, for real, I'm trying to take Indio's title of strongest flat earther, bro.
Oh,
shit.
dude.
No, physically, I don't know if I could beat your ass mentally, but
Yo,
Oh, physically? No, I'm still freaking injured a little bit from an injury I got like a year ago.
he looks like Piccolo when
Right-handed,
when
I'll
he got his arm
dude,
trained.
right up, bro. It's almost at that point. No, I actually started working my other arm off, so.
oh, see,
Doing what?
I can tell it's a little bigger. My right arm's a little bit bigger than my left arm. Just because I can barely freaking curl like 20 pounds in my left arm.
you look like a Quagmire after you found the internet. Man.
I was like fucking Piccolo, dude. I'm like one arm Jack Piccolo.
Fucking Piccolo, dude. I can't post it in the chat. Can someone post that? That's so funny.
Yeah, I gotta do it.
I need to get my perms back, dude. Can't do shit in here. I can't post GIFs. I can't post pictures. I can't do anything, bro. I'm fucking nerfed in here.
Really? Damn, man.
Yeah, man.
What'd you
Yeah. You know, I said what wait, I said what Neil said earlier. Honestly, sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Neil said it earlier in FU, and I was dying laughing in the
You're only
background.
quoting somebody. You're not really saying it. You're quoting somebody else saying it.
Actually, I literally did not mean to say that. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I said that by accident and got fucking yeeted.
Hey, when I saw you the other day for the first time in like a month, and I dropped the N word, I was in Walmart.
What the fuck? Dude?
With a shitload of people around me, it was hilarious, dude. I was like, "Oh shit!" I said that without even fucking thinking where I was at.
Bro, the Piccolo, that's so funny, bro.
It ain't that bad. It's almost the same set. Like it's probably make maybe 2
Like
millimeters.
that Quagmire GIF I posted.
Yeah, I saw that.
Because for like a month and a half, I've been working out that one arm. I've been doing no curls with my right arm, just to get the other one going.
Oh, just
Because I hurt my arm and I couldn't use it. So it's like I did something in my nerve in my elbow. I haven't figured out what it is yet. Well, the doctor told me like it's nerve damage. It just takes a really long time to heal.
Do you know what you did that did it?
Yeah, I freaking. You know, electric drill.
Yeah.
I was taking a what is it? A mixer head that mixes cement off the front of it, and the thing was jammed. So I put the mixer head between my feet and started to try to undo the chuck, and I accidentally hit the button and it freaking
like an auger.
Yeah, counterclockwise or clockwise, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, it didn't hurt when I did it. I didn't even know it. Like I was hurt until I went to the gym the next day, and I could only like curl 20 pounds with one arm. I'm like, actually, I was like curling. I was doing like 2-hand curls. I'm like, man, my freaking right arm's getting heavy. I'm getting tired, fucking pretty goddamn quick. And like, then I went and I like did dumbbells, and I'm like, holy shit, I can only go 20 pounds with my left arm. Now I can like curl. I can curl a dumbbell like 40 pounds with one arm, no problem.
Yeah.
So it's like, holy shit, dude, I fucked myself up. And that was like in December of last year. So it's like been a year.
I'm sorry.
Dude, man.
Last
You're
year?
talking about supinating your arm, dude. I like almost rotated it. Sheepdog, I almost rotated that shit off my body, bro. Like, seriously. Like,
I don't doubt it.
Holy,
it was like
that's
a 15,
long ass time.
it was like a 20 volt fucking Makita.
That's a long ass time to be fucking hurt, bro.
I was gonna say it should
A
have been
year?
healed by now.
No, because it's like the ulnar nerve in your elbow.
Well, I mean, like I took a break from jujitsu for like a month and a half, and like my elbows are all fucking way better now.
Hey, AI said it's called iPhone elbow. Also, we have Honest here. Who is Honest? Who is that? Ed Collector with the freaking. What is that? E-girl? What is that? Is that an e-girl? Sad Collector, we hear you breathing. Sad Collector, we hear you breathing. Go ahead. Also, Diogenesis or whatever, we hear you breathing as well. Go ahead. All right.
He had the flat tag on him though.
No.
I was hoping he's gonna say something crazy. Bro, are you crying? You're like sniffling over there.
Yeah, are you good, Dial?
I'm sniffing.
Hold on, man. Lash, I'll still fuck you up with my one arm.
Let's go, dude.
No, bro, I'm getting. I got a cold.
How does colds work on a flat Earth?
You know what? That's true. If the Earth was a globe.
Why would you need a dream to tell you the Earth is flat when you can just like be awake and go outside?
I was just kidding. I don't believe that the Earth is round, nor that the Earth is flat. Well, because
Oh,
I
here
don't
we go.
study it.
Here we go.
Powers unite.
There we go. There we go.
Bro, stop being a bitch, bro. Take a fucking stand, dude. Stand on business.
Yeah,
I believe the
man.
Earth is flat or a globe. I just love everybody.
Okay.
Mm.
I will take your compliment.
You
Thanks.
sound like a hippie. You know what a hippie is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone who smoke a lot of weed.
Yeah.
Weed.
Yeah, and they have flowers in their hair, and they wear clothes with paisleys on it.
Hey, bro, you wanna
Everybody just love. Love is the answer.
They don't shave or bathe or wash. Actually, armpit hair.
Do you want
Uh,
You ever seen like rice noodles, like in a wok? You know how they explode? So, like a hippie girl, when you open their pants, that's what their bush does. It explodes.
oh my god, bro! You know, Lord.
I got the
Am I not supposed to be saying that?
70%.
It's just don't. I don't want to do that.
Hey, man, you can't beat me in a debate if I get banned.
I can get there way faster, Dio. Don't worry.
Is the hippie girl flat?
Oh, shut up, fucking Gunnar.
Gooner, bro.
I bet you're
We did a whole
dude.
we did a whole episode on our panel about not gooning. All right, we do not condone goon status.
Okay.
I bet he's a gooner though.
I know. How do you know? How do you know that so much?
Yeah, I'm a fucking Gunnar. I jerk off every day.
There's gonna be like the 40-year-olds are like, what the fuck are they saying? What is gooner?
I'm trying to quit it.
There's no trying, bro.
I like to have strong arms. You know, you have to get really strong. You know,
go to the
because
gym.
the gym is really expensive, so we have to train with something.
Push-ups are free.
You just pretend you're in prison.
Yeah, exactly.
Do push-ups and pull-ups, man, and sit-ups.
Burpees and stuff.
Yeah.
Come on, gang.
Dude, 20 minutes twice a week, you can look better than 90% of the people you're around. That's all it takes. Doesn't take anything.
Wait,
you can't. Hold on with one caveat. You can't exercise away a bad diet. So if you're eating 3,600 calories a day, then there's fucking exercise isn't gonna help.
I fucking eat 4,000 calories per day. I weigh 110 kilograms.
Dude, it's 240.
If you do, I'm sorry about that you do, dude.
There's no way you freaking eat 4,000 calories a day and weigh 240, dude.
No, it's like 270.
No, dude, you'd weigh 340 if you ate that many calories.
Okay. Yeah, sorry.
Listen, I'm just going. You're talking to like a fucking expert.
Hey, India, I just started. I just started
calling your basal metabolic rate, just your resting rate. Like if you weigh if you ate 2,400 calories a day, that'll support like 1,800 pound frame, not 180 pound frame of somebody that's got muscle. Now, assuming you're just a fat fuck, and you're eating, what'd you say, 4,000 calories, dude? You'd be 320 or some shit.
Probably.
Okay.
You'd be a big fat fucker.
What's up, Lopez?
You know why?
Man.
You know why?
Man.
You know why?
Hold on. We got a new guy.
Man,
what's up, Lopez?
Just one thing. Before I start,
you want to know what is fat?
I have some
father me.
How do you
relax.
say before I start speaking but you're speaking? Like, how does that even make sense?
No, no.
I have the
before
real.
You can't
real
speak
fact.
before and say before I start speaking. You
Is
are
that
speaking.
carrot? Is this
Okay,
carrot?
man. Let
What
me
do you want to know? If we think the Earth is flat? Yes.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on.
Are you just like the vegan guys?
Vegans.
What?
Yeah.
Guys,
What?
Hell no, bro.
man,
No, we have
man,
evidence.
Flat Earth
Vegans,
is flat Earth.
vegans
man,
don't have evidence.
let me just
I
say one
eat
thing.
200
Man,
200
two
pepperonis per day.
times.
Okay,
Two times.
so
I
no,
tried.
Lopez, no, you're not going to
No,
say anything. So
let me just
no,
finish.
I'll mute you. Just don't do it. You can't compare us to vegans because vegans are telling people what they should do. That's an action.
Yes.
We're saying what is, as in what exists in reality. You're making a
Let's-
false equivalence.
No, come. Let me just say one
Yeah.
thing. It's because I try to argument with them. I try to talk with them calmly with a nice voice, completely calm. Just try to speak logical things, and they
Okay.
mute me 2 times, man. They
Do
mute
you have
me
evidence? Do you have
because-
evidence for the globe?
because
Okay. You
because
just
they
logical
can't-
things. What was the logical syllogism that you used?
For example, he was speaking about
That's not a
About
logical
the-
syllogism. Premise,
Yeah.
conclusion. You guys just will say the word logic. You guys don't know what logic actually is.
man.
I know.
I can.
You think logic is something
Can I
that makes sense to you. That's rationalization. That's a different
Can I
thing.
fish? Okay, I did not.
Yeah.
I did not
Tiempo para
disrespect anybody. I just speak my mind calmly. Okay, I said.
That's
I told him if okay, we will not kill the animals, but we will kill the plants. That's what I tell him. So
yeah, they came
killing
in here.
is
We did the
inevitable.
same thing with them, Lopez.
So
They came in here
killing-
and we showed them
So-
that plants are alive and they actually scream. Plants scream when
Yes.
they're cut. Yeah, there's
Yes.
all sorts of scientific papers that plants scream at ultrasonic frequencies when they're cut or injured.
Yes.
Okay, so we told them that. And Lopez, the problem with those people, they're just crazy. Don't try to figure
They
them
ju-
out. You know
Yes.
what? Do you know how I know they're crazy? Because they said that we shouldn't eat chicken eggs because that's basically killing chickens. But they thought it was okay to give abortions.
What?
see?
Yeah.
You
So
see?
you make that make
It's
sense.
okay to
that
kill
pe-
human life, but not animal life.
Chicken eggs aren't even fertilized.
Yo.
No, they are crazy. They are crazy. They,
Okay, so let's say we're not like them. Okay, they're actually insane.
Yeah. They told me that
Kill the humans,
killing-
not the chickens. Okay, that's what they're saying.
Yeah, the killing is inevitable. But
And you know, if you eat all the plants, then you'll kill the animals anyway because you're eating their food too.
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Okay, no, we are not. So to
I
settle
see.
this, we're not like them. What we do is based upon evidence. What they
Yeah,
do is
me-
based upon whatever they feel like saying in the moment.
Yeah, when they are short of arguments, they just mute you, man. They just mute you. When they don't
Why
have-
would you want to continue to talk to them?
No, this is my second time. They say I enter in another room. They told me no, we are not like this other guy. This other guy, I don't know why he mute you and all this, but I keep talking with them and they mute me. Yeah, that's it.
So anyway, what shape is the Earth?
There you go.
Yes, but
I have a question towards
Yes.
Flat Earth.
Are the animals you want to eat? Are they on a globe or a flat Earth?
what?
I said, are the animals that you want to eat? Are they on a globe or are they on a flat Earth?
Globe.
The animals are on a globe. Are you sure about
No,
that?
I didn't.
Yes.
No, I didn't say that. Someone here, I think, Nightmare of Islam. Yeah, this
But
one.
just talk to Nightmare of Islam. With all due respect, Lopez, he's decided he's going to take a position. You're waffling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Why the
Yes.
fuck would you believe that Earth is a flat?
We don't believe it. It's true. How do we know?
You said so. You get
So if
yeah,
I said to you, What's your? If I said to you, I want you to prove to me the Earth is a globe. Where do I go on Earth? Where do I go?
You can ride on a jet or like a plane. You can go like high in the sky and you can see the you can see the curve.
Looks flat to me.
No, dude, no. It's not high enough, dude. You don't see curve from an airplane. I don't know why you guys say that shit. Not even within, not even if the Earth was a globe, would you see curve from an airplane? So where do I go?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, you couldn't tell me anywhere to go, right? So if you said to me, hey, where can I go where I see a flat Earth? I would just say Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Indian Ocean, Great Lakes, or any lake, any pond, any body of water. So we don't believe the Earth is flat. We can see it is. Whereas the globe, you can't see that it's a globe. You just have to believe it. Or you have to believe somebody else that says that they saw it, but you'll never see it, right?
Okay. I have a clip on YouTube.
Tell me one thing I said that is not absolutely objectively true. There's nothing I said that's false.
I will tell you. I will tell you. It's if I show you this video.
Video of what?
It's a footage of the globe.
How do you know that?
Because it's someone who went to space.
How do you know that's what they're saying? That's what the video shows. How do you know that?
Because there's evidence and there's many eyewitnesses.
Okay, no. And we're talking about this specific video that you're going to give us. How do you know that that's what the Earth looks like in that video? That they went to space and then they took it. What if they went to space and the Earth's actually a freaking cube? Okay, so how do you know that that video is an accurate representation of the Earth and they did what they said they did? How do you know?
Because I've seen the curvature with other people.
Oh yeah, from where? We already covered this. I just did this. You already said from a plane, but that's not true. So where?
Yeah, from a specific height.
Yeah, what height?
If you're on a plane, you could look at it.
No, you can't, dude. Not even 128,000 feet. In fact, not even 250 miles. That would be 400 kilometers. Not even from there.
I flew at 45,000 feet from New York to Kuwait City, Kuwait, and it was flat. So what?
But if you want to observe it, you need to be like farther away, right?
How far?
But that's in a plane.
Can you give us the mathematics which will tell us how far? Of course not.
Okay. So you guys say that.
Now here we go, you guys. It's not about you guys, bro. You're gonna try and dodge the topic by talking about us or talking about the conversation. You guys are NPCs. You guys got the most predictable dialogue tree in the history of man.
Let me guess. You're going to ask the question if the Earth is flat, and then we're going to respond, yes, the Earth is flat.
Yeah. So this is.
What are you talking to?
We're just illustrating the horrible position that you're in. Is that you have that your worldview is based upon trusting a third party in their claims of what they think or what they say the Earth looks like. Now, not only is that a problem, but the main problem is that you can't evaluate that claim for truth because you've never seen the Earth from that point of view. So even if they show you an image that they say, that they tell you this is what the Earth looks like, since you've never seen the Earth from that place, you can't even say, well, no, the Earth don't look like that. I was there, and when I was there, it didn't look like that. Or it did look like that, right? You can't say that. Like, if you showed me a video of a horse, I could go, nah, that's not a video of a horse. That's a goat. I've seen a horse before. That's a goat right there. Right. So you can't do that. No, now you're just lying because you're just desperate, dude.
No, you made a claim. I haven't seen it. I have seen it, yes, personally. I've been launched to space. What do you have to say now?
So just desperate lying, dude. It's so funny.
Am I lying?
You know,
Prove it 100%. Prove I'm lying. Prove I'm
you don't
lying.
have to prove you're lying.
Prove
You're
I'm
trying to
lying.
reverse the burden of proof. That's a logical fallacy.
Can you prove it? Can you prove
I don't need to prove it. You haven't presented any
Exactly.
evidence. You disprove evidence. You don't disprove claims.
Which is more believable? Observation or some mathematical bullshit?
Well, we have observation, and you
I've
don't
got
have
proof. Everybody
we have
who's ever been to
observation.
space, everybody
Hold on,
who's-
Sheep Dog. Why are you pretending you have observation? We've demonstrated that you don't.
I've seen it. I have seen.
Yeah, you're lying.
Hey, I've got to wait for him to prove it.
Math can lie.
What's your name? What's your name?
Math
Everybody
can
who's been to
lie.
space, everybody who's been to space, their name is listed. What's your name?
I was on a rocket that wasn't.
Yeah, give me your name. Give me your name and give me the rocket.
So, Nightmare, there's something called Hitchens razor. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So, produce the evidence or shut up.
Do you think evidence is required to prove something?
Yes.
What if
something about the physical world? Yes.
Okay, cool.
You're making an empirical claim, and evidence proves empirical claims.
Okay. Do you think there are other planets besides the ones in our solar system?
Here we go.
Well, other than what?
Than the ones in our solar system?
Are there no?
No.
Why would
I
I
don't
think
think,
there's planets other than the ones in our solar system?
You think there's none?
No.
You think there's galaxies?
There's no outer space vacuum, brother. There's no vacuum of outer space where things are trillions of light years apart. That's fucking nonsense. He left.
Wow.
Well, we
By
found
the
out his
way,
real religion.
For the record, I'm not asking anybody to dox themselves, but if somebody's going to make an extraordinary claim like I've been to space, then your name's on a list somewhere, and so that's the way you can prove it right there.
Well, and it's a perfect illustration of where they go. They realize they literally have nothing. They came in here. He came in here like, yeah, I know the Earth's a globe, and realized he looked in his basket of goodies and it was fucking completely empty. Came to the picnic. There was nothing in his picnic basket.
Is he back?
No, different guy.
Anyway, no, you're right, and Hitchens razor, that's the absolute truth. Like if you don't give evidence, I can dismiss it. That's how people conduct business all the time. Oh, my business does good. Oh yeah, prove it. Oh, I can't. Okay, dismissed.
Yeah, it's a matter of like pragmatism, right? If you have if all claims are true unless you disprove them, then oh my God, bro, because you can claim everything. I saw a green alien. I saw a red alien. I saw a blue alien. I saw a purple alien. I saw a purple alien with frickin' fangs. I saw a purple alien with frickin' no teeth. I saw a purple alien with frickin' 3 eyes. Like you could just endlessly make claims, right? And all of them would be true unless disproven. Obviously, that's stupid. So we don't do that as human beings.
It's like the sky is green argument.
Can you explain me the thermodynamic law and how it's related to the argument of flat Earth? Earth.
Gas pressure without a container? That one? The second law of thermodynamics? High pressure goes to low pressure? Is that what you're talking about, Diogenes? Diogenes?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so
that's what I am talking
if the space is a vacuum, how come the gas pressure on Earth doesn't go into outer space? How come it doesn't reach thermodynamic equilibrium with the vacuum?
I don't know.
Exactly.
With
You can use it as anybody else.
Wait. With energy, with something.
They'll say things like gravity does it, right? But that would mean that gravity could do thermodynamic work. And there is no gravitational theory of thermodynamics or gravitational thermodynamic theory that would allow that to happen. Because if gravity could do work, you would have it changing phases of matter. You'd have it turning frickin' solids into liquids and liquids into gas and then back based upon how much gravity there was. Okay? There's no mechanism. If I look at a phase diagram, right, where it's gas, solid, liquid, supercritical fluid, in a phase diagram like oxygen, they'll have the pressure and the temperature. They don't have the gravity. It's not in the phase diagram. Okay? But that would have to happen if gravity could create air pressure, it would also have to create temperature, right? So all these things, the pressure, temperature, volume would all have to work together, okay? And you'd have to be able to incorporate gravity into it, but no one's ever done that. So when you just can't say the gravity like it's some magic word that does it. No, you have to explain it within the thermodynamics, within the second law of thermodynamics. Because like the kinetic theory of gases, there's no gravity in any of that when we model gas behavior. So, science is empirical.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not based upon theory, right?
I always have the question about how the cohetes. Oh shit, I don't remember the name of these aeroplanes that goes to the space and are pushed. Are pushed. Are pushed
Yeah.
with the fire. But if there is no, I mean, the fire without oxygen is turned off.
Well, they say that the oxidizers is in the fuel, and that's probably right. But the thing is, inside the bell housing of a rocket, there's actually a negative pressure. So it's our contention that rockets push off air and they can't push off a vacuum. But they'll say, well, the Newton's second law was a reaction has an equal and opposite reaction because it's throwing gas out the back, then it has to go in the other direction. But that boundary between the gas and the rocket is a negative pressure. So how that could possibly work, I don't fucking know. It's just something they say. A lot of these things are just something that's what I was trying to get to. That science is empirical, which means it's based upon experience or experiment. Not theory, not ideas. So if you have an idea or a theory, that's fine. But it doesn't mean anything until you go do the experiment. Okay? So you can say gravity creates gas pressure. You can say gravity holds the air to the earth. But can you demonstrate it in an experiment? And the answer to that's a big fucking no.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then when you look at the history of outer space, the idea was invented in like 300 BC, before anybody could before there could ever possibly be evidence of outer space. They were already thinking of it. They were already thinking of science fiction and people living on other planets and all this shit. Like we're talking about before the Roman Empire.
All right.
And then do you think they're just lucky guessers that they guessed outer space exists, and then 2,000 years later we're just like, oh yeah, they were right 2,000 years ago. They're such good guessers. Anyway, I gotta step off for a second. Sheepdog, you still here? CB, you here?
Yeah, I'm here a little bit.
A little bit. Well, anybody else can take over. Gas pressure out of containers. Bullshit.
Sorry. Bro, I'm gonna die, bro. I'm gonna die. So how long could it be taken to learn all that information that you have researched?
As long as it needs to.
I mean, how many hours or how many months or years?
It depends on what kind of learner you are. Are you a fast learner, slow learner? Are you somebody who has to have application and learn it in real world, or can you think abstractly?
I'm a good reader. I'm a good reader, but
then you're just gonna have to get to work on reading documents.
I hate numbers, but I know that there is something of numbers and statistics on the distance of the Earth and all that.
Yeah, I mean, like really, honestly, like you can get down into the math, and it is important to learn all the math involved, right? Like what the radius is, what the circumference is, what the speed of the spin is, the speed of the Earth going around the sun, the distance to the sun, distance to the moon. Because these are all important conversations that get brought up from the day to day. But really, the most important one is like even if you don't know the radius, you know the sphere has to be a certain size, and you know how tall you are, which means when you're standing at the edge of the water, that's sea level. And then when you look out over sea level, you just need to know the distance to the horizon, and then you need to find an object that would normally be beyond the horizon with a considerable distance. Like you really don't need to go any further than 50 miles unless you understand what it is that you're looking at a lot better. If you keep it within 20 miles, you'll get a lot better. So like less than 25, 26 kilometers. Probably like 14 miles or 20 kilometers.
All right.
I mean, really, honestly, you only need like 10 kilometers, right? And then you just need something you just need a 10-kilometer distance. You need something that is beyond 4.5 kilometers, but not quite 10 kilometers. That's the easiest way to do it.
By any chance, do you have a video that could explain almost the the this hypothesis or proof about the Earth, flat Earth? I mean, I like watching videos. I can easily watch a video of a
I'll give you Dr.
documentary.
John Dees. It's an hour long. You'll have to sit through it and pay attention. But it comes down to the math, right? You're just going to have to face the facts and pony up to the math. There's one in the side chat. This is one of my favorite ones. The Rock Lake Horizon Curve Test, Part 1. This guy, he went over a frozen lake that was 8 miles long. So like, what, 13, 14 kilometers. And then he put his camera down to about 8 inches off the ice. And he had lights attached to cones at 8, 9.5, 11 kilometers and further out. Like he just had them every so many, it was 5, 6, 7, and 8 miles basically. And he 8 inches off the ice, the horizon should have been about 1.3 kilometers away. Instead, you could see all the light.
Is it the video of 14 minutes?
Yeah. You're gonna have to learn the math. You have to learn what a radius is and what that number means, and you have to learn what the circumference is and what that number means. Then you have to understand the equation T equals 2 pi r. Then you have to understand that based off of the circumference, there's a rate of change of curvature from a beginning point into an end point.
Okay.
And it's all based off of the size of the circle or the sphere. See if I can find any other one.
That's going to be crazy.
Here's a Glober video. All right. This is somebody trying to explain to you what you should see on the globe. This is always a good one. Matter of fact, I'll play it in the live stream too, just for everybody to hear. Give me a.
Yeah, I'm saying both. Yeah, that would be crazy though. If the Earth is flat, I mean, how? What is beyond that? Beyond the Earth?
We don't know, dude. We don't know. If we're in a container, it means we live in a giant terrarium. We don't know what we're given.
Do you think it is a couple? A dome? Do you think there is a dome?
I don't know. Have you ever seen Wembley Stadium? Have you ever seen Wembley Stadium? Or like a football dome or a cricket dome?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the dome doesn't come all. Yeah, the dome doesn't come all the way down to the ground, right? It's just a dome on top, like a lid, and then there's like straight up and down walls all the way around. Same concept. Listen to this video though, dude. This is what they say you're supposed to see on the globe, right?
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved, that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water's surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves. Which, if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more where it came from. You can subscribe to us on this YouTube channel. You can like.
Anyway, that's what you're supposed to see.
Okay.
And then all you got to do is go out and find something that's a little bit further away. See if you see what you're supposed to see.
Okay. Yeah, I try to pay attention to the 3 videos.
That's a big thing about like how we've been taught everything. We were taught that it was a globe, and so we kind of dismissed what we were seeing with our eyes. But if you go out there now with fresh eyes, being a little bit skeptical and just being more objective about your observation, you might be surprised about what you come up with. Any other questions?
No, I don't have any other question. For now.
No worries, man. Yeah, you just got to be curious enough and keep doing research. You'll figure it out. You'll start seeing the devils in the details. What's up, new person? What's up, Bernabio?
Hey, hello.
How you doing, man?
Doing good, doing good. What about you?
Just chilling, getting everything ready for tomorrow.
That's good. I just wanted to
brings
join what everyone is saying. What's the debate about? Kind of listen
We're
to
waiting for somebody to debate
Why is everyone mute?
because people are respectful.
Just listen. Yeah, so just curious, do you have any good evidence that the Earth is a globe?
You don't need to host, man.
I'm sorry, what are you criticizing me for?
I said you don't need to host.
Yeah, I'm not hosting, I'm just asking a question. What's wrong with asking that question?
Well, because we know what your stance is, so there's no reason to ask.
It's just a simple question. But I guess he doesn't have an answer because he's not.
Is this debate? I just want to know. Is this debate still popular? Like, do you guys think that
It's not really a debate anymore.
it's not a debate anymore? Is it still like people talk about it around the world, or I just want to know how
Yeah.
popular this debate is?
Well, people are waking up every day to the idea that the Earth is flat.
When was your first time that you heard this?
About
Which
4
year?
years ago.
4 years ago? Okay. I think the first time I heard it was in 2017.
Right on. What did you hear about?
This flat Earth versus globe Earth thing.
Yeah, I know. What did you hear?
I'm just saying in general, like I heard different stance on the matter.
All right. What conclusion did you come to?
Oh, conclusion. I'm more of like more inclined into the globe.
Okay. Any reason why?
No,
None?
no, it just sounds more of like the popular opinion.
So you just go with the flow, whatever's popular, you stick with it. You don't want to rock the boat. If everybody jumped off a cliff, you would too.
Yeah, since I have a roof on my head, yeah, and something to eat.
That's not a way to live. You're not really living, man. You're just bowing for your next meal.
I mean, depends on like an existential question, but depends on what you want from life.
What if you came out and said the earth was flat, what would that prevent you from getting in life?
The beauty is in the simplicity.
Yeah, simply beautiful that the earth is flat.
You'll be like against the popular opinion. That's not simple.
Not really. You ever heard the phrase, if you don't stand for something, you'll kneel for everything?
Yeah, and what's wrong with kneeling?
Yeah, it's just a weak mindset, if you ask me.
Yeah, but like we don't have to be strong. We can be weak and live a great life.
Not really. Weak people don't live great lives.
Can you give me example?
Most weak people enjoy making minimum wage because they're afraid to go out and actually do something.
If you look at it from the humanity standpoint, people right now who have low wage are and way better than people who used to live in the Stone Age. At least they can pay their own rent. At least they can
How do you know there
work,
was a
have a
Stone Age?
purpose. How do I know? Because like it has to start from somewhere. We didn't start developed. We didn't start as a modern society.
How
We
do you know
started
where
from
we
the zero.
started?
How do we know? Just based on logic. They have a building in
How
front
so?
of you. What's the start of that building? It started from nothing. It started from stone, and then we built that building.
It was created, right?
That's practical
It
evidence.
didn't evolve into a building. It was created, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so when something's created for greatness and it's well structured, it's already far more advanced than, you say, like a cave, right?
Yeah. Why do we have to be into that narrative of not following the mass opinion? Like, why do we have to give it more value? While people who just take the easy route are okay too, and they can do that too.
Well, there is no easy.
Sorry?
I said there is no easy route.
There is.
Not. Strength comes from hard work, not from being weak and easy.
Oh, that's what they like to tell you. They made you believe that.
Civilizations collapse because of weakness. Structures collapse because of weakness. Weakness is not good.
We cannot all be strong. To make a society, you have to
That's
have
not true.
weak people, you have to
Nope.
have
That's not true.
smart people, stupid
No.
people. We
No.
need everything to make a society.
No.
Otherwise, we will be
No, we don't.
all striving for the best things, and
The
we
weak
can't
and
have
stupid
everything.
are being dragged along in society because of governing officials and governing bodies. That's the only reason why
Yes,
weak and stupid people
that's the
exist.
capitalistic system.
That's
Capitalism.
not capitalistic.
Yeah, we need to have poor people in order to sustain the rich. We cannot all be rich.
Now that's a
the best
different
system
story.
we have.
In order for someone to win, someone has to lose, but that doesn't mean all people have to be weak.
When I say
some people who are weak-minded and don't want to be overthrown of their power prefer to keep people weak so they can stay in power.
If they did sustain power, it means that they outsmarted everyone else.
Momentarily, yeah.
Either with money or with evil or whatever. But if you consider, it's still being smart, not weak.
Conniving can be intelligent, but I mean, also if you systematically make it impossible for people to rise above a certain level, I mean, you can call it being smart, but
So now when you
eventually people are gonna fight back.
When you support an idea like the earth is flat and truly believe that, how would that benefit you in this? You see what I mean by having a weak or strong? Let's assume you're a strong mindset. While having this belief, in what exactly this helps you, or this is not like Bitcoin where
when you buy a house,
should
you
like
go out
invest early.
and you
You can't
when
do
you buy a
anything
house,
with an idea like this.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can. when you buy a house, you go outside and you survey the land and you make note of your entire property and you understand where it is that you live. And so when you understand where you live, you can begin to make improvements on how your life is going to be.
You like, I wanna say you. How does this benefit you right now
Yeah,
to
you
make
can.
you a successful person?
Once you know where you live, you can begin to improve on how your life is going to be.
You're still
If you
giving
don't know
me.
where you live, you're a slave to your system.
I want tangible ideas. Like, how does this help you? I don't want broad. I want tangible ideas. When I say, for example, if we're having a early discussions and we're supporting an idea, let's say Bitcoin in 2010, we have a plan that we're talking about something. But you right now talking about the flat Earth and this debate.
It's not a debate.
Yeah. Besides knowing where you live, give me tangible reasons and how this helps you, and I'm genuinely interested. How this idea
Yeah,
and
when
how
I go out in
defending
the
this
world,
idea helps you.
I have no
Tangible.
more belief. When I go out into the world, I have no more belief about where I live. I know where I live. Because I know where I live, I can begin to make improvements on life based off of the surroundings that I have.
What improvements you would make that are different? Either you live on globe or a flat. Give me
For
examples.
one, I no longer have lies in my mind. Now I get to go out there with a clear mind and I get to control the world around me. I get to
Other
generate the world.
brother, I'm telling you, give me tangible something that I can see. Materialistic benefit for you. Something really concrete you can touch.
Why does it have to be materialistic?
When you tell me it would help me and build everything, don't have lies, that's not convincing enough for someone who's new to this idea.
Like I'm trying to explain something to somebody who believes that it's okay to live as a slave under the rule of other people.
Yeah, you know why? Because he has tangible proof that living like that is better than living in a jungle in the Stone Age.
Why?
At least you have a system. At least you
What's the
have that
Stone Age?
comfort. At least you have a comfort to go sleep at bed. At least you live in a first world country. You see, when you compare something to another thing, it becomes like, you know
What's
what I
to say
mean?
that you can't go to the jungle and turn that country into a first world?
I'm gonna give you an example. You having a low wage, working in McDonald's, for example, in America, or at least you're better than someone who lives in a third world country.
No, you're
See?
not.
So it's relative. Yeah. People who don't have water, people who they don't even have water to bathe and to shower. So that's not being weak, that's being grateful, whatever you have.
So you trade slavery for comfort.
You call it slavery, I call it capitalism, and that's the system that worked.
I mean,
You
it
can
doesn't
make
sound
your
like you
way
really
up.
pay any bills, so you don't really know. Yeah.
You can make your way up, but it's gonna be a bright one.
I can say that. You'll figure it out. You're young.
What do you do? What do you do if you don't mind sharing?
Everything.
Like, what's your job?
Well, let's see. I've been to combat. I was a paramedic for 15 years. I worked in the oil field for 8 years. I do sales. I do everything.
Oh, so you've
I've
been
done carpentry work.
different fields. Interesting.
I go where the wind blows.
Yeah.
Right. See, life experiences help you grow as a person. Doesn't sound like you have very much. What do you do?
I finished school. Now I'm early in my career. I'm more of like in IT.
All right. Are you any good at math?
I don't like math that much, but yeah, a little bit.
Have you ever heard of the equation C equals 2 pi r?
Oh yeah, that got explained to me by like I've had the conversation before with flat earthers. I heard a little bit of their arguments.
So can you tell me what the equation means? C equals 2 pi r.
No.
What about you, Matthew? Can you tell me what C equals 2 pi r is?
I can.
Are you able
You
to,
want
or
me
are you
to?
upset with me?
Oh no, I can. To prove it, I will tell you. C equals 2 pi r means the circumference of a circle is equal to 2 times pi times its radius.
Do you know what that means, Bernabeu?
Yep.
All right. So I'll come to you again in just a second, Matthew, if he doesn't have a question. Let's see if he knows. Can you solve for C? Can you solve for the circumference if you don't know the radius?
We'll go back to Matthew.
All right, Matthew. Can you solve for the circumference if you do not know the radius?
No, if you're using that equation, then you have to know the radius in order to get the circumference.
Okay. Can you solve for the radius if you do not know?
You cut off a bit. Could you say that again?
Sorry. Can you solve for the radius if you do not know the circumference?
Oh, so
no.
it's him. So it's him who's cutting. I thought I was lagging.
Oh, is it me?
I don't know.
Can you
Might be me.
hear me? No. I think my thumb might have been over the microphone. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Am I better?
Yeah, we can hear you good. Yeah, go ahead.
So for can't solve for the circumference without the radius. Can you solve for the radius without the circumference?
Not with that equation.
So you have to have one in order to solve for the other, right?
If you're using that equation, then yes, you have to have one in order to solve for the other using that equation. If you have some other independent way of determining those numbers, that would be another alternative, I guess.
What would be another way of?
Like, if you're looking at something round, let's say a quarter, 25-cent piece, you could measure all the way around the circumference without referring to the radius or the diameter. Or vice versa, you could take a ruler and measure across the diameter without even ever knowing what the circumference is.
Right. So one of those has to be measured first in order to solve for the other, right?
Yeah, I mean they're related quantities.
I mean, I knew that. I just wanted to create the dialogue. Is really what I was going for. No, that was one of the reasons why I became a flat earther. You know that, Matthew?
What? Because of that equation?
Yeah, it literally popped into my head one day, and I'm like, oh my god! Like, how old was I? I was probably 40. So I hadn't done high school math 24 years, and it just popped into my head. Like, when would I ever use that equation, and then it dawned on me why I would use that equation. Because in order to solve for one, you have to know the other. Yeah, it has to be measured. You need a measurement.
Yeah, measuring is one way to do it.
I mean, you can't calculate it.
Why not?
I mean, if you just want to like throw random numbers at it and give it a random value without any real measurement.
Well, I mean, the circumference and diameter of circular objects is related to lots of other things. Like, you could figure out the circumference of your car, of your car tire, by seeing how many times the wheel rotates over a certain distance. I mean, there's lots of different measurements and calculations you could do that are related.
But that's a measurement.
Right. So you don't, like I said, if you take a quarter and use a ruler, you can figure out the quarter's diameter without knowing its circumference.
Actually, no, I don't even think that's true because like your tire could be twice its size and go twice as fast, and you wouldn't know the difference.
Yeah, you'd have to be careful with your calculation, but yeah, you'd have to know the radius of your tire, and then you could use that plus the distance traveled or the time.
How would you know the radius of your tire?
By measuring.
Self-defeating. That's the whole point of it, right? If you don't have a measurement, a first order measurement, all the other calculations are bunk.
So how does this have to do? What's this have to do with flat Earth? How did this convince you?
Well, I mean, so if you didn't measure the radius, you didn't measure the circumference, how do we know the horizon is at the location that they say? Telling you the horizon's at the location that they say. You go out and you find out you can see much further, and the horizon's even further behind that. So that was the end of the globe for that.
Yeah, I don't know that people use the distance to the horizon for a calculation for how large the sphere is. Eratosthenes used some other kinds of algebra, and other kinds of geometry to calculate the circumference of the Earth. But you're right, he wasn't directly measuring that. He was directly measuring the size of the shadow or the angle of the shadow.
Right. And so I guess my question would be, like, how did he communicate with the person that was at the other location?
No, he didn't.
Was he at the same latitude?
No, he was a different latitude.
Was he at the same longitude?
It was close, but not exactly, I think. It was not exactly north and south, but it was fairly close, I think.
So if you're not exactly at the right location, then your calculations are all going to be off, right?
It would be off by a little bit, depending on how far off you are from that same longitude.
And then what were some other assumptions that he made?
Well, for one, he knew the Earth was a sphere, so that was one of his assumptions.
Oh, this is a big ass shadow that he produced somehow. Like, I know clouds can make a big shadow, but like that's the size of a cloud. So what stick was he using to produce a shadow? Talking about you can't even hear or see the person on the other side of it.
You okay, dude?
Well, yeah, he put you could do that with a stick that's 1 meter high.
So what were some assumptions that he made?
He assumed that the Earth was a globe. You'd have to, if you're going to try and measure circumference, you have to actually assume that there is a circumference, right? Or to calculate a circumference, I mean.
Right. What else?
He also assumed that the sun was sufficiently far enough away that its rays were close enough to parallel that that his calculations would be accurate enough. So infinite distance to the sun, basically.
Don't church it up there, Mr. Joe Dirte. What did he really assume?
Don't what?
I said don't church it up there, Mr. Dirte.
I don't know what you mean by that, but the assumption was that the rays of the sun are parallel.
And how far away did he assume the sun to be?
Like I said, that would assume an infinite distance to the sun.
So a lot of assumptions were made just so that way he could satisfy his idea that the Earth, satisfy his assumption that the Earth could be. Sorry, his assumption that the Earth could be a globe. I'm sorry, it's late. I'm ready to head out to bed here in a little bit.
But yeah, he assumed that the Earth had a circumference in order to calculate the circumference. You're right about that. I mean, it wouldn't make sense otherwise. How would you calculate a circumference if a circumference didn't exist?
Anyway, yeah, all interesting. But I even find it more interesting too that you agree that in order to know the size of the tire, to verify based off of rotations how big it would be, you'd still have to do a measurement to confirm it.
So,
What's up, Curious?
hey there. I think that he did make a measurement. He hired somebody to walk between Alexandria and Syene. I guess in those days there was people whose job it was to walk along and measure distances. So he had somebody measure that distance for him. And I don't think he had to communicate with somebody down in Syene because he'd seen a report that on the solstice that the sun was straight overhead and would cast light straight down into a well, and the vertical columns didn't cast a shadow. So he was just using that as the point for which the sun is overhead, and so wasn't taking a measurement there. He was just using that report to give him a place where the sun would be overhead. And then up in Alexandria, he could use his stick to get a measurement on the shadow to get his angle for the sun.
I'm not in disagreement with the philosophy. My contention is how did he know it was directly overhead if he wasn't on the same longitude?
So he is. It is roughly on the same longitude. So for the roughness of his calculation, the degree which it was off, he didn't consider to be a problem.
I'll see if I can find it. I think I got a screenshot of it. Yeah, I'll have to dig and find it again.
And I see something in the chat saying about how did he know that the person was telling the truth down in Sayin. I don't think he would have a way of doing that, but he saw this report that was, kind of a travel log sort of thing. That somebody was saying like, "Hey, here's this cool phenomenon that you can see in Sayin on the solstice," and he went from there.
So it's about almost 3.5 degrees off.
Even degrees different.
What's up, Kiwi?
That's about 7 degrees different.
Yeah, no, I that's what I've always wondered about people when they say that taking like shadow angles and stuff like that. Are they including refraction in that as well?
كلكم أصدقائي ما بتعرفش تفهموا حاجة صوريهم بتاعي يعني استغفر الله كلنا
What's up, Shady?
لكن امبارح بيقول لي عايز أضرب مش قادر The word is sphere not a cubic my evidence is a gravity center of gravity should be in the center of كوكب الأرض
Oh yeah.
and also it should be 3D لأن إحنا عايشين في عالم 3D بقول لكم إيه مش عارف أقول لكم بالإنجليزي
I guess that's the end of that.
Part of the problem with the Eratosthenes things is that we don't really know what units of measurement he was using. Like, he said the Earth was 250,000 stades or stadia big, but we don't know exactly how much that was.
Probably a stride.
But can you imagine that job? He was the freaking librarian at the Library of Alexandria. Can you imagine what kind of crazy scrolls were in that place? What a loss to the world when that burned.
I think the church took most of it before it burned. He was more than just a librarian, man. He had like every title known to man.
Yeah, he was the guy.
And yet there's no writings, people writing about him. Hey, T-Dub, you awake, bub? Kimbo's probably close to being.
Yeah, man. What's up, man?
Oh, nothing. It's just getting late here. I'm gonna head off to bed. I'm just seeing who's around.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm here. I'm not saying I'll be much help.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how long you'll be around, but I know DJ will probably be in early. If you want me to, I can put on the bot. I just don't want to miss the opportunity to talk to
Oh, look, go for it, man. Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, so the history of this, I think everybody in here agrees it kind of started with the Nikon P900 and people posting their photos on Reddit. I mean, I remember coming across this before I took Flat Earth seriously too, back in like 2014. So Yeah, the Nikon P900 revolutionized consumer-grade digital optics, where you could grab a digital camera with an 80x real-life optical zoom and zoom in on things that you never could zoom in on before. I think Nikon's entire marketing promotion was to shoot the moon. Yeah, their design spec required them to allow the user to take close-up images of the moon's surface. And this is something that's been very difficult to do, but the Nikon P900 does it and does it well. So people started buying these, right? And they started taking them on vacation and started zooming in on the horizon at the beach, right? Hey, let's go watch those ships go over the horizon. Only they were watching ships way beyond where the globe horizon should be. And people posting like, is this for real? Like, what the hell's going on? And then people took other images too, zooming in on shorelines across bays, across large bodies of water, downriver. I mean, it got people really asking. So that's kind of the genesis of this, was people noticing that we can see beyond where the globe limits lie. And it got people digging further, like, okay, let's go test how big the globe should be. And let's figure out what the globe claims to be, not to anthropomorphize the globe, but the globe has a 59 mile radius. So you can do some quick trigonometry and derive the distance to the horizon for any observer height, which comes out to 1.22 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric, in a vacuum, perfect environment, distance to the horizon where it should be on a globe. It's a great rule of thumb. I mean, you can almost do the mental math yourself, particularly for observations like 1 foot off the ground, as is the case with the oil rigs. We used to call it the black swan, probably not a good title for it anymore, but we've got these observations of oil rigs that serve as distance markers that are well before the horizon, way, way beyond the oil rigs. And that's the whole point of the oil rigs, is to serve as distant markers so that the camera's height from 1 foot off the ground can zoom in on the horizon past the oil rigs and see flat Earth. I mean, it's just remarkable. Oil rigs being 6 to 9 miles plus. There are two of them individually. So if the observer is 1 foot off the ground, where should the curvature begin? At 1.2 miles. That's it. So how is it you can see a continuous surface, not only from the shore of the ocean, but going all along up to the bottom of the oil rigs and beyond the last oil rig, way off to the horizon? How is it you can see it's got to be easily 20, 30 miles plus from 1 foot off the ground? It's remarkable. And more observations started to pile in. People start to claim, oh, there's refraction. And usually they don't know what they're talking about, because most people who study what refraction is don't even know what the hell refraction is. It's a very complicated, very, very green field area of physics, particularly involving meteorology, not necessarily laboratory conditions. So people started modifying their P900s to take care of that. You know what they do? They modify the sensor, they pop on an infrared lens, and now they can see infrared super zoom, long distance. And oh man, it just gets worse for the globe, because you'd expect to see the horizon of the globe to pop out at you. Like, let's say you're, a 5 to 6 foot observation height holding your infrared converted Nikon P900. You should be able to zoom in on the curvature of the Earth that's 3 miles away. And people can see far, far beyond that. And at some point, some flat earther said, what if I were to take this up in an airplane? What if I were to take high-end infrared converted optics up in an airplane to 35,000 feet? What can I see? So you got folks like Jay Tolan Media One. He's got this YouTube channel, been around for, 8 to 10 years now. He just flies all over the world, taking long-distance, high-altitude infrared imagery of the beautiful flat Earth. And the best part is he's an actual RF engineer, and he knows what he's doing when it comes to photogrammetry. That's using the geometry of images in the camera in order to ascertain distances and sizes of objects in the image. I mean, he's zooming in on mountain ranges that should be 100,000, 150,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth. But you could freaking see the mountains in the base of the mountains that they're on. Like, what is going on, folks? I mean, it's almost with this technology, like taking a spy satellite and aiming the damn camera sideways at the horizon instead of straight down to look at newspaper print and zooming way in on it. It's freaking trippy as shit to see such a flat Earth. And then got people questioning, well, what about radio? VHF operates line of sight. People install microwave links, which is point-to-point antenna links to get high-speed communications going. People started examining what they were doing as jobs. You got microwave tech installers now saying, holy shit, I think Earth is flat because we're able to propagate distances well beyond any curvature, well beyond even the claimed globe of globe terrestrial refraction of microwave, which is 4/3R. I mean, there are now like Wi-Fi claims, low power Wi-Fi claims going out hundreds of miles over the ocean. So it just gets crazier and crazier. And over time, we've now built up this huge library of long distance observations, not just in, visually, but beyond the visual spectrum, into infrared and into microwave. And Earth just behaves flat in this manner. We try to measure curvature and can't find it anywhere. And then we decided to go examine, well, why do people believe in the globe in the first instance? How was this created? Well, we figured that out too. And now we're wondering how the hell we got here as a civilization. Why is it 2025 and we still believe that Earth is a ball? It's harder to believe that the world has gone mad with this globe delusion than it is to accept that the world is as flat as it measures and is observed to be. I tell you, folks, it's crazy. I don't know, how much more bait can we dangle out there, like gyroscopes? We could talk about gyroscopes. We could talk about maps. We could talk about surveying, navigation, cartography, the geometry of maps itself, relating to differential geometry and topology and manifolds. I mean, really, what I like about this topic, even if you aren't a flat earther, if you can't even get on board with that for whatever reason, I get it. There's mental blocks. I had a huge one for a long time. This topic gets you researching things that you probably either long forgot, things that you studied in school perhaps once. Maybe you dropped out of a physics program in college 30 years ago, and now you're like, holy crap, do I still have my textbook in the basement somewhere? Let me dust it off and take a peek. I mean, maybe you studied some geometry at a higher level in high school or something, and now you're like, holy crap, I need to figure this out again. I need to study geometry and trigonometry again. Let me go study that. Let me go study some chemistry. I might need to know how the air freaking works, and I need to know a little bit about fluid dynamics. Maybe I need to learn about static pressure of water and containers and stuff. Maybe I need to dig into that too. This topic, Flat Earth, takes you everywhere, and you will study more. If you are totally going to engage this, you will study more than you ever did when you were a full-time student, on top of your full-time job and whatever commitments you have going on. And honestly, it can lead to some imbalances in life. You got to be sure to not neglect your relationships and make sure that you take this topic in stride. And by that, I mean, it is absolutely important as a topic itself, but your real life relationships matter more than this, I would say, especially your relationship with God if you have a deep spiritual life. This topic, I think, is ancillary and may be incorporated into some of that, but for the love of God, literally, don't neglect your relationships.
Any chance of a little rant about how the spherical coordinate system that was originated from the sky was basically hijacked into a terrestrial coordinate system and called the globe?
Yeah, briefly. I kind of think it came out of the age of sail. It came out of navigation. a need to have some kind of way to conceptualize, to construct the stars. I call it a star field, into a geometrical object that sort of works. So there's a pragmatic utility in this when they constructed the sky and the stars into a celestial sphere. This started happening actually with the Greeks, but it really took on its formation with the astronomical and nautical almanacs that became popular during the Age of Sail. So we're talking 15, 16, 1700s is when this really kicked off. And they realized as they had to use sky geometry in a spherical manner, that they were having topological mismatches with the flat Earth below their boat and sailing. So in order to get arc lengths in the sky that they'd measure with angles and to get a distance relationship to correspond to the ground, they had to form arcs out of the surface on the ground, and that became nautical miles. And they did this in order to retain symmetry, retain a scalability between the sky and the Earth. And the reason for this is if you were to project three-dimensional ball geometry from the sky onto a flat surface on the ground, you're going to have problems with planar sailing, with planar surveying and triangulation. You're not going to be able to form triangles whose corners meet and whose sides are straight, and your geometry is going to be all fucked up on a flat Earth. So in order to be consistent, they mathematically contorted the ground into a ball too, and that became a globe. And then so what they're doing is they're basically printing flat Earth like wallpaper into the interior of a globe that's the sky ball. And then they're imagining their ships and their people that are walking around on the top side of it. That's your globe. The globe is just a convenient way to conceptualize navigation with the celestial sphere, and it kind of reified itself into existence in reality. The entire coordinate system we use, latitude and longitude, which we think of today as being ground coordinates, exist first as sky coordinates, a way to look at the relationship of stars and their motion over time in the sky. Again, using a celestial sphere construction, man-made construction, even though the sky doesn't exactly behave like a sphere. So latitude comes from what's called declination, which is your distance from the celestial equator. That's right, the equator too is a conceptual line, an arc in the sky. It's above what people consider today's the equator of the globe. And your declination is your distance from that. And 90 degrees puts you under Polaris in the north, puts you under a similar point in the south. Orthogonal to that, something called right ascension, which is where we get longitude from. And to figure that out, you kind of need clocks. And this is looking at stars as they move east to west in the sky. Stars have different angular displacement depending on how far away they are from the celestial equator. So as they move towards what we call the poles in the sky, they don't exhibit much of any angular displacement over time, with Polaris being relatively fixed. So those coordinates were mapped into the surface in order to retain the sky geometry and to make a topological match. It doesn't mean that the distances are indeed accurate, but if you have a coordinate system and you can calculate it and use it internally consistently, you can apply this to any topology, whether Earth is flat or not. And I gotta go. I'll be listening later on. Take care, guys.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for letting me monologue for a bit.
You know what? I'll read this because it's been a long time since I read it. And nobody never knows like how I go in, because it's like all most people hear is, damn, this dude's mic is terrible. And then they hear me screaming, but I did some work here. Let's see, where is it? Astronomer. Why would they lie, right? This is before I got my new conversation. I wish a heliocentrist would ask me why they would lie, because then I go to who's they. Okay, the people that say that we're moving around the sun, that would have began about 500 years ago with Copernicus, and Copernicus is a priest. You want to debate that? We can do that. But anyway, I don't know anybody who would be, family to a certain unit of people. Like every family has their profession thing, right? So he grew up in the church. He worked for the church, and in order to be a bishop, or in order to be a priest, you got to be a bishop first. So if his name is on text to be a priest, so I can't say he was, but in order to be a priest, you got to first be a bishop. So all of these things, I'm like, the people that were in the church for some reason told these people who couldn't read the Latin text at the time that the earth was moving. Obviously, that's why everybody fucking left. And that's why they changed their tune. Oh, the church is not changing. Well, we're not saying that. We're actually existent. You're lying. But anyway, so it's just like, who's lying? Well, the people that have said that we've moved around the earth. Now, how do I know that they're lying? Why? Fast forward 400 years later, Edwin Hubble says, and this is where Winston picks up. He always runs my favorite quote from Edwin Hubble. And Edwin Hubble basically said, we don't have any evidence of it, like any actual evidence, but this is what we're going with. That's basically what he said. So I'm like, okay, so he's the protege for all of his descendants, which means, well, for all of his, you know what I'm saying? So that would mean you should definitely fucking know why it was proposed that the earth goes around the sun. So you telling me that there's no evidence, Einstein telling me that there is no evidence, everyone else telling me that there's no evidence, but that's what they're going to go with anyway, just tells me what I need to know. All I need to know is you guys didn't actually have any evidence. That's it. So why are they lying? Well, if there are people who claim to be, the church body, and they're going against the cosmology in the very first book of their cosmology, they're probably doing that because they don't want to accept God. I can't see any other reason why anyone would lie about the religion that they're inside of. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, why don't you think about that instead of asking why they would lie? So it's so flippantly, it's like you really don't want to know the answer because it's really deep. But anyway, before that, I wrote this down, and this was a comment from someone else, and I'll end it like this. I'll give me 60 seconds to go through, and then I'll be done. So I took some astronomy classes, in college, and I took psychology. I'm 100% flat earther. Oh, look, flat earthers go to school. Wow, I didn't know that. Education is not truth. Being taught something for 10 years and making 90,000, so it's 90,000, to teach it doesn't make it true. Keeping the lies going will keep the funds coming. And unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. And by the way, we have quotes upon quotes upon quotes of other physicists, scientists, astrophysicists in this field, either in modern times or before, that have literally said, I dare not go against the paradigm. I dare not go against academia. So when people are asking, well, where are the people that are questioning shit? Well, why are there so many people saying I'd rather not go against it? I mean, it's open your eyes. Anyway, unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. You can ignore you can ignore the spiritual side if you desire. But academia would be destroyed in many aspects, and we would have chaos. Anyone who teaches astronomy out on the streets, an astrophysicist at a university on the streets, I guess they're the same thing. Homeless and no more, $90,000 check. University libraries gutted, and the books for the college classes tossed. Libraries would be imperiled. The entire educational system, Rockefeller system, it goes twofold. One is for your education, and two is
Rockefeller, y'all.
Make money, but I'll breeze past that. Libraries will be imperiled. The entire educational system for teaching of the globe, space, astronomy, and so forth is basically destroyed by the truth. So, shape doesn't matter. Need more of a motive? Isn't that enough? Want more? How about NASA is finally shut down and the biggest court case ever would ensue? No more $58 million a day for green screen, harness videos, and stories of water on other planets. No more fake tragedies. Every tragedy that happened would have to be accepted as a fraud. Imagine the chaos of reaction from the American people. It would be genocide for the government. Every government on the face of the earth would be questioned, and the people with torches and pitchforks would be on the street. So when someone says, why keep the lie going, think about this. It doesn't take much effort on your part to just open your eyes.
In a world where in 2021 people still think the most effective way to understand something is to randomly bombard someone with questions prior to investigation or any logical deduction whatsoever. Welcome to Clown World. So I'm going to answer basic flat earth questions. There's someone in my comments spamming me with the questions. I don't have time to go back and forth and answer every Flat Earth 101 day one question all day on Facebook when you could easily research this stuff if you actually wanted to know the truth. It's actually pretty frustrating. But anyway, so the first question that this person is asking is, so are all the other planets flat? It's not even logical that it could be flat. The only thing that's illogical is to say that the Earth is a spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum where water bends for the first time in the history of mankind, adhering to the outside of a sphere as it spins and revolves around the sun that shoots through space 500,000 miles per hour, while the galaxy shoots 1.3 million miles per hour, and every single star for all recorded history resets over top of the Earth. Is the Earth... Well, what about the other planets, right? That's the question. Well, are all the other planets flat? I actually answered the question, but that's why I'm pretty, I don't know, aggravated, because you asked the question again, right? So I need you to listen. No one thinks that all the other planets are flat, okay? For one, there isn't other planets. When you say other planet, you are presupposing the Earth is in fact a planet, which is the very thing we are discussing, right? That's the question. Is the Earth a spherical planet? That's called a begging the question fallacy. Just reasserting that something's true isn't real. You'll be alright as I take away your little globe Earth religion that you were told about when you were 5 and you were given cartoons. This doesn't faze me at all. I'm literally not even fazed by it. So anyway, the word planet, instead of typing listen, okay? The word planet, the etymology for planet, listen. The etymology for planet is wanderer, okay? It's a wandering star. We document them all the time. I document them all the time. You can zoom in on them. They're pulsating orbs of light. They're not static, meaning still. You cannot in any way prove they're solid, terra firma, or spherical, because you see the same thing every single day for all recorded history, a pulsating orb of light. Now, even if there were spheres in the sky, which there's literally no evidence for that. There's literally none that exists in the history of mankind. If they were spheres in the sky, that still wouldn't make the Earth a ball. That's like walking up to someone's house and saying, look, there's a light bulb on the ceiling. That means that the floor is a light bulb. That's like walking in a bar, walking up to a pool table, grabbing a pool ball and saying, look, the pool ball is a sphere. That means the pool table is also a sphere, okay? The Earth is provably not curving, which means it's flat. They said it's a certain size, right? So the radius value is the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, right? Listen, please. They said that the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles. That means you have to see the curvature of the Earth at no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, it has to curve at a certain rate. You can Google it yourself. Earth curve calculator. This is not flat Earthers math. This is the globe Earth's models math. Okay, Google it. Earth curve calculator. I showed you a picture. We have mountains seen from 255 miles away. Listen. 255 miles away, and according to the globe Earth math, the top of the mountain in the back should have been blocked by 1 mile of Earth curvature. An entire mile of Earth curvature should have been blocking the top of the mountain, yet you can see the top of the mountain with the entire mile of Earth curvature missing. You can see the shoreline leading up to the mountain range. It's literally impossible. We have falsified the radius. It does not curve at the rate they said it did objectively. This is why it is censored by the government. This is why you ask questions like, oh, are we a disk in another solar system planet with other spherical planets? Because there's something called the Flat Earth Society, where everything they say is wrong and stupid and not one flat earther thinks any of it. It's called misinformation. So they admitted in Congress they censor flat earth, yet they prop up Flat Earth Society, which is not really flat earth. It's all misinformation. That should automatically raise a red flag if you're honest. What's on the other side? What's the other side? The deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. No one can dig deeper than that, conveniently enough. It's very similar to the distance of the deepest location in the ocean, called the Mariana Trench.
No one's ever dug deeper than 8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. Now, whenever the Globe Earth had predictions based on the supposed layers of this Globe Earth, they were proven inaccurate the entire way down the entire 8 miles. They couldn't even get the top 8 miles correct with predictions, much less could they ever adequately predict 4,000 miles to a core that doesn't exist, that they still can't explain how it somehow creates a magnetic field because of the Curie point, and it's literally impossible according to Stanford and Harvard and Yale and Princeton. They literally can't explain the magnetic field in 2021 on a globe Earth. Now, would you fall off the edge? These are like elementary first grade questions, and I'm being honest with you, right? You need to listen. You have been engineered to treat us as if we're stupid. But you should be honest. You know nothing about the conversation. You haven't diligently researched it. You've never measured it. You've never made a long-distance observation, and you know nothing about it. So when you ask these stupid questions like, can you fall off the flat Earth? That is called a straw man fallacy, right? Because no one thinks that. So can you fall off the edge of a lake? Can you fall off the edge of a shore? Of course not. There's a shoreline, right? You can't fall off the edge of a pond. There's a shoreline. The water's contained. There's something called this. You need to just listen, though. Right? Because this is so much information that you're going to have to learn for you to even get close to understanding the conversation. Stop trying to pretend you're going to make flat earthers look dumb, because you look dumb when you do that. You ask questions like, so what is up with the other planets? If you knew what flat earth really said, you know that that's a very dumb question. If you say stuff like, can you fall off the edge? You would know that's a very dumb question. There's something called the 60th south latitude, effectively a circle around you. It was signed in the Antarctic Treaty that it is illegal for you to privately and freely explore past this region. China, Russia, the United States have all signed it. It's the longest lasting peace treaty in modern history, okay? So all these geopolitical adversaries and enemies have all signed a treaty that says it's illegal for you to go explore past that area. So we cannot make claims what's past there because you can't go there to verify it. It's literally impossible and illegal, okay? The one thing that would prove the Earth's a ball is, for one, measuring the curvature of the Earth. Never been done. In fact, the opposite's been done. Every measurement of the Earth ever assumes a flat Earth, and we have measurements way too far to be on a globe Earth, including lasers that were shot without getting hit by the curvature. You need to listen. If you can come up with a question you think that I can't answer, that doesn't make the Earth a ball. We falsified the globe Earth. It is not curving at a rate consistent with the radius value of 3,959 miles. This is why we are heavily censored, and I've been censored on every major platform, and even PayPal and Venmo, because they forcibly censored the real flat Earth by telling you the lies. So you should listen very carefully. We know that the Earth is the bottom of everything, okay? The basement, effectively, in layman terms. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything. It's stationary, of course, meaning not moving. It's a geocentric stationary plane. We have mountains, we have valleys, but it's a topographical plane. The sky resets like a perfect clock over top of us for all recorded history. It all goes around Polaris, the North Pole star, directly over the center of the surface of the Earth, which is the North Pole, and it resets perfectly for all recorded history for thousands of years, doing the exact same thing. Literally impossible on a ball Earth spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space. This is why they said that the lights are actually thousands of light years away. Not because they went and measured something thousands of light years away, because they mathematically had to construct something consistent with the model, and it necessitated they'd be that far away because the stars don't change like they would have to if you had all these different vectors going on. It's called parallax, okay? So you need to understand the true origins of this religion, and it is a religion. It's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men with no empirical evidence. The Big Bang Theory was literally proposed by a Catholic priest, a Jesuit priest, proposed the Big Bang Theory. First time, the perfect shape's a sphere, a metaphysical, ontological premise, philosophical. The perfect shape's a sphere, so the Earth must therefore, by deduction, be a sphere. Let's try to figure out a way to mathematically prove that it could be a sphere. That's literally where it started. It's literally a religion. We were all shown cartoons of it, and they told you there's no more land on the Earth, and there's nothing significant about you. You're on a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing, right? And the truth is that they have put us in a little circle, like a playpen, and they said, you're not allowed to go outside of there, you stupid little peasants. And there are people that are the peasants running around attacking the other people, trying to wake them up and free them. It's insanity. You should research it. So 1945, we brought Nazis over here in Operation Paperclip, okay? One of the Nazis we brought over here was Werner van Braun, because the W is like a V, it's German, right? Okay, Werner van Braun was an SS officer of the Nazi regime. He was brought over here to help us get to the moon via space exploration, right? The Space Exploration Department he was put in charge of. In 1945, Operation Paperclip. It was called this because they put paper clips on certain people's files so they would know who to grab and pull over here out of the Nazi regime. Operation Paperclip, 1945. In 1946, the government started something called Operation High Jump. This is where they went and explored the Antarctic region with Admiral Byrd, a well-decorated admiral for the U.S. military. They went and explored the Antarctic region. He came back on nationally televised interview in 1954 and said, "It is astonishing to me that there is land as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored with tons of resources." He then died in 1957. In perfect shape, heart complication. 3 years later, he died in 1957. In 1958, NASA was founded, which means to deceive in Hebrew and has a snake tongue going through it. In 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty, which said that it was illegal to privately explore that region that they had just explored in Operation High Jump. In 1961, JFK then came out and told the world America's going to be the first country to land on the moon. In 1962, they then started to shoot high-altitude missiles in something called Operation Fishbowl, which was part of a bigger operation called Operation Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So literally meaning Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. The U.S. military shot high-altitude missiles up trying to penetrate the firmament and container. There's hundreds of documents explaining that there's a firmament and that there is in fact approximation method to determine the brightness of the firmament that was proven accurate. Your U.S. military documents that have been declassified, but it wasn't on CNN or TikTok, so you've never heard of it. That is how they've effectively brainwashed the public with cartoons since they were 5. So then they shot these up in 62, 1 year after JFK said we were going to go to the moon. Then JFK got assassinated. Then, in 1968, a movie came out called Space Odyssey about a moon landing, and it was the most famous movie at the time. It won Film of the Year. The year before we went, one of the astronauts that was supposed to be in the crew that went said, "We will never go to the moon. We can't even get to low Earth orbit. We can't even communicate in the same building with one another. It's impossible we go to the moon by 1969. He then went and hung a lemon on the module that was supposed to go. Right after this guy mysteriously exploded and died in a routine checking of wires on NASA's facilities. Then in 69, we miraculously were able to go after not being able to go to low Earth orbit in 1968. And then they called the president from a landline 238,000 miles away with no delay. Yet they say we cannot go back to this day over 50 years later because they quote-unquote destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to build it back, quote-unquote, from Don Pettit, world-renowned astronaut. This is where they supposedly took a real picture of the Earth from space in the Apollo missions when they supposedly went back and forth like 6 times with no problem, but now they still can't do it 50 years later because we can't replicate the technology from the 60s. In 72, we supposedly took a picture of the Earth in these Apollo missions, and that is the only supposed real picture of the Earth from space ever. They didn't go there. So very simply, a summary for you, okay? They brought Nazis over here who were typically famous for brainwashing people with propaganda. They said, hey, we're not going to hang you for your war crimes. We're going to revere you as scientific geniuses. We need you to help us with this propaganda effort. We're going to lie to the U.S. public and tell them that we beat the Soviet Union going to the moon. Then they went to explore the Antarctic region. They discovered that the Antarctic region had something there and what it was. They then came back and said, it's illegal for you to go there. And that treaty still stands intact where it's illegal for you to privately go explore it. They then said, don't worry though, we explore the Earth for you. You're not allowed to explore, but we explored it for you. Here's your little playpen. You stay in your circle, you little slaves. Look at space. Here's NASA. We're going to go to the moon. Something that you can never stand on, never land on, isn't terra firma or solid or spherical. Okay, so there you go. Are there any maps of the flat Earth? Literally every single map that exists in the history of all mankind is a flat Earth. The U.S. military still uses flat Earth maps for navigation and everything else in the world. There's no such thing as a globe Earth map. It's disproportionate. In fact, every single map is flat intrinsically. So the way that they navigate is based on Polaris and the movement of the stars in the sky, which they've done this for thousands of years, which continue to reset in perfectly recorded concentric circles every single year, right? Every map that exists is a flat Earth map. That's the only way you can navigate. Hundreds of declassified documents from the U.S. military saying the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is flat, that they use flat Earth assumptions for everything that they do, including engineering planes, operating military planes and aircraft, shooting missiles, long-distance ballistics. They always assume a flat, non-rotating surface. Okay, so I get it. It is a lot to take in, but I'm just letting you know you gotta look into this before you think it's crazy. I've been looking into it for 5 years. We have an observation where we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and we look out and zoom in, and the horizon's over 10 miles away. Based on the globe Earth math, geometry, right? If you're 1 foot off this sphere with a radius of 3959, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. So if you're 1 foot off the Earth, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. Yet 1 foot off the Earth, we saw the horizon over 10 miles away. That would require the radius to be 264,000 miles. They claimed it's under 4,000. We falsified the radius. It's not as simple as saying, well, maybe it's just a little bigger. They got it wrong. If the radius is wrong, the entire model's wrong. Day and night cycle uses this number. Gravity supposedly uses this number. Planet orbit trajectories use this number. You can never go to space without this number. You need something called the radius of orbit, requiring the radius of the Earth. Every single story they told you about going to space is fake intrinsically upon the falsification of the radius. The entire model has been falsified. This is why it's forcibly censored. That's why they will never debate this on national television. Just shut down the stupid flat earther and let an astrophysicist debate them. They'll never do it. Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to debate Eric Dubé. It was set up on Joe Rogan's podcast, the #1 podcast in the world for over a decade. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson had to back out. Then they showed you some supposed curvature from Felix Baumgartner at 128,000 feet when he supposedly jumped out and saw the curvature of the Earth. We then sent high-altitude footage, our balloons up, getting footage of the horizon at 120,000 feet, and it was completely flat up there, showing objectively they misled and lied to the entire world with a GoPro, who actually sponsored it with Red Bull, saying that this was the curvature of the Earth that you could see from the edge of space, not even close to where they claim space is, which is the Kármán line at 62 miles. And then, of course, that's the international one, and they say the U.S. acknowledges that 50 miles. Right? So when we sent it up and found out that it was flat, they then had to come out with damage control and use Neil deGrasse Tyson to say, a lot of people think that they saw the curvature of the Earth in the Felix Baumgartner jump. That's not true. You would never see the curvature from that height. You'd be 2 millimeters off this beach ball, and up there that stuff would be freaking flat. So why'd they show the whole world a curve that wasn't actually there until we went and tested it? Why did they tell you that when boats disappear, they're going over the curvature of the Earth, when you can actually go out, see the boat disappear, bring a camera out, zoom in, and you actually see it once again? Did I zoom in through the Earth X-ray vision with my P900? No. The boat appears to go away or disappear due to a limit of perspective. You have an angular resolution limit to your eyes. We also have something called the atmosphere, and you can't see infinitely through an atmosphere. Eventually you reach a vanishing point called a horizon, which is where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's horizontal, which is why it's called a horizon, because it's horizontal. And this place constantly fluctuates and comes back and forth based on the atmospheric conditions of the day, how clear it is, and how high off the surface of the Earth you are. It's not a real physical place that curves and blocks your view. It's an optical apparent location that constantly moves. So all observations of the history of mankind have showed a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is a geocentric stationary plane, a topographical plane with different elevation differences within it. And that is what all evidence shows you. It's the only way it could even exist. You also can't have the gas pressure that you're breathing sitting next to a vacuum. It's literally impossible. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase, pressure will fill the available space. Heat goes to cold, high pressure goes to low pressure. Systems seek spontaneous equilibrium. Second law of thermodynamics. This is a natural law, not a theory that you can change or debate. It's not something that someone came up with. It's something that happens always in nature. It's a naturally occurring phenomena that always happens. This is called a second law of thermodynamics, a natural law, right? So if you had pressure sitting next to a vacuum, it would instantaneously seek equilibrium, filling the vacuum. If you have a soda and you open it, it goes psh, instantaneously equalizing to the lower pressure around it. That's the second law of thermodynamics. You could not have gas pressure of oxygen that you're breathing or any of the gases sitting next to a vacuum. It would instantaneously fill the vacuum. You've been trained to say this word over and over and over. Gravity, 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 gravity. Well, gravity is not actually real. It's a concept. It's a theory that has no evidence. So whenever I drop something, it falls down because it's more dense than the air. If I let go of a helium balloon, it goes up because it's less dense than the surrounding air. It's lighter than the surrounding air. Not because it's gravity proof. Helium balloons do not go up because they're gravity proof. They go up because they're less dense. It's called relative density, right? If you wanted to get real specific, everything's intrinsically electrostatic, but that's not necessary. There is no scientific evidence for gravity. There is no experiment that's isolated gravity, and it's known for a fact in highest levels of academia that this does not exist. There is no isolation or scientific experiment validating gravity. That's why it's called the theory of relativity, where they say that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Two concepts. Can you bend freedom and love? Of course not. You can't attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions. This is called a reification fallacy. Doesn't matter. The only evidence ever to even be claimed that the Earth is in fact a ball with gravity is gravity has to exist because the Earth's a ball. Literally, that is the only evidence. If we assume the Earth is a ball, then gravity has to exist because it has to exist for the Earth to possibly be a sphere. It has to pull us down in all directions, omnidirectional, all directions. We have to be pulled down. So gravity has to exist. Yeah, we don't have any evidence for it. We can't prove it. We can't accurately define it. And when we apply it to the sky, it's off by 95% in 2021. They're off by 95%. It's called dark matter and dark energy. They still cannot explain the supposed model, not even mathematically. We have falsified it. The flat Earth can't explain magnetism. It can't explain the cyclical nature of the sky. It can't explain everything else that we see. The globe Earth cannot. Okay? So all scientific empirical evidence shows you this, and we have tested it. We proved that they lied. With cartoons, they lied to you. The same exact schooling system that told you Christopher Columbus discovered the United States when people were already here. The same exact system that lied to you about the Vietnam War and said that they attacked us and they attacked themselves and said that, in fact, they declassified. They had to do that to justify war, but they lied to the American public saying Vietnam attacked us and Gulf of Tonkin. Same ones that lied about 9/11. You shouldn't blindly believe the system. You should go look into it for yourself, and you will find out that most of the people that are lying, it's actually not intentionally. They believe the lie as well, and they propagate it forward. And there's something called compartmentalization, where people are trying to explain something that doesn't exist. So you ask questions like, why would they lie? They get $60 million a day from NASA. They're hiding more land and resources. They told you you're an insignificant speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing. Lightning struck primordial soup, and then rocks turned into fish eventually, that then turned into fish with feet, that turned into rodents, that turned into apes, that turned into humans, and there's nothing important about you. Random chaotic happenstance that you even exist over the course of billions of years of everything exploding from nothing. You get perfectly coalesced into spheres where happen to be you can somehow live here. So don't worry. Well, the truth is, the Earth is stationary and the center of everything, geocentric, and the sky moves in perfect circles over top of us around the center of the sky, right over the center of the Earth. And that means the Earth had to be created. It had to be placed there. So they're hiding the creator. There's 3 reasons. Also, you can't trust any of your senses. You think you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, but you don't feel it. You think the Earth is curving, but you see it flat. You think that the sun is sitting still in the sky, but you see it move. You think the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but you see it as the same size as the moon. And so you can no longer trust your senses. You do not think that you can adequately tell the difference between truth and fiction. You must turn to authority to get all of your answers that you cannot understand. So they have brainwashed you into a slave state where you always turn to the authority to know what truth is, because you have been told that you cannot figure it out on your own. This is how you have good brainwashing capability of a state. So there's 4 very rudimentary reasons they would lie. Why wouldn't they lie? Knowledge is power. If you're the only one with the knowledge, it's much more powerful. When does the government not lie? Okay, so there are your answers. They're hiding land and resources and money and brainwashing you, and they put you in a little circle and told you can't leave there while they go hang outside of it. Okay, so there's plenty of reasons why they would lie. It doesn't really matter why they lied. The motivation of lying is independent of the fact that they did lie. Okay, and falsification is independent of replacement. We falsified the globe Earth. We don't have to replace every fairy tale they said before it's still real. If you tell me Santa's real, and then I see mommy and daddy bring presents in the house, I don't have to go come up with a new fictitious character from the North Pole or Santa's still real. We falsified your claim that Santa's real. That's all there is to it. Falsification is independent of replacement. So there you go. There are the basics. You can't fall off. You can't fall off of a lake. There's a shore. Antarctica is known to have the highest elevation in the entire world. It is an ice ring effectively around the water. Captain Cook tried to circumnavigate the Earth, and he went for 68,000 miles, and all he saw was an ice shelf the entire time. You're not allowed to go independently verify this, though, so the water is contained, which is convenient because fluid statics is also a natural law. Water finds its level. Water at rest is always level, period. Okay, so water conforms to its container and finds its level. Well, conveniently, it's contained on this flat Earth, and it's level. Of course it is. So how is 70% of a ball level? It's impossible. It defies fluid statics, the second law of thermodynamics. There's no empirical evidence for it, and we see way too far. We see mountains from hundreds of miles away. We see the skyline of Chicago 60 miles over Lake Michigan should have been completely obstructed. We have mountains we can see from 273 miles away. We have mountains we can see from 103 miles away. We have nothing but evidence that falsifies the globe Earth. So if the surface of the Earth is flat all over it, what is it? Do I believe in aliens? Well, for one, what is the etymology of alien or extraterrestrial? Extra land, extra terrain. So if there are other lands that they have hidden where someone lives, technically they would be alien or extraterrestrial. We would be in the inner space. They drew a circle around us, and there would be the outer space. There is no alien coming from outer space where it's a vacuum that couldn't exist, that they're thousands of light years away, and some intergalactic civilization with different races coming to get you from outer space vacuum boogeymen. None of that's real. I don't make claims about whether aliens are real or not. I know they'll probably lie to you about it, and the same guy, Werner von Braun, that was the Nazi brought over here to lie to us about going to the moon, told his secretary that they would fake an alien invasion and also fake things about asteroids. I don't really know. You can look into Project Bluebeam, but it doesn't matter. And by the way, Werner von Braun also put Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone, which says that the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator. The firmament comes from the Hebrew word rakia, strong as bronze. It was stretched out over top of us to protect us, and we are like grasshopper inhabitants within the tent he stretched over top of us, and it's strong as bronze, like beaten out with bronze, rakia. So why did the guy that supposedly took us to space put on his tombstone that you can't go to space because there's a firmament there? Well, he let the truth out on his deathbed. He also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and in the science fiction book that the Nazi wrote in the 50s, the main character's title is Elon, and Elon supposedly takes us to Mars. I guess that the prophet of the Nazi was really good at predicting what would happen, right? He wasn't just good at mass murdering millions of people. He was also a prophet that knew that Elon would take us to Mars in 2021 and talk about how he's going to do it. So the world's a stage. Jules Verne wrote a science fiction novel in the late 1800s predicting the moon landing and where the rocket would shoot from, what state, what direction, how it would slingshot around it, and everything else. They take science fiction books and they tell the public that it's true while they know the truth. Powerful people are lying to you, okay? So do not fall for whatever they tell you. You need to look into things for yourself. Don't blindly believe anyone. Go research it for yourself. Go test it for yourself. And if you do this, you will find out that the earth is provably flat. I would have to sit down here and talk for another 3 hours to tell you every flat earth proof. There's something called specular reflections. You cannot have perfect reflections on a surface if it's not flat. It cannot be concave or convex at all. Specular reflections debunk the globe earth. We have local reflections from the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. This is impossible in the globe earth model. The model has to be, the sun has to be so far away we have parallel rays, right? So it's impossible. This debunks the globe earth. We have crepuscular rays, which are divergent rays that converge onto the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. Impossible on a globe earth. They say it's actually parallel. It just looks like that. We see that the sun and the moon are the same size. They say that the sun's actually 400 times bigger than the moon, just coincidentally, exactly 400 times further away also, so that it looks like they're the same size, so we can have total eclipses. Or maybe they're just the same size, bro, and the scriptures are true, and it says that there's a lesser light that rules the night and a greater light that rules the day. Okay, that's all there is to it. We see the same moon for all recorded history, while people claim it's a sphere that spins, but if it spun 1/4 a mile per hour, slower or faster, we'd see the other side of it, so it just perfectly sits there for thousands of years. That's a cool story, bro. None of this has any evidence. It's all fairy tales. What we know for a fact is that water always finds its level. To have pressure, you must have a container, which means the way that you're breathing is that gas pressure on the earth is contained, and we see way too far. The earth's a topographical plane. It isn't curving. This is just the way that it is. You can't go deeper than 7.8 miles. You can't go past the 60th south latitude. We need to wake up and then tell them that we demand to know the truth and to be able to freely traverse the earth. That is the next step. Not to try to attack the people that actually researched it, are bold enough to not care that other people get triggered and try to call you dumb or try to attack you because they were told that it's dumb. The people that are strong enough and intelligent enough to actually understand it, research it, test it, and then go speak about it are the people that are fighting for you, whether you understand that or not. And we're used to taking the bullets, but you should maybe jump on the side of that people actually doing what's best for humanity as opposed to trying to attack them. So there you go. It's all a lie. Georgia Guidestones prove it. Yeah, exactly. The Georgia Guidestones wouldn't work unless the Earth was a geocentric stationary plane Earth, right? Because it uses a compass, a clock, and a calendar. It shows Polaris day after day after day for all recorded history that it's been there, and it will always work, showing you where north is, because it doesn't change. For all recorded history, Polaris is in north. That's how you know where north is, so it would be a compass, right? It also shows you where the winter solstice and the summer solstice is. It shows you the time of the year. It's a calendar, because the Earth doesn't move and the sun does the same thing. That has the same cycle. There's a cycle over top of us like a clock that resets every year. This cost almost $1 million to build it, and it would be a complete waste of money if the Earth was a spinning ball. Okay, so that's just the way that it is. And they tell you what they want to do on there, and I think everyone should just wake up, maybe everyone should just wake up and stop getting triggered that we didn't go to the moon in 1969. Stop being surprised or acting surprised the government lied to you. Stop being surprised and acting like China and Russia lying is a big shock to you. The U.S. government has lied about everything. So what you should do is accept truth for what it is, right? It's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they have been fooled. That is not my problem. That is, you just need to look into the evidence and be honest. We see way too far. We falsify the curvature of the earth. There you go. I mean, I don't know what other basic questions I might have missed, but you should be able to figure them out. You'll ask stuff like, oh, you shouldn't look past the curvature. If the earth's a ball, it has to curve. If you were intellectually honest about this, you wouldn't get past that. You're like, wait, that's the most efficient way to test if the earth is in fact a ball with this radius. Geometry, measurements of shapes, sphere, certain size, dimensions, 3,159 radius. You would test that and see if it's curving at that rate, because it has to curve. If a woman's pregnant and she moves her hand across her stomach and then it comes down to the bottom, can she still see her hand? No, because the curve of her stomach physically obstructs her hand. That is what the earth has to do if it's a ball. This is where the answer lies. Is it really what they said it is? You can go measure the surface of the earth, and it is objectively, provably not what they said it is. So if your response to that is to not answer it or figure out how it could work or figure out what's going on or go test and see if that claim is true or see exactly if these observations really do exist, if your response is, oh, well, how do eclipses work? What about magnetic fields? What about, if you start asking every random question you can think of, you're being intellectually dishonest. You're diverting away, and you can't handle what the truth is. Right? So if you think you can ask a gotcha question that some flat earther might not answer, that doesn't change the fact we falsified the radius. Okay? We don't know all the answers. The globe earth knows none of the answers, right? People will say, what about eclipses? Eclipses debunk the globe earth, and they still use the Chaldeans from Babylonian time, 2500 BC, a geocentric stationary plane earth civilization. They knew the earth was flat and stationary and the center of everything, and they used something called the Saros cycle from the Chaldeans from 2500 BC to this day at NASA to be able to predict the eclipses. They cannot use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses at all. There's something called the Selenilian eclipse, right? And it's where the sun and the moon are both above the earth during the lunar eclipse, according to the globe Earth model, the reason you have a lunar eclipse is because the Earth blocks the light from the sun and casts a shadow onto the moon, and that's what actually physically obstructs the sunlight, causing the shadow, thus a lunar eclipse. Yet in the Selenian eclipse, a lunar eclipse, the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, above the Earth, a geometric impossibility on the globe Earth. And guess what year they said that they discovered this and recorded it for the first time? 1666. It's not a coincidence they told you that the first time they recorded the eclipse that debunked the model is 1666, 666, right? The same year that gravity was discovered by Isaac Newton, supposedly, in 1666, with a number of 6.67, right? Where we have north and south Arctic circles at 66.6 degrees, while the circumference of the Earth in nautical miles is 21,600, 6 times 6 times 600, while we're on a 66.6 degree tilt with a curvature rate of 0.666 feet per mile squared, shooting around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. Okay, so it's a lie, it's a Luciferian lie, and if you're actually at the highest level of the occulted people that try to control the world and lie to all of us, you have to know these things, or you're not allowed there, okay? So that is why they lied. It's simple. If you wanted to control and brainwash an entire group of people on the earth, what better way than to start by lying to them about the nature of the very place that they live? If you want to brainwash them on the earth, why not lie to them about the earth? Why not tell them there's no more land, it's a finite little sphere, and you have to stay here? Because there's more land and you get to control it. Why would they not lie? Knowledge is power. It's much more powerful if you're the only one with it. So there are the basics for you. You should research it, right? Flyman's watching, his panties are in a bunch. Dude is a gamma. Alright, I love you guys. I'm going to catch up with you guys later. Battery's about to die. I wanted to answer the basic questions. There you go. I can't go back and forth in comments. And if you watch this video, you'll understand why I can't go back and forth in comments all day. I have hundreds of people that are doing that and sending me messages. So, look at our content. Go find us and listen and learn and study and research. A lot of people on my Facebook will be helpful to you, but for everyone, drop the arrogance, okay? Drop the arrogance. When I first heard about Flat Earth, I thought it was dumb also. Then I humbled myself and researched it, tried to prove the Earth was a globe, and found out it is far from dumb. And if you're still on that wavelength, even though waves aren't things that don't have links, right? It's just a transverse movement in a medium that has to be there, the antecedent to any type of propagation. But anyway, I digress, right? If you're not even on that wavelength of understanding that it isn't a dumb conversation, you're nowhere close to the truth. You're nowhere close to the truth. So just humble yourself, be honest, seek the truth diligently, and then you will be good to go, right? And people will be more than happy to help you answer your questions. They want you to come over here and know the truth. That's our whole thing. We want everyone to wake up and realize we've been lied to so we can get our power back. But just be respectful. Don't expect to be able to just hurl insults and attack people and that people are just going to love you and be real nice and just keep letting you do it. Because the irony is that, you're projecting your own intellectual insecurity. I go around the United States offering $100 cash to anyone in these major cities that can answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth correctly, the basic questions about it, and no one ever wins the money. So be honest. You know nothing about it. It's okay. All the flat earthers know everything about it, right? So you should be real here. Just look into it. There's your little beginner's crash course. I love you guys. I'm going to go chill with another flat earther in a little bit, grab something to eat. I may do a computer stream later tonight. My phone's about to die. Peace out. Much love. MasqueradeTour.com, $ What's it gets a cash at, what's it protonmail.com, PayPal if you want to support the tour. I know I speak fast. I'm sorry. It's just like what I do. So I love you guys. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So strong people don't care what weak people think. Intelligent people don't care what dumb people think. And informed people don't care what ignorant people think. Stand tall and seek and speak the truth regardless of ostracism or any type of attack or pressure from society. It doesn't matter, right? The weak always do that. So just stand tall for the truth. And actually, whenever they revile you for his name's sake, rejoice, for they did it to all the prophets before you. Peace out.
Alright, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that it was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there is there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think it was?
Vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical. It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have a detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true, and you agree with me. So
hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really.
No.
Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
That was
this is amazing, right?
No, specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we lose that in a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
You got your mic sorted out yet, Donald?
Sorry if my voice is kind of broken. I just came from a 3 hour long conversation, so I'm just here to listen.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll just put it like this, okay? There is no hiding it. It's right out there outside your door, waiting for you to discover. You've already discovered it. You just don't realize it. You've already realized that the Earth is flat and motionless, unwittingly.
Like, what's the purpose? And then, what's the purpose of saying like the Earth is round?
Well, who exactly? Because, like, of course, they teach this in educational institutions, right? But they
Well, like, in
believe it.
general.
Yeah, they believe it to be true.
Oh, I mean, like, and like most of the flag elders I know they say like they actually know that there isn't round and they have a truth, or I don't know. Like, do you have a different opinion than them?
No, I'm just saying that the people that teach the Earth is a globe, right? Like teachers and universities, right? They believe it is.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So, is there anybody else that you would think would have to be necessarily lying?
Well, I don't know, maybe a government, I don't know, a scientific organization, I don't know. I'm just asking, I'm curious.
Right. So, if somebody presents to you an image, right, and it's got this big, colorful circle thing, green and white and blue and brown on it, right? It's a big circle on a black background, and they say, that's Earth viewed from a long way away, right?
Yeah.
And they say that is a sphere, right? We know, because we know that the Earth is not curving, the Earth's surface does not curve, does not match that imagery, right? In reality, we know that that's a lie.
Well, why? Why are they lying?
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're trying to convince you that it's a globe, right? It's that they need to convince you that they got far enough away from the Earth to be able to view it like that.
And why?
Because they want you to think that they have that ability.
Why?
Because that's power. Who else can do that? Can you do that?
Well, I mean,
Can
a
you go?
political organization cool, or even a company cool.
Yeah, so back in the 60s and early 70s, there was some men that claimed that they went far enough away from the ground to turn around and look at the Earth and see that it was a sphere, right? So nobody needed convincing, right, at that point. Now, yeah, there was still a little bit of a debate going on about the Earth's shape back then, right? But mostly people had accepted that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, right? It wasn't like the majority disbelieved that notion, right? And they needed convincing. Right? They already accepted that. So when they pretended to be able to go far enough away to view the Earth from that perspective, they had to show people what they already believed. They weren't going to show them something paradigm shifting. Like, hey guys, on our way to the moon, it turns out that Earth's actually like a triangle or it's flat or whatever like that. No. So they had to meet the expectations of they themselves, the expectations that they themselves would have, and that everybody else would have, right?
What shape do you think the Earth has?
Unknown shape.
Okay, so and also, and do you think they are hiding anything else regarding this topic, like anything about the Earth shape that could mean to something else? I don't know. Like I think some flat earthers say like there is a huge civilization beside the wall and stuff, like the ice wall in Antarctica.
Yeah, that's very speculative. I wouldn't claim to know such things. Look, is it possible that there's land, there's other land that's concealed from, that some people know about and they keep the information concealed? Yeah, that's quite easily possible. I mean,
fair enough.
I bet.
There's like a huge rational and like very different perspective from what I seen from other flat earthers.
Yeah, look.
Like, do you think like that there is like something like even compare or alike to an sphere?
Sorry, say again.
Like, do you think the Earth is something alike to a sphere? A sphere? Like a globe or something related? Like even
you mean
in a different unit?
Like we're on the inside of it?
No, I mean, do you think if the Earth has any, like, do you think the Earth has any, the shape has anything to do with a globe, like a sphere, or it could be just directly flag, or I don't know? What do you think evidence points out to?
No, I don't know about the shape. There's interpretations of observations that that's why they'll say it's. That's why astronomers and astrophysicists they look at the sky and then they take angle measurements and then they interpret that as though they are on a sphere, right? Viewing these things moving around in the sky.
The only thing I've seen about it is this. Oh well, I can send images, but like this image of the actual shape of there that is like a sphere, like all weird, like no the perfect sphere,
Oh, like yeah, no, they say it's an oblate spheroid, but yeah, no, no.
I just see
I think
the image like the geoid, the oblate.
yeah, no, I don't think the Earth looks like that. I don't think that the Earth is like an object floating in outer space.
Sorry, do you think it may be accurate?
No, I don't think that those images are accurate. I don't think they represent the Earth's shape.
Oh, okay. So you don't think the Earth shape is an geoid or an oblate?
Not
Just asking.
not as though we're living on the outside of it. For all I know, it could be some sort of oblate spheroid, but we live on a planar surface, like a plane, like a flat area inside it. But I don't know that. That's speculation. For all I know, that could be true, though, right? Like I don't know, but I don't think the Earth is like an object in outer space.
What do you think about like planets and the sun and stars?
They're light sources of unknown origin.
Oh, like they aren't like physical structures like we know them.
I don't know. I don't know. They could be. Don't know.
Okay.
I don't think anybody knows.
Yeah, maybe. Well, what kind of evidence do you need? Do you think you need to know or people or scientists need to know the Earth's shape?
Could you ask that again? Sorry.
Yeah. What kind of evidence or proof do you think we need to know the F true shape?
That would require extensive measurements and surveying of the surface of the Earth. Yeah. So far, we don't have access to the entirety of the surface. So we couldn't give you a complete overall determination of any kind of specific dimensions. But all we do have access to is is our immediate.
Do you think we could just take a picture from it from really far away for an individual that has the capacity, do you think it is possible to do something like that?
No, I don't think. I think all authentic imagery presented to the world from high altitude just shows a planar Earth and a flat horizon. I don't think that we can achieve such a distance away from the surface in order to be able to view it like you imagine.
Well, that makes it more clear, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, good night. It's pretty late here, so take care.
All right, then. Thanks, Nathaniel. Yeah, you're welcome back anytime to ask more questions if you like.
Okay. Take care, you all. Good night.
Yeah, have a good one.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
What's up, Sammy?
Hello, guys.
Flat Earth is real.
what the entire thing is. Like, we're not saying it's a disk in space or a square in space. We're not actually saying it's anything in space, because we don't actually accept that solar system model that they've shown us is actually true to begin with. But yeah, we're not actually making a claim about the exact geometry of the Earth, because if you think about it, you'd understand that you couldn't actually know that as a human being on Earth. I mean, unless you had everyone like exploring it and finding some limit of it and then actually mapping the entire thing out, which none of us can do. Yeah. So that's maybe a lot. Do you have any questions?
I just feel as though, because I do get where you're coming from there, and I think there will always be like some degree of disparity, because in like you said, measuring how far boats go out and whatnot. Like, I feel like I feel like that is a somewhat difficult thing to measure. I mean,
well, it's not necessarily super simple, but it's pretty doable. Like, because nowadays you've got websites that track boats, so you can see how far away a boat is from the coast. You don't just have to use boats, right? One of the common examples that's used here is something like an oil rig, like a fixed platform, so we know the distance that it is away from shore, or like a wind farm, like wind turbines out at sea, things like these fixed platforms. Well, no, because if you're trying to see how much of that object is blocked, then yeah, but as it comes to the horizon, you just use these objects as a distance marker. So say, for example, an oil rig is 10 miles away, you can just see whether the horizon appears in front of the oil rig or behind it, and that'll tell you at least whether the horizon is closer than 10 miles or further than 10 miles, yeah?
Yeah.
So it's true what you're saying. It's not like a super mindless task to do something like this. You do have to put a little bit of thought into it, but it's very doable, right? It's a lot more doable than, let's say, go to space, like a lot of people try and say, like, oh, I'd have to go to space to know. No, you just have to go to like a large body of water or a salt flat or something, and you can start testing the claimed curvature of the globe. And what we're finding is that it doesn't exist. It's not measured.
What's your opinion on gravity? Because that the something about the flat Earth argument that I've seen is that how do you feel that everything stays? Do you think it's like a plate in a way, or it's like a bowl?
Well, we've got like our own. I would say we're all on the same level. Well, okay, now you're. All right, I don't know what question you're going to ask, because I thought you were going to ask about gravity and why things falling, but now it sounds like you're asking how's all the water contained or something like that.
Well, that does tie into gravity. I mean.
Okay, so you're looking for both.
I mean,
okay,
the whole globe thing is like that.
I'll give you my general take on it, right? So,
yeah, go ahead.
What we know about a body of water, let's say a lake, it has a shoreline, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every standing body of water has a shoreline where there's land that's higher than the water, which keeps it contained. And that's the physical property of water. Unless it's like a river and it's just running, like any standing body, like a lake or something, it has a shoreline. I mean, even the rivers, if they're not going to overflow their banks, they have a shoreline, or like a bank. So it would make sense to me that the world's ocean, which is what we have one large contiguous world ocean, which is, broken up into separate sections and people give them different names, but it's essentially one body of water. It must have a shoreline to keep it contained. Now, where that is and what it looks like along its total area, none of us know. I don't know if anyone knows. I doubt they do. But that's the only reasonable explanation that I could put forward, because that's what all water does. That's how all water behaves. Yeah, it needs a shoreline. So eventually, if you were to carry on through the world's oceans, I would say you'd have to come to a shoreline of some kind where the land is higher than the water, keeping it contained. Now, as it comes to gravity, they've pulled a fast one on us by making us associate the word gravity and the phenomena of objects falling down with a ball Earth. when in reality there's no logical connection. Right? I can drop my phone on the floor and not know that I live on a ball. Right? I could just as easily drop my phone onto a flat surface. And what we appear to observe, without saying that this is the exact cause, because no one actually knows what the cause is, it's kind of like a passive effect in a video game, right? Like gravity's been coded in, but to pull it apart, you can't turn it on and off. You can't stop it. So it's hard to, you can't really do science on it. You can observe it and you can test it and you can say it does this and things fall like this, but you can't really say this is what the cause of it is, because you can't pull apart a causal mechanism. But I'd say what we can observe and test is that there's a relationship between the density of an object and the density of the medium that it's in. And when an object is more dense than the medium that it's in, it will descend towards the surface, the floor. And when it's less dense, it will rise. So a rock being more dense than air will fall in air. It will sink through the medium. Whereas a helium balloon, because helium is less dense than air, will rise. So things seem to be ordering themselves relative to a flat, motionless plane based on their density relative to the medium density that they're in. So that's what I would say we can observe. And if you've seen like a density tower, like in science class, where they put like a bunch of liquids like oil, milk, water in like a test tube and they all separate themselves by their density, and then you drop different densities of objects and they equilibrate in different density gradients, in different density mediums. So that's basically what's going on. It's Archimedes' principle, right? This is what Archimedes and all the ancient cultures and things just kind of understood naturally. But they had to come up with a story for how we could possibly be living on the exterior of a giant spinning object, when our first natural thought about that would be like, well, we would be flying off it if we're on a giant spinning ball. So they had to come up with a story as to why we're like stuck to the ball, and they've said,
so you're saying they invented gravity?
Well, no, they've. I mean, gravity, if you're just calling it the observation of an object rising or falling, no, of course they didn't invent that. That's just a natural phenomena. What they invented was a theory that said you're attracted to the density of the ball Earth, or is the bending and warping of space-time that's keeping you in this position, not floating away off of a spinning ball. That's what they invented. So that anytime you hear the word gravity, you're thinking about being stuck to the exterior of a spinning ball. It's like word magic, yeah? Whereas that's not the case. So, whereas they've told you that it's like you're being pulled down, I would say it's more like you're sinking in the medium of air, right? So when you jump up, it's like you're jumping in the medium, but then you sink back down. Just like in water, if you were to wear weights, you sink through the medium. It's not that you're being pulled by the density or the mass of the earth. You're sinking through the medium because you're more dense than the medium. You understand that?
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I want to...
They call it gravity. They call it gravity because it's actually called specific gravity. If you Google specific gravity, you're going to get what what Cyclone told you, Archimedes' principle. So there's different types of gravity, but everybody just uses gravity.
Yeah, there's loads of different theories of gravity. This is why we've got these mad stories like the bending and warping of space-time, which is total imaginary conceptual nonsense. But the reason we have that is because they're having to come up with a story as to how it could even be possible that we could be living on the side of this giant spinning ball. And so they have to come up with a story.
So where do you stand with the, I guess, astronomers, like looking through telescopes and whatnot? How do you feel about, seeing all these like celestial objects and them appearing as balls, or like, do you feel like maybe that they would just be discs, or that they're potentially
not quite,
well?
not
like,
quite.
Where do you stand in that?
Well, so the luminaries, what I would say is,
yeah,
there's a big, the big difference is in modern astronomy, they are presuming under the assumption that they're balls of gas and rock in a giant vacuum. Yeah, I don't believe
We've
any of
seen
that.
them, and there's like they look like circular from like we've seen them.
Circular
You
may
can see
be,
Mars.
yeah.
You can see
Circular may be, but we don't know that
almost
they're
spherical.
spherical objects. No, we can't define them as spherical
So you think they're
objects.
just at a perfect angle where they look like a disc and they're all facing us?
Well, they're called in astronomy. They actually refer to them as disk, the disk of the sun, the disk of the moon, right? Because that's actually, strictly speaking, what's observed. Yeah, because especially when you're looking through a telescope, it's a monocular. It's a single lens, right? So you can't define a 3D shape like a sphere from that distance with a single lens. So literally, you are just observing a circular object. Now, that doesn't mean I'm saying it's a circle or a sphere or not. I'm not making a claim, because to actually claim what 3D shape they are, if any, you'd have to be able to travel to them and around them and start to like look at them, which we can't do. So all we observe is these like energetic blobs of light in the sky. And now what I would say is they are not places to go to. They're not balls of gas or rock in a vacuum. It's more like they're hands of a clock. Right? The sky is a giant clock. And the sun tells us the days and the nights, the moon tells us the months, and the stars tell us the seasons, the time of year, right? Used for signs and seasons, basically, so that human beings know when to plant, when to harvest, this kind of thing. So I would say that they've taught us a way of thinking about the luminaries, which is totally at odds with what all human beings have ever understood about them, which is that they're not destinations, they're not potential destinations or things we can go to. They're simply there as a guide for us in terms of timing. Maybe some more things, but certainly they're not places to go to. And I think what they've done is they've taken man's natural explorative curiosity that he used to apply to the Earth, and we used to explore the Earth and do all kinds of crazy adventures on Earth, and they've thrown the imagination into space, the collective societal imagination. They've said, hey, Mars is the place we can go to. Well, not you, just us, the government. So everyone's like given up on exploration and discovery on Earth, and instead they just think, oh, well, the government's going to do it in space. I think that's the trick.
Well, I mean, you gotta understand, there's not really. So the whole, because a big part of it, an argument I've seen is like Antarctica is like this like layer, and that there's something beyond that. A lot of people believe, and it's all like walled off by military personnel of like NATO or a bunch of different.
Well, it is under international treaty, and it is controlled by a number of international navies. That's absolutely true.
Yeah. And how do you feel like about that? Like, do you think they're like protecting something, or there's something beyond that?
Well, I'm sure they are. I mean, they have to. Yeah, they have to be doing something, because you don't just get 50, 60 nations agreeing that no one can go to Antarctica for no reason. And I don't accept that it's because they care about the penguins, because I don't really think Russia and China and that have a great track record for animal welfare. So I don't really buy that. But what it is about it, what it is going on down there, I couldn't tell you. I've never been.
Yeah. See, but I want to expand upon that though, because you're saying human beings don't want to explore. I feel like space would be the natural place to look towards in terms of exploration. I mean, we have all these like developed nations across the world. There is, I guess, like tourism. There's like visiting, but there is no real like there's no real
space or Antarctica.
Like, I mean, I guess that there's not really much else. There's, I guess, the ocean, that's like the deep parts where it'll like crush every organ in your body, but there's not much else to explore.
But what I'm saying is there is no, I mean, the medium that they're calling space to explore, and that doesn't exist. So when I say they're sending the imagination, it's like a distraction from what could actually be explored, which is just the Earth.
Yeah, but what of the Earth like isn't? Is what I'm asking you.
What of the Earth isn't explored? You mean?
Yeah. Like what?
Well, it's hard for me to say, because it's like, what is beyond the known territories? That's like that question. How would I know? Because they're unknown. So, I mean, a few years ago, they said that Japan just found about like 7,000 new islands or something like that. So people are still discovering new land, and that's not even talking about what's north or south, which is generally prohibited to public exploration.
And like almost like borderline uninhabitable for the average person that isn't.
Yeah. So especially in the south, it's like, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like an out of bounds zone in a video game.
Yeah.
Like when you get too far off the map, it's just like you'll die here in a minute. That's kind of like what it seems to me. But there are accounts from older cultures who say there is more land. There's other things. I don't know. It's all speculation. It's interesting. My point would be.
Sorry, I just wanted to add, Wolf, Cyclone, that there's also a limitation of our knowledge of the land masses and the orientation. Because if you know anything about cartography, Yoda's pretty well versed in this. The way that the map is presented to us is all based on longitude and latitude, basically referencing the sky. It's very hard to actually know the distances between places correctly. It's very inconsistent. So we're given a perception of the world, but actually in reality, we have no way to verify these distances are correct, the orientation is correct. So there could well be other lands out there that we don't know about, and it could be quite easy to hide because of the nature of how they've done how cartography is done with longitude and latitude. So I just wanted to add that as well. We don't know as much as we think we do.
If that's the case, if there really is a disparity in like the distances, how can we say like just to go back to the horizon stuff? How can we say that's that the measurements we're doing, on the boats there are entirely accurate as well? Then,
because we're comparing that to the globe prediction, and we can falsify that. But that's not making a claim as to. Well, we're basically saying it's an optical limit, not a physical one. So it wouldn't necessarily define a physical limit, the horizon, right? It's optical, it's the limit. It's like a draw distance in a video game.
Yeah.
That's how our eyes work, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's different. That's just trying to verify that there's a curvature at where they say that it should be, right? That's just a validation.
No, but there's still
or
a degree of like measurement going on there, is what I'm saying. So
well, yeah, we can measure how far the horizon actually is appearing, and then we can say that, well, for example, we've got observation where there's like a guy puts a camera basically on the ground at 1 foot. And for a 1 foot observer, according to the globe model, it should be a horizon at 1.2 miles away. 1.2, right? But we can see the horizon over 10 miles away, right? And when we do the math on this, it changes the radius value from the 3959 that they tell us to like, what is it, 250,000 miles? So it's orders of magnitude off what the globe is claiming. So then even if you wanted to say, oh, well, maybe it's just a bigger ball, it would mean basically you're saying that the known territories are like 1% of what's actually out there. So whichever way you slice it, we don't know anything about this place.
If I can step in real quick. So latitude and longitude bake in curvature. They bake in the radius of Earth. So when we're presented with objects 10 miles away that are visible from 1 foot off the ground, and the 10-mile distance is a coordinate map distance based off of that spherical coordinate system, then by its own claim, we should not be able to see these objects. But we do, and we can see well beyond them, which means the curvature for that coordinate system has been debunked by observation. Yeah, it's a big problem.
Yeah, so the observations of the horizon and debunking the globe kind of only opened the door to these questions about, well, how big is the Earth actually? How much land area is there? How much ocean area is there? It opens the door to those questions, but it doesn't give us an answer. We don't know the answer.
guys are so funny.
Hey, Neutron, how's it going, man?
I'm good. What about you, bro?
Yeah, not too bad. I finished work for the day, got my feet up. I thought I'd pop in here and see what's going on.
Yeah.
So what do you think, Neutron? You think we live on a
we live on a globe
with topography? Or is it a ball covered in water, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through the vacuum of space?
Yeah, we live in a spherical globe, geoid.
What makes you say that, mate?
Common sense. And
Common sense?
And bunch of evidence. Facts, I would say.
Well, let's just start off with the common sense. What common sense do you use to establish that you're on a, a geoid?
Well, look, we have to start from gravity, right?
We have to start from gravity. So you see gravity and therefore you live on a geoid?
Yeah, like if there is any mass, like, you know, any like mass that has gravity, so I would say, yeah, it is a...
How do you... Okay, so what we're trying to do is we're trying to link a few things to the fact that we're supposed to be on a ball. So you consider it a fact that we're on a ball. So how did you get that information? Did you go and measure it for yourself and you know this to be true? Or is this just hearsay and you've had the information passed down?
Well, it's all in internet and in schools, right?
Yeah, but they've also got other horrible things on the internet. They've got porn and all sorts of stuff.
So that's why I said school, right?
So at school, they taught you live on a ball at school?
Yeah.
Same as me. You wouldn't believe that. Same as everyone else in this panel. We were all taught the same thing at school. But something that's very interesting, and I ask you now, were you indoctrinated or did you learn this?
Well, I learned this because it's, you know, it makes all sense, you know.
So when you learn this, what information did they give you to back up the claims of this sphericity or this geoid? So they must have given you something to back this up.
Yeah. Look, they taught me that gravity pulls everything towards center. So when the Earth was forming, like about like 4.5 billion years, so you know it was a hot, molten, and soft, right?
So how did they demonstrate that? How did they demonstrate that for you to understand it? Because most people learn, they just get force fed it, this indoctrination when they're in primary school, year 3, year 4. So they told you that gravity pulls everything as a molten ball together. So how did they demonstrate this curve? Did they just have a globe sitting on a desk and pointed to it and say, that's where you live, and everyone just accepted it? Or did they actually give you a demonstration of, here's how the Big Bang started. First there was nothing, and then there was an explosion, and then there was rocks and shit everywhere, and one of them, whilst it was glowing red hot, settled down a little bit, turned into Earth, and cooled down a bit more, and bacteria and shit started growing on it.
And now you're the great grandson of a stupid ape.
So, how did they demonstrate all this stuff to you?
It can be said about you too, you know. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, how did they demonstrate that to you? That's what I'm trying to work out. We went from, hey, we live on a ball, and now we've got all this other cool stuff, which has nothing to do with curvature. And they just
I don't remember how they demonstrate, but I can tell you that, you know, if Earth was, you know, like was a flat Earth, ships would disappear, right? But we all have those interconnected routes, like those invisible routes in which like plane can go from like a point to a second point.
Let's go from one thing at a time. So the ship's disappearing. That's just a matter of optics. So it's how your eyes work. Because the lens in your eye is a certain size.
No,
once things get below a certain angular resolution, a certain size limit, I think it's 0.02. Once it gets below that, you can't resolve that image. It just blurs into the background. It turns like to fog because you can't resolve it.
So why do ships come back instead of just like going?
When they missed you.
So the problem is there's a couple of things going on. So when you're standing at the beach and you watch a ship sail away, you've got to remember your eye level is the center line, okay? So from your eye level down to the water, that is one set of angles. Your eye level up to the top of the ship is another set. So which one, as it sails away, is going to be smaller first? So you're looking at a great big cruise liner as it sails away. And these things are, 100 foot high? Maybe higher? You're watching one of those sail away and your eye line is only, 5 foot? I'll say 5 foot. So from 5 foot to the water, as that sails away, it's not going to get very far before that angle that you're looking at becomes smaller, smaller, smaller. And once it hits 0.02, game over. You can't see. But when that one hits 0.02, from your eye level to the top is still really big. So it's bigger than 0.02 and you can still see it. And that's all that's happening. Really, really easy stuff. There's a thing called the Rayleigh criterion, and that is what it is. It's about that angle and things disappearing.
But but first the hull disappears, right? Then the mast, then finally the top. Am I right?
And because of what I just said, everything I just explained was because what is that?
Oh, yeah. See,
it's to do with the relationship of your height. So when you're standing at the beach, how tall is your eyes? How far are your eyes off the water?
Distance between me and the sea, right? The water.
Correct. Your eye level. What level is that? How tall?
It would be like 6 foot, like feet.
So you're 6 foot tall. So your eyes aren't mounted on top of your head. So they're on the front. So we'll just say 5 foot to be nice and easy. So your eye level is 5 foot. So let's just imagine now that we freeze the water and you can walk out to that ship. So it's a great big cruise liner. These things are 100 foot high. So when you go and stand next to it, you've walked out on this frozen water, you're standing next to it. Are you close to the bottom or close to the top?
I'm close. Sorry, what?
Your eye line, is it close to the bottom? So you've got water level, and as your eye line is closer to water level or closer to the top of the ship?
It's close to the water level, right?
Excellent. So as you start walking backwards between your eye level, horizontal, and the water generates an angle. And as you get further and further and further away, that angle gets smaller, 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 smaller. Once that angle gets to 0.02, you can't resolve, you can't see what that image is. Now, from your eye line to the top of the ship, that's a big section, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that would be a big angle. So that means you could get further back again. That's why the bottom disappeared first before the top does.
Oh, yeah.
Because the top is bigger angle. That's all. It's really, really simple stuff. Now, what's really cool, when the bottom disappears and the ship goes a little bit further and then more disappears, more disappears, more disappears, you grab binoculars and have a look, zoom in, and there he is again. So
the whole ship, right?
Yep. But what is cool is the binoculars have their own optical limit. So when that ship gets to the limitation of the binoculars, then you've got to go get the high-powered telescope. And then zoom in again, and the telescope has its own optical limit. It's to do with the size of the lens, that's all.
No, like okay. If the ship moves more far away, the curvature hides the lower part first, bro. Like it is only possible.
I'll show you something. Hold on. I'll show you something really cool. Have a look at this when it loads up. Oh, it's going to load up quick. Alrighty, loading. All right. In the side chat.
Yeah.
There it is. Can you see the very last thing posted? There's 2 coffee cans.
Yeah.
2 images. Okay. Notice in the bottom image of the cans how the very bottom of the can is disappearing. See the green band at the bottom? So see the top image? You can see the green band at the bottom of the can. The blue green band. And then in the bottom image, it's disappeared. That's on a flat surface.
Well, look.
So what it's about, it's about optics. It's about the size of the lens. So the lens in your eye is about 5 millimeters. The lens on a camera is about 6 millimeters, maybe 5. Some of them are smaller. You can look up on the phone. What size?
I see.
So what happens? So let's just what that is. If you get your phone and you flip your phone upside down, so the camera is really close to the floor, so the center of the camera line has its eye level. So what's happening is it's trying to look at the bottom of the can, and because that angle is below 0.02, it can't resolve it. So it just blends in with the floor. And that's what's happening with the can. The same thing with the ships. From your eye level to the water level is a really small angle, and you can't resolve that image. That's all that's happening, my friend.
Well, I'm not gonna try to convince you, but yeah.
I used to be like you, my friend. I went to school the same, taught that it was a ball, the whole lot. The difference is, some of us actually went outside and had a look at the stories we told at school that we live on a ball. But if we live on a ball, we should be able to measure the curvature. And if you can't measure any curvature, that does leave a little bit of a problem.
Okay, but you see, when let's suppose if the Earth is flat, the whole ship would simply get smaller. It would never disappear from the bottom first.
They do get smaller. It's called perspective. So what happens is, as it gets further and further away, because of perspective, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Now, your eye line is still the same height. So the ship gets smaller at the top, top comes down. Smaller at the bottom, bottom comes up. And it converges at your eye line. Now, as we know, from your eye line down to the bottom of the ship is only a very small space. Your eye line to the top of the ship is a big space. So the small angle disappears first. And that's all that happens.
Okay, so you can try an experiment. I'm gonna tell you experiment. Like take a coin and a curved ball, right? Turn that ball upside down and place the coin on the far side of the ball, and and then just move back. The bottom first will
I understand what you're saying. If you rotate the ball, the coin will slowly come back. I agree with you, because that's exactly what happens. But the problem we've got is you've got to prove that the Earth is the same as the ball. So the ball has curvature, which we can measure. So that means the Earth should have curvature that we should be able to measure. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but just as you said, like take those cans, right? Those cans should be the exactly the size of the Earth, or you can say the surface the
Same
can is
thing.
placed.
The
And
optics still
same as the
applies.
ship, like the distance between you and the ship, it should be the same size of the Earth, right? To
No, we don't have to do experiments that are the same size. You can scale.
But you just said it, right? You just said it.
I just said what?
You just said it like the ball should be the size of Earth. So
No. It's a ball. A ball is a ball is a ball. Small ball, big ball, medium-sized ball. They all still are spheres. So if you've got a small one, you should still get the same optical effects as a large one, just on a small scale. It's just the scale is different, that's all. So if you stick the coin to the ball and rotate it, you should watch the coin slowly disappear over the back of the ball. I agree with that as a statement. I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is you still believe you live on a ball. What you haven't done is proven the ball.
Well, you see, it's already proven.
Okay, when did this happen? Because there's quite a few people in this panel that would love to know when that actually happened.
When Earth was proved that it was a sphere, right?
When did that happen? That's the bit we want to know.
Well, I don't remember exactly. I think it was. I think he was Pythagoras, right? Do you know him?
Never met him.
Yeah, like he was a Pythagoras. It's a theorem too. Like I think 6th century, like 6 before CE, like before Common Era.
Oh shit! So he's pretty old then.
Yeah, there were scientists who believed that Earth was a sphere, like Aristotle and Pythagoras. They believed, and the first evidence.
So they believed it was. So how did they verify this? How did they actually measure? Because we should be able to go outside. You and me should be able to go outside, and we should be able to measure this curvature. So if it truly is a ball, we should be able to measure. Prove and verify this as a ball.
Yeah, we got images of the Earth after 1950s, right? 19th century, when
the images show it's a ball.
Image. Yeah, I can send you the image.
This is where I'm getting to. If the images show that it's a ball, we should be able to measure if it is a ball to verify and prove that it's true.
So you are saying what's the radius of Earth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's already proven that the radius of Earth.
Well, we should be able to measure it and confirm it. Like if I say to you, my computer table is 6 foot wide. How do I prove that to you? I get you to come around, you get out your trusty tape measure, and we measure it.
Yeah.
So we should be able to do the same as the Earth. Somebody said it's a certain size, so let's measure it. Let's go out and check it out. I think that's a good idea.
I think the simplest method when scientists measured was, they choose 2 cities, north and south, I guess, and city A to B, and distance between them measured by road or GPS. So just leave this, or there was a formula a d upon Earth's circumference.
So they're already assuming that it's a ball. They're not actually measuring it. They've assumed it was a ball. That's not very good, is it? We want to actually measure it. We want to prove that what they're saying is true and that they're not telling porky pies.
Well, it's your opinion, or your belief, or I don't know, whatever
Well,
you say.
belief is just acceptance without evidence. I would like the
Yeah,
evidence.
you have the evidence that Earth is flat.
No, there's no evidence. That's the problem. There's no evidence of the ball, no evidence of curvature.
So is there the evidence of flat Earth?
Yes, there is. Would you like me to show you?
Yeah.
Well, what happened, there's this group of guys, Field Engineer Corps, and what they do is they get a high-powered laser, and I'm going to put a little picture up in the side chat so you can understand what I'm talking about. If you think you live on a ball, when we create a tangent to a curve, we can just walk along that tangent or move along and measure the distance between the straight bit and the curved bit. Really, really easy, eh?
Yeah.
So if we get a high-powered laser and we go to a very large lake that's, I don't know, 20 or 30 miles across, all right? Now, we know that water, flat, level, horizontal, whilst it's at rest. So we're going to go to this big lake when it's a nice calm day and there's no waves and things going on, and we're going to shoot a laser all the way across it, and we're going to set the laser up, make sure it's perfectly horizontal. Now, at our end, we measure the height of the laser from the laser to the water, and then we travel around the other side of the lake and we measure the height from the laser to the water. So at 10 miles, the difference between the laser and the water should be 60 feet. 66 feet. Wait up. Let's put my chart up so I don't forget this.
Yeah.
There's my chart right there. Yoink. Normally someone else chucks it up for me. They must be getting slow. Loading, loading, loading. Yep, so when we go around the other side at 10 miles, it should be 66 feet between the laser and the water. At 20 miles, 266 feet. At 30 miles, 600 feet. And at 40 miles, over 1,000 feet. So if we were to shoot a laser and then go 20 miles around the other side, we would expect there to be a great big gap between the laser and the water. Does that make sense?
Yeah, somewhat.
Well, the issue is this has already been done multiple times. There's this group called FE Corps, Field Engineer Corps, that have very expensive lasers. I think one of their little toys is worth about $35,000. And they shoot these lasers across very large bodies of water and over frozen lakes too, which is pretty cool actually. Pardon the pun. And they go and this, and they hit targets. So the only problem we've got, when they're shooting this laser over 10, 15, 20 miles, they should not be able to hit a target at the other end if there's curvature. And these guys clearly hit targets quite comfortably.
I see. Okay.
Would you like me to post up one of their videos for you so you can watch it and then go, oh wow, that's pretty cool?
No thanks, but I really appreciate you.
Not a problem, my friend.
Yeah, I think I got the idea. Just well, thank you, Matrix.
So that's what they mean by measured. So if some of the guys say it's measured flat, the reason they say that is because these guys go out looking for curvature and they can't find it. And they know if they are told it's a ball and it should be a ball, we should be able to measure for a ball, and they don't find any curve. So how's it go? If there's no curvature, there's no ball.
I see. Nice. Okay, thanks, Matrix.
No, you're good, man.
That's my time. Yeah.
If you have any more questions, don't be scared to pop in and ask.
Yeah, of course.
Apparently, I'm a really cranky person, and lots of people don't like talking to me, but the other guys are really nice too. They're normally a lot better than me. So if you do pop in and I'm not here, don't be scared to ask them. They're really cool.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
Not a problem, mate.
That's my time, so have a good day. Bye.
You enjoy yourself, my friend. Have a good day. See ya.
It always curves, but it's imperceptible at human scale. We already
You
talked
just
about this.
told. Okay, fine.
That may be true, but it's not immeasurable at human scale. Okay. We have
Imperceptible
equipment sufficient to the task.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, with your naked eye, yeah, we all agree with that. You don't need to repeat it. We all understand what you mean. It's not kindergarten here. Okay, but it is measurable by the tools we possess. If it wasn't measurable by the tools we possess, then it wouldn't be the case that many globers are claiming they're measuring it with the tools we possess, such as theodolites and other type such things. So if it's the case that it can be directly measured, which it should be able to be by the tools we possess, such as lasers, etc., then all you have to do is arbitrate the one principle, and that is water level. If water level is indeed flat and not curving, then the Earth is flat, ipso facto, period. If water level is indeed curving, then the Earth could be a globe. So all you got to do, Josh, is just demonstrate to the flat earthers that the water's curving, and then you've proven that it's not flat.
Okay.
Well, there's no argument. Real quick, there's no argument that water seeks level, and that in its equilibrium, water is at rest, and it's the definition of level throughout human antiquity. Like anybody who argues that just needs to be slapped upside the head with a mental stick, right? We all agree water's level. The globe claim is that water level is actually a curve around a giant ball, and not a level, flat, horizontal surface, just like we all experience from our direct observations.
Yeah, I mean in spherical geometry, level is just holding R constant, right?
Yeah, I know, and that's sure. I mean, you could write that on a piece of paper. Well, that's great and all. You could draw that on a piece of paper. Nobody doubts that. Nobody doubts that if you made a sphere with a 3D lathe machine, that you could then make a concentric circle around the sphere, right, and say that these two arcs are parallel to each other. No one's doubting that either. Okay, the problem is that's all theory. Practice is when you apply it to the actual Earth and prove that there's parallel arcs, one of which is the surface of water.
And the other, which would be a laser you shoot over it.
Why would a laser have a parallel arc to the surface of the water if it was curved? We think lasers just follow the curve of the Earth? Are you kidding me, dude?
It's traveling through a medium of specific pressure and temperature lines. Like I mean, you can say the R word if you like, but it's how these things work.
Yeah, that's great. That's great and all of which your side claims that they know all about it. So give us the accurate model so we can use a laser and apply it and measure the sucker already, instead of hemming and hawing and having to listen to people like you saying, well, I don't know how I would prove it.
Yeah, I have no idea. I haven't done that. I appreciate.
I know, we agree. Yeah, no worries, brother. No worries. We understand. Nobody's done it. Okay? That's the real problem, is that nobody's ever given any actual, quote-unquote, the refraction model that we can use to understand what we're looking at. It's always a post hoc excuse of, I see something that's geometrically impossible on this geometry if the Earth was this size. Therefore, I'm going to assume, based on the prior premise, I already know the Earth is a globe, that the light must have curved to reach my eye or my optic, therefore it curved. That's how it actually goes in reality.
Yeah, because in reality, folks have other sources of data that are beyond, local long distance experiments or long distance observations. Like they have that
premise.
They lean on.
Yeah, they have this premise. I already know the Earth is a globe. And then when you actually test them on how they know that the Earth already is a globe, that's also stacked on a bunch of premises that also have to be proven separately, right?
Correct.
So we've never gotten down to the brass tacks of where's the foundation of this mighty, long, tall tower that's been built on the premise the Earth is a globe, when the premise the Earth is a globe hasn't been proven in the first instance.
From your perspective, yes. That makes sense.
Josh, so they're not leaning on it, they're kneeling on it and praying.
The leaning tower of hopes and dreams.
Just people, man.
He acts like
it is what it is.
We know the books are cooked.
for them because they've been wanting this to get God out of it, and that's all there is to it.
Okay.
Right, so reverse the Uno card. You came here to sociologically study flat earthers. We told you straight up. You believe the Earth is a globe based on a whole set of presuppositions and premises that aren't proven in the first instance, that are circular reasoning, and a whole bunch of loop-de-loos. And when you're just asked to demonstrate that the surface itself is just actually curving through a direct measurement, you have no answer. And so if that's the case, my friend, then you understand already the sociological phenomenon of why flat earthers are flat earthers. Because everyone experiences the Earth as flat and stationary, period. And someone like you who should know and should be able to help them out and give them the one truth to rule them all, that supposedly is the truth of all truthiness, which everything is founded on, that the Earth is actually a ball floating in space. You can't do it. So why do they care? I'll tell you why they care. They care because you're denying their experience. You're basically saying what you experience is a delusion. You experience the Earth as flat and stationary, but you're a delusional person for just coming to the conclusion, well, it's obviously flat and stationary, whereas you claim it's something that you don't experience. So who's the delusional one that should be studied?
Well, no, I think the delusion is not that. It's the extrapolation that because I my own observation, my own senses are telling me that A must also be correct at at a scale way larger than myself. Right. It's that faith in that extrapolation.
Yeah, cool. So basically, you just shot uniformitarianism in the foot. So, for example, the same thing applies to you, and I'm having a faith at scale that spectra in a lab and something that looks similar to that spectra coming from something which I can never go validate. I'm going to say is the exact same thing and functions in the exact same way based on that quote unquote extrapolation by faith. So, yeah, I would agree with you that your belief in the cosmos, where it is, what it's doing, and where it came from is just out of faith. Borderline a religion, if not a religion de facto.
I can get down with that.
I know you can.
You are
because you're an honest guy, and you recognize that your worldview is a religion, and I applaud you for being honest.
I was going to say where usually my head goes here is just diving into a pragmatic fallacy, which is
pragmatic.
No, shit works. Therefore the way that
I knew he was going to say that. People get their packages. Therefore, Earth is a ball.
Yeah,
that's lunacy.
I understand that. I'm just explaining where my head's at.
Yeah, fair enough. So I could also say the transverse is true, which is the alleged claim of the globe being a shape that actually has any impact in anything we do is so negligible that it's technically irrelevant. And even if you account for it or don't account for it, the end results will be that everything works within a small margin of error that's inconsequential for pragmatic ends. In other words, shit works. So we both have the same answer, dude. So the difference is how are you going to prove one or the other? Yeah, so the burden of proof is on you. I know you're not. That's how it works. That's how it always works.
Because that's not my purpose.
Oh yeah, that's fine. So meanwhile, people go out, they measure with lasers, they use dual bands, they use multiple frequencies, they account for refraction, they apply PhDs in optics do it. All kinds of people go out, they measure the Earth, they find the hump of Earth curve isn't there, and so they know it's flat, and they know that you believe it's a globe, and so they're happy to go to sleep at night and have you sociologically crunch them because you're curious of why people don't believe in your religion. So cool. I think we solved it. So now you know the answers and the reasons for your sociological write-up. So good for you. You win.
Like I said, there's a lot of nuances person to person, but I think that's a good general thesis. I appreciate that.
So when did you learn, person to person? When did you learn that you're participating in a religion? During your time here?
No, I don't say I agree with you. I say that
You said you could get down with that.
Yeah, exactly. That doesn't mean I agree.
Please define you can get down with that. I can't believe it's come to this.
I'm saying that perspective makes sense hypothetically to me. from the person from the
That's what
worldview
you're
of the person that makes.
demonstrating. That's what you're demonstrating. Every time one of your claims a thread is pulled, you say, "Well, I'm just believing it." So it's not hypothetical; it's what you are. Self-admitted.
Okay.
So you're the one that should be studying delusion.
Sure.
Okay, good.
So, guys, I'm trying to figure out here. So, our friend Josh here, especially early on in today's conversation, told us about 100 times that he didn't want to talk. He just wanted to do his laundry and listen to us, et cetera, et cetera. And it seems like he continues to talk from almost a compulsion that none of us have controlled his microphone. None of us have forced him to transmit. All he had to do was just say, "Hey, guys,
I never heard him say that."
Now,
So
what is it, Josh, that keeps you coming around? Is this like a study for a course of study that you're doing? Like, what is it that has you continuing to return to us?
Well, I mean, I'm writing an IOC paper for not next year. I'll give it another year. I got already one cooking for 2026, but there's a big space conference every year in October ish, and I like doing independent research for it.
Are you going to be talking about the phenomenological expansion of the social phenomenon, of the social pretense, of the social expanse of the flat Earth movement?
No, I mean, I haven't really put together a full abstract yet of what I want to look at, but I think there's some interesting
You should talk to Scott
correlations.
Mackey, brother. You should talk to Scott Mackey. He's been a quote unquote studying flat earther psychology, and he supposedly has psychological credentials in some regard, and he's putting together this study. I just got to warn you though. Scott Mackey said that if the Earth turns out to be flat through direct measurement, he would check himself into an insane asylum, because his belief is that he's concluded that the Earth is a globe based on its faculties, and if that was proven wrong, he must be insane. And he chose insanity rather than mistake. That's pretty weird, don't you think? I think that type of behavior should be psychologically studied.
Yeah, I can get down with that as well.
Yeah, imagine the ego on yourself. There's no way I could be wrong about my premise of what the Earth is, so if it turns out to be wrong, I must be insane, and I'm literally going to check myself in an insane asylum, then just admit I was wrong.
The funny thing is, Mackey, if past performance is indicative of future, he would even call you out on some of your bullshit, Josh. But yeah, include a chapter, since you haven't decided what you're going to include in your writing. Include a chapter on yourself.
Oh, sure. That's like
include a chapter.
Chanting religious zealot thought they were speaking science.
Yeah, let's do something more important. Let's include in there that there is tensions between people, individuals, family members, sectors of politics, governmental agencies, social companies, et cetera, that are exacerbated by this not being definitively with a stake through its heart by a direct measurement of the Earth. And get some plea funding for a direct measurement of the Earth that can be actually direct. That's something that doesn't require a whole bunch of loop-de-loos and la-di-las, but it's just straightforward. Like, a structure like Brian Mullins, the engineer, came up with called Force the Line. It's less than $1 million in cost. You just need a piece of land and a crew to execute it. Or like the gyro box thing, where you take a multimodal gyro system across 35 miles of the surface of the Earth. 3,500 north, east to west, and then 1,500 north to south. Brian Mullen. Oh yeah, let me tell you real quick where he went. A Globe zealot decided to attack his family and his livelihood by attempting to get his license pulled, harassing his workplace, harassing his customers, basically saying, because he's a flat earther, he can't be a competent engineer, right? That's what we've had to deal with, this sociological study that you're so interested in. I suggest you study Glober zealot crazy people and why they are so psychotic about the idea of flat Earth, why they are
It's
so
cognitive
visceral
dissonance.
and full of vitriol. Because rest assured, friend, people's mothers, grandmothers, aunts, uncles, loved ones, spouses, children are flat earthers. Okay? Your family members are flat earthers. Everybody you know, there's somebody that's a flat earther. Do they deserve derision, hate, disrespect, being called that they can't have a job, et cetera, et cetera? Right. So why is it the case that that kind of nonsense is not only tolerated, but often endorsed in the public sphere?
To be fair, like I tend to go to bat for y'all pretty hard.
Good. So go to bat and say we want a funding for either Force the Line or the gyro box, which is, by the way, just a whole bunch of gyros that are going across the surface of the Earth to be the longest continuous measurement of the surface in the history of mankind. So any of those types of things could be funded and just done, and it'll be over. Because let me rest assured, Will Duffy thought he was the savior of mankind, right? I'm going to save everyone from flat Earth, including flat Earthers from themselves, because being a flat Earther is morally bankrupt and you're poor and all that stuff. You know, all his ad hominem nonsense. And he said, the way I'm going to prove it is by going to Antarctica and looking at the sun. That's not a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth. That's why it wasn't final. Because what flat Earthers want, and if you want to help them out, you got to give it to them. You got to give them a direct measurement of the surface. So get some of that funding into that, because let me tell you what that's going to do for you, Josh. It's going to increase the esprit de corps to be tolerant of all this space nonsense and to be exuberant about paying money for it and to be like, yeah, let's do more of it. So it'll help you out.
What do you mean? I got to ask, dude. What do you mean?
One more second. Plus, you could write a big Amazon sticker on the top of the structure. Be like, Amazon finally proved the Earth was a globe through a direct measurement methodology that you can drive down I-40 and just look at with your own eyes. Look, there it is. Force the line. Clearly, the Earth's curving away from the level line structure. Boom, shabam, it's done. Amazon. Buy now. Subscribe.
Just making it very clear that my presence here and my this endeavor is 100% independent, has absolutely nothing to do with my employer.
Oh, fair. Then have the UN fund it.
What? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I'm glad.
What was the question?
But see, the problem is, brother, instead of guys like you actually helping us out or helping the Globers out, either way you want to look at it, we got guys like Dr. Shiva, right, who says he wants to oversee the scientific method to prove the shape of the Earth, which is a category error. You can't prove the shape of the Earth with the scientific method. You need to just directly measure the thing. This is what we got to deal with on the globe side. We got to deal with doctors, right, in front of their name that are too stupid to realize that a direct measurement of something has nothing to do with the scientific method. These are the kind of morons we deal with, Josh. You see my problem? You feel my pain?
Oh, yeah, they're awful. No, they're awful. I mean, honestly, like, you know, Indio and Jin can tell you, I tend to call out bullshit Globers in the other rooms as well.
But they think, brother. They think the thing is, they think they're self-appointed to teach us and save us from ourselves with their knowledge of how they're going to figure out whether the Earth is a globe or not. And they're too stupid to realize that the scientific method is not the thing to use. This is the problem, brother. These are the kind of morons we deal with. All the way from the average person up into the most educated person, even people that allegedly search for quote-unquote exoplanets are too stupid to know any of this stuff.
Well, they spent the first, 18 years of their life catching up on quote-unquote human history and human knowledge, and then they go off in their specialized field to go
Exactly. Like we had a guy who was an astrophysicist specializing in the finding and classification of exoplanets, and the dude didn't even know the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder. These are the kind of morons we're dealing with, bro. He has no idea what he's doing. He could be fed any kind of data, and he just sits there and puts it out like a stupid person that's no different than a temp that says, hey, when the A button flashes, press the B button. That's about his intelligence.
I had a friend like you who, and I know I'm no saint, but I had a friend like you. If you ever brought something up to him and it kind of, he wasn't privy to it, he would always bring up something sort of parallel to it with extra information. I don't know, man. I need, you're here to learn. I'm here to learn. I need to have more level conversations. I got to be in my bonnet. I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking the bullshit stories, but you seem to have this in your back pocket, always wanting to substantiate these stories as if they're real. When it comes down to it, you admit that you're just believing that they're real. I think you want to have your cake and eat it too.
I mean, I have first-person observations of our spacecraft working in the way that they're described to work, and that tends to be the crux of my understanding. But that's just me.
That's
But I'm not going to
untrue.
make that assertion.
That's untrue, Josh.
And what?
That's not true. Come on, I brought this up yesterday in terms of what actual evidence there is of any of these craft, any of these probes going to any of these places, and there is none. Beyond
I
the odd
disagree with that.
CGI image or
I mean,
attempted
all their
video, there's
all of their
absolutely
trajectories are
nothing.
public. Like an exercise I did during grad school was I built an antenna to downlink imagery from NOAA satellites because they're not encrypted.
Yeah, there's no evidence for any of these fantastical claims about robots on Mars, robots going to the sun, robots going to a star. None of that is real. We all know that it's not real. And I mean, you sound like you're trying to be a nice guy, which is fine, but everyone in here already understands that none of that is real. So it's almost like you're just trying to convince yourself at this point. Because all of us understand that in order for any of those stories to be remotely true, it necessitates a physical geometry of the surface that we do not have. Right? And it's like you know this as well, because whenever this subject is brought up, you avoid it. Right? You cannot even discuss, let alone substantiate the base assumption of all of your stories, which is that the surface of the earth that we live on is curving commensurate to a 3959 radius ball. And if that is not happening, Josh, you would have to be honest with yourself and say, well, then, yeah, all the things I'm saying consequently cannot be true. And you're not even making an attempt to substantiate that. You're jumping right to the pinnacle of this house of cards, which has no foundation. Right? So, I mean, you're fine to be here and talk to us and stuff, but really, I mean, I can't imagine that you don't understand what we're actually saying here, which is like, I know you say you're not trying to convince anyone, but it's like you're trying to convince yourself, because we all know that this fantasy globe in space story is just that, a fantasy. Now, I don't know what it is you're doing in your work or your day job, but you can't say, I've seen it. You've seen none of it. You've seen arguably data on a screen with no idea of where it's coming from. I mean, these people are on interview with people saying they don't have any kind of observation or physical knowledge of where these objects are, where they are purported to be. So none of this is real. None of this going to Mars or sending a robot into deep space. None of that is happening. And really, I would ask, before you go on talking about those things, you would have to make an attempt to substantiate that they are leaving a globe like you're claiming. Because so far, all the empirical data is telling us that that's not the case. We don't have any curvature. So we can't have little robots blasting off from a curved ball into space. That can't be the case. Right? So sorry to burst the bubble, And I'm not trying to say that your work has no value and that you're not setting up, I don't know, communications for people. That could still all be happening, not to take anything away from your work. But it's certainly not taking place on a 3959 mile radius ball hurtling through an infinite vacuum. If that were the case, we would have some evidence of that, when we don't. At best, what you tell us is, oh, you could apply to go to a radio telescope in Spain and maybe they'd let you hear the robots on Mars. Like, dude, come on. Are you serious? In 2025, this is what we have to resort to know that we live on a spinning ball? Just hearsay stories from unaccountable, unaudited organizations that say they're doing Star Wars sci-fi stuff when they can't even measure 8 inches per mile squared of surface curvature, but they can travel hundreds of thousands of miles with little robots and take samples and send them back to Earth. It's Star Wars on one hand and Dumb and Dumber on the other. Can't measure Earth curve, can't explore the galaxy. It's just contradictory nonsense because it's just propaganda. Not to say what you're doing necessarily is propaganda. Your work, I'm sure, has real world impact and benefit, but it's certainly not in the technical backdrop of what you're purporting it is, because the geometry that is required for that does not exist. And I would really like to hear you, after the amount of time that you've spent here, address that point. Because surely you would agree logically that if the geometry of the globe does not exist, then the globe does not exist. Therefore, all these stories ancillary to the globe, such as space exploration around the globe, consequently cannot exist. I'm sure logically you would agree with that. Therefore, the curvature being in contention is really the thing you should be addressing if you have an interest in purporting that this whole thing is true. Okay?
The last line there is important. I don't have an interest in purporting that's true.
Okay. Well, then I would recommend that you stop suggesting that it is true by talking about we have satellites going here and going there, because whenever you say that, you are implicitly, explicitly making the claim that it is all true, when we know that it's not, by direct measurement. So that's not to say you shouldn't hang around here and you shouldn't talk and ask questions, do all that stuff, but you can't on the one hand say, hey, we're going to space and we're doing all these things that NASA claim we're doing around a globe, and then at the same time say, I'm not arguing for a globe. Yes, you are. By pushing this propagandistic nonsense that flies in the face of observable, measurable reality as every human being on Earth knows it to be, you are implicitly, explicitly pushing this fantasy, whether you know it or not, whether you mean to or not.
Can I say something just for a second? I don't have a lot of time, but just for food for thought. So, orbital propagation models are built off of WGS84. So just like what AI Overlord was talking about with regards to the cosmic distance ladder that the astrophysicists didn't know about, WGS84 is built on the same or similar a chain of requirements. And if you walk the dog all the way back to its original premise, you're going to find the same thing that we're talking about today. Like SGP84 built off of WGS84. It's an arbitrary coordinate reference system, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's a nice guy or whatever, but I mean, the fact is, you can't push space stories and then say I'm not arguing for a globe. Yes, you are.
So I'd like, if you don't mind, Wolfgang, I'd like to hear Mr. Ingersoll reply to Yoder. So please, Mr. Ingersoll, do you have Do you have commentary to share with Yoder there?
If he can't reply, he's taking care of kids. I mean, that's totally
Okay.
understandable.
I may have missed that. No. I may have missed him saying that. If he said he's taking care of kids, that's 100% understandable. That's not a.
So maybe we have some kind of genuine person here we could talk to. That'd be cool. Is there anybody else? Lewis is here. Methuselah. Anybody but Josh would be amazing. VLTK. Glad you have supporters, Josh. They love you. Entmonk. What'd you say, Neil? Kopsky's back. Love you.
I was kind of interested in the satellites there that Josh was talking about because I had put up my own there for Dish. You have your 110, 119, and 129. Those are those dishes that have the 3 eyeballs. And then I had a special one since I live close to Canada. I had 91 where I could grab the Sunday ticket. So I know about, and those dishes, they just point up a little bit like you're pointing to a tower down my street.
Yeah. The higher the latitude, the more horizontal they go. Typically, I mean, there are going to be some cases where there are going to be some orbital propagation that puts them at an inclination that sends them close to what's called a polar orbit. In which case you could aim them up higher. But most of these things are said to be orbiting above the equator. So it's going to be facing south from you, or north if you're in the south.
Yeah, sorry, Yoder, I was just going to add in, so the more north you are, the more your dish would look like it's pointing, like you say, to an antenna down the road, or the alternative, the further south of the equator you are, then the same phenomenon it would.
Yeah, so like Globies will show us like 2 pictures, one of images of people getting reception from Ecuador with their satellite TV pointed straight up, and then people in Canada pointed more horizontally for the same satellite TV. Ignoring the fact that like if you've been to a third world country in South America, people take these massive satellite dishes like what's shown in these images, and they hang their clothes to dry on them. It has nothing to do with TV reception. At least for the meme.
I don't think I've seen that meme.
Okay.
But it is interesting here that obviously he's admitted to having some research grant that he's attempting to obtain to study us, and he goes to bat for us. So I sincerely appreciate his honesty, but I'm a little more curious as to.
Please, I'm sorry. Like going to bat, I mean, that is just so obviously a ploy. Please. Yeah. It's like, oh, yeah, those big bad Globers, they think you guys are dumb. This is the other side of the coin of Mansky from yesterday, Kopsky, who's like, did you guys know that other people think you're dumb? Do you not see that this is just a snake oil salesman version of that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Continue with your thought, by all means.
Yeah, so anyway, it'll be interesting to see who, he's already mentioned a former executive of Google, and it'd be interesting to see a little more of this. Who, what, when, where, how, and why. That, because it is interesting here that I do detect in him what what I detect from people who are doing research that is not here to actually learn and discuss the topic, that he's definitely here with an intention on a purpose. And so, frankly, all of our breath on talking to him about the subject is wasted. He's not here to actually talk about the topic. He's here for whatever that research is. And
that's my feeling as well.
When you're surrounded by all the belief, okay? When you're surrounded in this industry by the power and technology of belief, this topic is absolutely 100% interesting, a curiosity. Like, it is such a bizarre canard that it is absolutely interesting to somebody like this. I totally get the mindset because I was there.
Yeah, but his line of questioning leads me to think that he's making some kind of research, which is, I think, this is what Mr. Barrington was talking to. That's how I feel.
Yeah, he admitted
maybe for marketing.
Yeah, he said that in 2027 he's doing an IRC, whatever exactly that means for a conference. So he's admitted to it. He's told us a timeline. He's told us that some of the grant money might be coming from a former executive of Google. So he's been transparent. So I'm going to give him A+ for transparency.
Smell that?
So
I smell cat. Right. So it's an evaluation of our thought processes. But what he seemed to when he was asked, what is our position, basically, that was the first question asked of him. He said, "Oh, it's because you don't see the curvature, it's flat." But it's a bit more than that, because we actually measure. It's actually being measured whether or not it's flat or not. It's not just we look and we don't see it. They was a bit basic on that. He didn't seem to speak enough to that we actually painstakingly taking the time out to go and check and measure over a given distance. So it's not something that you just look at with your eyes and then you don't see curvature, that's it. Because it can be deceiving, so you make sure. That's all. So
yeah, every time he describes it, he forces himself to be dismissive to frame it in that way. He says
putting psychological distance between the thing that's causing psychological harm in you. It's a total ego protection.
Yeah. And he was pulled up on that by saying, "You all," that was a perfect timing to pick him up on that, because he's excluding himself from the experience that we all have and we all know. So well done anyway. I thought it was good. He deserved. We treated him amicably, and that was that. I don't think we were harsh on him.
Yeah, I don't think he's nefarious at all.
We just
curious.
dealt with him. Yeah, we just dealt with him fairly. The logic was pressed to him. If you haven't got the radius of the Earth, and that would be a Wolfgang cyclone, if you don't have that dialed in, you can't claim the Earth to be a globe. Therefore, whatever you're making isn't going to where you think it is. You might be making it, but it's not going there. So you can't claim we have satellites in space. If you do that, then you're doing that disingenuously, because you know that you don't know that they're up there. You're guessing, or just what's the word I'm looking for? Guessing and believing. That's it.
Yeah. Well, he believes he knows and thinks he knows.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he
No,
has.
but this is the problem, though, because
not at all. No way.
Well, but to be fair, though, and this is why I would step in, is because it is disingenuous. Because on the one hand, saying he's not trying to prove a globe, but on the other hand, all the stories he's telling are exactly told to persuade of that notion, and he's not actually saying this is what I think I know. When pushed, he is actually saying I know this. And we had this conversation yesterday when India was asking him about the nature of the sun. And we said the same thing to him. Well, I said exactly that to him. I said, would it be more fair to characterize what you're saying as you believe you know, or you think you know what these things are, but you wouldn't actually say you definitively know? He was like, doubled down. He's like, nah, I know. So
yeah, that was the end of it for me. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Wolfgang. I was just gonna continue on with your thought. I just wanted to give you amazing Kudos for both yesterday and today, your incredible patience, adherence to the topic, and so on. Indio replayed, or he posted that audio last night and replayed some of the audio from that, because for me that was like the end, like, for me, because the way he treated both you and Indio was so incredibly rude, while also saying, I'm not here to argue. I 100% applaud you for calling him out on that disingenuous, use snake oil salesman nonsense. I get it. A bunch of people here want to be your buddy, Josh. You got so many buddies. You can DM all of them. They love you. You love us and they love you. I'm not one of them, as we know. So thanks, Cyclone. Love it.
No, you're very welcome.
I
No,
can relate
thank you.
with him personally,
And,
so
and yeah, I'm sure. But I'm sure this is discombobulating. I'm sure it's discombobulating for him because a person like him, I'm sure, goes into these spaces and has a raptured audience waiting to hear about the space stories and what robots have been sent to what light in the sky and what they know, as if he's some shamanistic priest come down from on high to the Amazonian tribes to regale them with infinite wisdom. When it's the total opposite here. Not only are people not enthralled or raptured, we're calling it out as bullshit because we know that's what it is, at least in the setting that he is trying to insinuate all this is taking place, without actually arguing that that's what he's arguing. So it's a kind of underhand way of convincing an audience of the globe without actually having to confront the fundamental arguments that we're having here, which is about the geometry of the globe, just bypassing all of that and going straight to the space stories. So I'm sure I know some people have time for that, but personally I don't. It's like, well, we could sit here till the cows come home talking about the Dungeons and Dragons rule of space exploration and satellite fantasies. But if we've got none of the geometry that requires, then it's not an argument. How are we going to waste our time? So that's what annoys me about it. It's that he's not just harmlessly like regaling space stories. There's an intention to promote the globe space fantasy without actually
that's his
having
job.
to have it scrutinized. Well,
Yeah, that's his
that
job.
might be his
He's
job.
an
Maybe that's his
evangelist
job.
for
But
his product.
here it's not his job. Here his job is to provide some evidence for his claims, and if he can't, well then don't make the claim.
Good point. So maybe the point of our discussion should focus on the epistemics of this and the philosophy of mathematics behind what he understands from a more technical standpoint.
Well, to me, it's not getting into the mathematics or the philosophy of what he's saying. It's prove the geometry of the Earth that you claim this is taking place on and is
that's
essential for the story. Because if that's not the case, if that geometry isn't there, then none of these stories hold up. I mean, that's not to say that there's not some alternative possibilities in terms of high altitude technologies. That's not to say that. But that's not where he's coming at it from. He's coming at it from globe in space. And that's what I have a problem with low key pushing, but being entirely unable to actually defend or evidence.
Good point. Yep, you're right. Yeah.
What was that?
What's an
So, do you have any
oblique spheroid?
Oblique?
The shape of the oblique. I don't know how to spell it.
Oh my
Oblique.
goodness.
You know what oblique means, right?
It's that if you ever wonder how like little kids they hear a word one time and then they try to repeat it, he heard some kind of word about ob something and he's like oblique. Oh yeah, it's an oblique sphere. That's like art.
Yeah.
That's like painting or glass.
It couldn't be
or something.
It couldn't be OBLATE by any means.
Yeah, I'm sorry for spelling it wrong. Oh Jesus.
Oblate. Yeah, that's all right. Okay, so Earth oblate spheroid. Is that your stance? Is that your position?
That the Earth's a sphere, yeah.
What's the size of the Earth?
You want to give me the you want the radius?
Radius, circumference, diameter. I pick and choose.
I'm pretty sure. Well, hold on, this guy posted it. 3,959 mile radius.
Awesome. So with something that size, you think we could calculate like drop over distance?
I would say on a local scale you could calculate probably small amounts of drop over distance. Yeah, but it'd be difficult to do on like a.
If you're 6 foot tall and you look out over water, how far away is the horizon?
I'm not sure. How far away is it?
Surely we could calculate it, right?
Yeah, you could calculate that. Yeah.
I mean, a quick Google search will
yeah, I'll
confirm
Google
it, but it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height and peak. So take the square root of 6 and multiply it by 1.22 to get your distance to the horizon.
So it's about 3 miles away. If you're 6 foot tall. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, it's not. It's further. When we go out to test this claim of a geometric horizon that should be at that calculable distance, the horizon does not appear in this location. In most instances, it appears much further than it should do.
Okay.
What do you think about that? If it's further than that, if it's supposed to be in a certain location, but it's not, and it's further, what does that tell you about the shape of the Earth?
It doesn't really tell me anything, really. I mean, there could be multiple explanations for that.
Well, it can't be bigger, because if it's bigger, that means the story they told you about how far away the moon is and what it's doing in the sky is wrong. Like, everything's wrong. The whole story's wrong.
I mean, how far away do you see it then if it's supposed to be further?
Well, hang on a sec, bro. Because in order for you to have a reason why your globe doesn't look like a globe, right, you'd need to know it's a globe in the first place.
So did you ask how far we see?
No, I didn't actually ask anything. These guys asked me to start talking about the horizon, so.
Okay. I thought you asked how far we do see, like from a flat Earth perspective. But I apologise if
No,
that
we were
wasn't
just
your
talking
question.
about how far away the horizon was. If you're 6
So-
foot, and that's about 3 miles.
Yeah. So the horizon distance is going to change, and that's going to depend on two primary factors. One, the technology you use. You understand that you're probably going to be able to resolve things in the distance better with a telescope or binoculars or a high-powered zoom camera than you are with your eyes, obviously. And the other factor is going to be the weather that you're looking through, right? The meteorological conditions, like fog, rain. If it's clear out, for example, you're going to be able to see further. Now, these are really, apart from how high you are above the surface, these factors are going to determine how far the horizon is going to appear to you. The problem is we're told that the horizon should be at 3 miles away if we're at 6 foot. We can see a horizon with good optical conditions and good high-powered zoom technology like cameras and stuff. We can see a geometric horizon well beyond 3 miles. In some instances, it appears to be about 30. And that's just from about 10 foot above the surface of the water.
And what technology would you be using to see that?
So a high-powered zoom camera, so P900 or 1000, you can use high-powered telescopes. You can actually see further by changing the spectrum of light. We can use the infrared spectrum, which kind of mitigates for the atmospheric hazing effect that we get with distance. So we can cut through that with infrared. And when we view in the infrared, we see much further than we do in the visible spectrum. It's because we have more clarity. That's why.
Yeah, then you find out that the horizon is due to. You find out that the horizon is due to the convergence of perspective, not because of the consequence of curvature.
Yeah, but the zoom of the camera doesn't break the curve. It just enlarges what
Yeah.
refraction
Yeah.
would let through.
We
And refraction never
understand.
brings back the parts hidden behind the curvature. So
Well, let's try this one then, real quick, Jedi. Before you go into it, because I know you want to talk about it. If you lower yourself down to 1 foot of observation height, right, 1.22 times the square root of 1 would give you the distance to the horizon. Maybe we should talk about that kind of an observation.
are you talking to me?
Yeah, how far is the horizon from a 1 foot observer height?
Do you want me to search that up?
I mean, what's the square root of 1 times 1.22?
Man, I'm not good at maths. I
Square root of 1 is 1. 1 times 1.22 is 1.22.
Okay.
Cool. So the distance to the horizon for a 1 foot observer will be 1.22 miles. You just square, you get the square root of the observer's height. So 1 foot in this instance. So what we can show you, and I'll get around to it a bit, I've just got to deal with this quickly and I'll come back. What we're told is the claim that we can Google to the distance to the horizon. Now, when we go to confirm this claim, we don't see that horizon where it should be. That's the point. You brought up earlier about getting a distance to the horizon. That's kind of hard to do. So we'd have to use like known landmarks to estimate a distance to the horizon. Let's say, for example, we had a landmark out to sea that was 10 miles away, and we could say it's beyond it or in front of it, showing it was less than or more than 10 miles. It would be that type of measurement. You understand?
Yeah.
Cool.
What I would like to say, if we're talking about the horizon here,
Yeah.
let's say we're looking out towards the horizon over water, and we're watching the sunset, and we're standing at the beach with with a telescope or something like that, and we're watching the sun set below the horizon, and we're looking through a telescope, and we see it start to set, and then if we get up to a higher altitude, like a hill or something like that, and then we can still see the sun. We can see it again. What would you say about that? Because that's really only possible on the curved surface.
No, one. Right. So we have to understand that when we're making observations, we're using our eyes or an optic. Eyes and optics have limitation of what they can resolve at distance. Quite simply, that's the angular size of the object. So that's the reason why that mountain far away looks small, and the one that you're standing next to looks really, really big, right? It's really simple to understand. Things get smaller in the distance. Same things apply to the Earth that you look across horizontally. Eventually, with distance, the angles that you can perceive are going to be too small for you to resolve. This extinction limit is known as the horizon, the limitation of what you can perceive of the surface of the Earth. Now, when you change your angle, climb a mountain, climb a tree, you've changed your angle. That angle with distance opens up because you're further away from the object. It's like putting your hands close to your face. You can't see the entirety of it until you move back a little bit. Same thing like with a huge surface that's thousands and thousands and thousands of miles. You can only perceive 3 miles when you stand up. You can perceive more when you get further away from it. It's like when we were down close to the surface. Like put your face down across the floor, and if you've got a tiled floor, like black and white squares, you'll notice the ones in the distance appear really, really, really small until you can't distinguish the difference until you stand up. Doesn't mean that your floor's curved, just means you've changed your angle. Want to know why you
Okay.
can see the sun again? It's the same answer. You've changed your angle.
Yeah, but where would the sun be going? I don't think it moves away.
Away. Now, again, this
I
is
don't really
just
work
going to
out.
be this is just going to be perspective, as why the sun in the distance appears to go down, where earlier on during the day it was above your head, more or less. So the reason why it appears to go downwards is due to perspective. This is convergence, right? The same reason, like when you look down a hallway or a corridor, the walls appear to get closer together. The ceiling and the floor appear to get closer together. The ceiling and the floor aren't actually getting closer together, right? They just appear to do so. Same thing with all objects that are above your eye line. When they move away with distance, they will appear to you to descend downwards towards the horizon. So that's
Okay,
why the sun appears like it's going down. It's not.
Okay, even if we're standing on that beach and we're watching the sunset, if the sun were just moving away, it would shrink into a tiny dot as it gets farther. But that's not what
Sometimes it
happens.
does.
It stays. No, it doesn't. It stays the same all size all day, and then it drops
Oh my
below the
gosh.
horizon.
This
Go on,
guy's seen
Graham.
every sunset apparently. So you've seen every sunset on Earth.
What's that got to do with it? Like I can go out and watch the
Because
sunset.
you're saying nuh-uh because your experience is that it never happened when you were paying attention. You
I've
don't
never
realize that
seen
there
the
are
sun.
other
I've never seen the
situations.
sun.
Yeah, I know you've not seen it. Other people have seen this.
Other people have seen the sun go into a tiny dot. See.
Hey, do me a favor. Look in the side chat. I'm gonna post a GIF for you real quick. All right.
Okay. Oh yes, my favorite
Keep in
form of
mind,
evidence: a GIF on Discord.
I know, right?
but
It's
keep in
just a
mind,
video
that wouldn't matter either.
made into a GIF. It's just a time lapse video made into a GIF. A girl is
And where's the
painting
video
on a
from?
high.
Oh, let me guess. YouTube.
A girl is painting while a sunset is happening. She's not a flat
Okay,
earther. She's just painting while the sunset is happening. The sun gets smaller as it moves away.
This is all nonsense, anyways. Though, I mean, if you're going to affirm the consequent with sunsets and sunrises, then you've already lost. At the end of the day, the Earth is flat because everybody measures it and uses it that way. That's how it is. It's measured to be flat. There is no Earth curve measurements. Who cares about the sun? Has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Well, how do different countries see different sun angles at the same time then?
Hey, does that have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is curving? Does that have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is curving?
Because it works exactly on a curved Earth. It
I'm
doesn't work on a flat Earth.
sorry,
Whenever the
it
UK
doesn't.
sees sunset, the New
I'm
York sees afternoon, and
sorry,
Australia sees morning.
dude. You can keep chanting, but you and I both know that that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
The
because
Earth
are you
is
telling me?
measured as flat.
Sorry, Caesar. Yeah, but are you telling me though? Right. Okay. So if you're closer to, let's say, a tower than I am, that we'll both get the same angle to the top of it on a flat surface. On a flat surface, let's say you're closer to a tower than I am, and we both measure an angle to the top of it, and we're on a flat surface, right? Are you saying that we'll both get the same angle?
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying
Okay.
your version
So
on a
from
flat
from
Earth
different
sunset,
positions on a
I don't
flat
think
Earth,
sun works. Doesn't work.
right? So from different positions on a flat Earth, you can get different elevation angle measurements to the sun.
Sorry, what version of flat Earth are you strawmanning us with? What have we presented you?
Well, the Earth is flat, so what version of flat Earth are you talking about? I mean, it's
Yeah, the
pretty,
Earth being
The one
flat. You said
outside,
using a
version.
model or anything.
the one outside,
What
that version.
model? Yeah, the Earth under your feet. Yeah, it's flat. It's measured.
Let me ask you, B-Man. The B-Man, right?
Yeah,
Is the surface of water in a swimming pool flat?
it's level.
It's flat, right?
I wouldn't call it flat.
What would you call it then?
I would call it level.
Level is flat, right?
No, level's not flat.
What is level to you?
Level, I believe, is what was the definition of it? I think it's to do with
Having
let
no
me
point
refresh.
higher or lower than another one. That's the definition of level.
It's a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
What's horizontal?
Having no.
What's a plane? What's horizontal? It's all flat. It's perpendicular to plumb.
So what's your point?
So my point is, water on the surface at rest is always flat.
At rest, it's flat. Okay, well, level would mean perpendicular to gravity, not
Right.
not
perpendicular.
Yeah.
You can't have perpendicular to a ball. There's no such thing as perpendicular to a curved surface.
Yeah, there is, because
Right.
on a globe,
Call it gravity
pulls
if you
towards
like,
the
right?
center, so level curves around the Earth.
Right. Perpendicular would be 90-degree angle. Right. Perpendicular to vertical would mean 90 degrees, yes or no?
I don't know what degrees it is. I just know that
Yeah, it would be
the center.
a right angle. Perpendicular would be a right to vertical would be a right angle. And if you're saying the surface of water or liquid at rest is perpendicular to vertical, then you're telling us that the surface of that liquid is flat and horizontal, because perpendicular to vertical is horizontal. But horizontal is not curving. Okay? So you're agreeing with us.
No, because you're saying the surface of the water is flat, but it's
Yeah,
not
so are you.
flat.
So are you. If you say that the surface of the liquid is perpendicular to gravity, then you're calling the surface of the liquid horizontal.
No, perpendicular just tells you
Yeah.
the angle at one point. A surface
Yeah,
can be
90
perpendicular
degrees.
to gravity. It can be perpendicular to
Dude,
gravity
you can't
everywhere.
have
but
you
it's
can't
curved
have an angle
overall.
to the surface of a
That's exactly
ball.
what
You
sphere
cannot
is.
make an angle to the surface of a ball. Try something else.
No, just because a surface being 90 degree to gravity locally doesn't make
You
it
can't
flat
have
on a
90
global
degrees to
scale.
a curve. You can't put a
Yes, you can.
stick onto
You've
the
seen a
surface
really
of a
big.
ball and call
Have
it
you
an
seen
angle.
Have you seen a really big circle? If you
Dude,
zoom in
what's
and
the
one of the
angle
lines, it'll
between a
look flat.
basketball? What's the angle between a basketball and it's sitting on your table? So your basketball's now sitting on your table. What's that angle?
I don't know. You tell me.
Exactly. There's none.
Well, you can
Well,
if
you're
you're
begging
using
the
a
question of the
basketball.
ball anyway. There is no sphere Earth. You'd have to have a curvature for that. So if you don't have any curvature of Earth, I'm sorry, you just stuck with flat water, perpendicular.
No, hold on. You're saying you're talking about the basketball, right?
I wasn't talking about a basketball, but someone asked you about the
talking about a
angular
sphere.
relationship between a flat surface, or you could use a stick. Put a stick and put it on top of the basketball and tell me what angle you get.
Yeah, that's the same exact thing.
Yeah. So saying perpendicular means flat is like saying
We're
a basketball
comparing
is
a
flat.
sphere
Every point
to
on
a
the
flat.
basketball is 90 degree
Hello?
to the center, but the whole surface is still curved.
Comparing the surface of a sphere to the surface of to a flat surface. That's the comparison. Whether we use a basketball for an analogy, a baseball for an analogy, a soccer ball, or the earth, just know that we're talking about the sphere and the lack thereof.
Right. If you have two lines, right, that meet, right, can you have an angle between them if one of those lines is curved? One or more? Is there an angle? Can you measure an angle between the two lines?
I don't know, can you?
No, you can't. An angle will require the intersection of two straight lines. At least 2 straight lines.
Okay, well, tell me this. You guys believe the Earth is a flat plane? Yeah.
Here we go.
Negative.
Now we're going to
It's not
talk
a
about
belief,
something
bro.
else.
What do you believe in?
It's not a
No,
belief.
sorry, it's not about belief. The Earth is
Okay,
measured to be flat
fine.
by
What do you know?
everybody. We know that the Earth is measured flat by everyone. There is no curvature measurement whatsoever. The Earth is not a sphere. It is indeed flat as it presents itself to be.
So where's the edge, and why has no one found it?
What edge?
Uh-oh.
Well, if
What
it's
edge are you
flat, then
talking
there has
about?
to be an edge. Or there
Really?
has to be
Says you? Well, you okay? Well, then you tell me where I should find it.
I don't know if you just circumnavigate the world, see what
Dude,
happens.
Earth is
Where's
not.
the edge?
Earth is not floating with your other planets in space. So where's the edge at
So
now?
what's going on? So what's going on then? How can it be flat and there be no edge?
Oh, because it's the
what's going
floor.
on?
Yeah, it's the floor of the universe.
It's the floor of the universe. What is that?
I'm just curious why you think it has to have an edge. Where would this edge be at?
Are you fucking stupid? Have you ever seen something flat? You talk about basketballs and shit like that.
Let me tell you about my floor right here. Are you standing on a floor? Is there edges of your floor in your house?
No, listen to me. If you get the top
No,
of a
listen to me. Have I ever seen anything something flat? You said, have I seen something flat? Yes. Okay, so I got this flat floor in here. Where's the edge of my floor at?
Whenever it meets the wall.
Oh, okay. So it meets a wall. Okay.
Yeah, where's the fucking
This
wall
one.
in the globe?
Is that an edge or is that a limit?
Sorry, the flat Earth. Where's the wall? Where's the limit? Where can you?
Oh, I don't know. Where do you think I ought to find it? I don't know. Where do you think I should find it?
You guys don't know shit because you can't we've circumnavigated
Sorry,
the Earth.
friend, circumnavigation is in a circle. It's not about going to the limits of anything. It's going in a circle. You should probably think about the words that you use before you say them.
Huh? Yeah, well, if you go from one point on Earth and make a complete circumnavigation of it, and you return back
You'll
to
be
where you were,
it's called a
you'll be
circle.
at the same point. You're not moving around.
Yes,
Can you walk in a circle on your floor?
Wait, you're not moving around something?
You're moving around the fucking.
Can you walk in a
You're
circle?
not-
Can you walk in a circle around your floor and not see your wall and not run into your wall? Can you walk in a circle around your floor?
Yeah, you can, but where's the wall that you guys are talking about?
I don't know. Nobody here said anything about a wall except for you. You brought up the wall. You tell me where it is.
Yeah, because you asked me a question. You said on a flat plane, you were talking about your floor, and I said, "Where's the edge to that?" And I said, "The wall." So how come we've never found the wall? We've explored the
I don't
entire.
know. Have we? How do you know?
Dude, you brought up the wall then, just like you said. We didn't bring up a wall, just like you said.
Yeah, I know. I'm bringing it up. We've explored.
I don't know about any walls. We didn't make up a wall. That's on you, dude. We can't answer your question you made up.
So, let me get this straight. My interpretation of something being flat is there either has to be a limit, or there has to be an edge.
Okay.
Or something. Okay. Now hear me out.
Where
We've explored the entire planet, minus maybe like a large portion of the ocean. Yes.
You don't have
but
any
every
evidence for that.
Every single fucking landmass we've discovered. I mean, come
Sorry,
on.
What did you discover?
Yeah, tell us about what you
I never said
discovered.
I discovered anything. I'm talking
Well, you
about
said we.
everyone fucking else in human history.
Okay, what are
we
names?
pretty much dominated everywhere.
Okay, great. What are their names, and can you tell us where they went and they found the edge?
Oh, what I'm saying here is I don't know their names. You know, Christopher Columbus, the likes of those sort of guys. You know, Alexander the Great, who went around
yeah.
dominating everything. And we've been to every fucking island, every little nook and cranny of the planet.
Did you know that we discovered 7,000 new islands off the coast of Japan?
No,
right off the coast of
didn't know
Japan.
that. Yeah, he didn't
I know.
know that they found 7,000 new islands off the coast of Japan because he thinks everything's been discovered already.
7,000 new islands.
Yeah,
That's
look it
correct.
up.
Let me see these islands. Hold on.
This is going to be a surprise to him. He says we already found everything, whoever we is.
Well, flat earthers are
An
stupid.
undersea volcanic eruption created a new island in the Pacific in late 2023. So yeah, it created a new island.
What,
not
one
discovered.
island?
They
No,
were
we're
sitting
talking
there. No one
7,000.
discovered.
7,000 islands, bro.
Hold on, 7,000. Let me see this. 1, 2, 3. Japan did not discover 7,000 new islands. What the fuck are you talking about? There's literally no proof of this. Where did this happen?
Oh, he's a skeptic now. Okay, so let me be a skeptic. How do you know we found every piece of dirt on the earth?
One second, I'm reading into this Japan thing.
He's reading AI. Whatever AI makes up about it.
CNN travel. Yeah, there's multiple reasons to why these islands have not been occupied.
Well, that's probably the only ones that have been to. That's probably the only ones that we don't know about, right?
Because of different.
Yeah, I'm sure those are
territorial disputes and shit. But I'm sure someone discovered it at some point in time.
Now he's sure. You hear that?
Oh,
he's
damn.
sure of it.
1 second.
Just bloviating, dude.
No,
Oh, I'm
fact
sure
check.
somebody went to your edge at some point.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Say, okay, you guys are right.
Okay, so the Earth is flat. I'm sorry.
because they discovered 7,000 new islands.
Yes, because you said everything's been discovered already because we live on a ball. And we said, no, the Earth is flat, and they discovered 7,000 new islands. And you said, bullshit. Then you looked it up. You said, they did discover 7,000 new islands, and
here you
the
go.
Earth is still a ball for some reason. And that doesn't
You want to
make
know
sense
why they
to us.
discovered 7,000 new islands? Because most of them are just small, barren fucking rocks that go underwater half the time. Yeah, there's
Wow,
still
I
some-
can't believe they didn't find those before.
There's still some shit that
So now
pop up
you're
here
giving
and there.
excuses as to why they didn't find them, even though your argument was that we've discovered everything, and now we found out that we haven't discovered everything, and you're giving excuses for that.
See,
How
these
pathetic.
These are little pathetic islands, okay?
Right, little pathetic islands that we didn't discover.
We've discovered all of the major land masses, and I'm
Oh,
pretty
okay, sure, no problem.
a wall
I need your
surrounding
evidence for
the
that,
fucking
please.
Earth or an age would
Can you
be
give me
a
the
pretty
evidence
major
for that,
landmass.
please? Sorry, I don't know why you're still talking. I just need the evidence for that, please.
The evidence for that we've discovered all the major land masses and continents. And
Yeah.
look at a map.
Nope, that
Okay,
doesn't
so
work.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
No.
No,
I'll
look
tell
at
you why.
Pacific
Why doesn't it
Ocean.
work?
Pacific Ocean doesn't have any land in it.
Yeah, because it's an ocean.
Prove it.
Prove that it's an ocean? Are you stupid?
No, I want you to prove that that's been all explored.
Okay, so let me go to the Pacific Ocean and search for some fucking islands and shit like that. What's in the Pacific Ocean? Like, what does it matter? Where's this big, massive, fuck off wall surrounding the globe? I'm pretty sure.
There's your wall again, dude. Your wall, dude. Your
Yeah.
wall. You brought
So
up your
what-
wall
so what-
again. Your
Yeah,
wall.
exactly.
It's your
I'm not
wall, not
saying-
ours.
I'm not saying.
We didn't make up the wall. You did. Why do you want us to talk
what's
about
going
your
on
wall?
then? So what's going on then? I'm just saying, in my reality, on a flat surface, I'm looking at my desk right now. It's pretty flat. There's an edge to it. I'm looking at the floor.
Okay.
The only thing that
How do you know it's
once you
flat?
get to the
How do you know your desk
other
is
side
flat?
of the floor,
How do you know your desk
do you
isn't
want me to
curving?
measure it? It looks flat.
Sure, why not? Measure something, goddamn.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But once I go to the other side of my room, I see a wall.
Okay.
There's a
So you think the Earth has a wall? Okay, well, where is it?
you're the guy. You're the people that believe this shit. If the Earth is flat,
No, I
where's-
did I say that the
where's
Earth has a wall?
Where's
Did
the
I say
wall?
that?
Where-
If the
Sorry.
Earth is flat, if the Earth is flat, if the Earth is flat.
Okay, finally.
No, we just said it was flat. Like we didn't make any claims after that. We just said it was flat.
Captain
Yeah, you're
Hook
saying it needs to have a wall or an edge.
the earliest historical charts of the Ice Age
That's a map.
in the Chukchi Sea.
The Ice Age? How long ago was
we're
Ice
not
Age?
talking about Ice Age. Not talking about that dumb shit.
That was one of you guys that posted that. So
Sorry,
Hold
do
your
you think
room
that,
fuck up, please.
do you think that we say that there's a ring of ice around the world? Is this what you've seen in like media and so on?
No, I know you guys don't believe that shit anymore. So what is surrounding us, or what is stopping us from reaching the edge? Is what I want to know.
No idea.
A dense
No
hydrogen
idea.
ocean prevents anything from leaving the Earth.
Okay, that's interesting, and also a claim that can't be validated. The more honest answer is we don't know.
No, we could definitely make a scientific conclusion that it is a hydrogen.
Really, based upon what hypothesis and experiment?
Okay, so on the Earth, we can take hydrogen and get it to
Is this
extremely...
going to be a hypothesis and an experiment?
Right. But the difference is if my hypothesis...
Go ahead and talk to the other guy. That guy's retarded.
Cool, fair enough. I thought he was.
Arguing with each
Yeah, don't give up on Phil Platt so soon. I just checked him into our home server.
Oh
Gosh, poor Phil Platt.
He's got to wait his turn.
So
I mean, I'd rather talk to Phil Platt than B Man. I mean, he's been around
for
here
sure.
so long. My
B-Man gave
goodness.
up a long time ago. Yeah, B-Man should just listen now.
I haven't given up. Fuck's it now.
Let me explain it before you dismiss it. I mean, what you're doing is literally what pagans do. If you tried to convince them their worldview is ridiculous, they'd wave you off and say their authority and consensus disagrees. So just listen first before you dismiss.
We're not trying to convince anybody.
Right, but I'm not trying to convince anybody either. I'm just trying to state what I believe it could be. And it's being hand-waved immediately before I even finish.
Oh, yeah, because we don't want to hear about belief systems.
I'm not talking about belief systems. I'm talking about something you
about
could
what you
do
believe.
yourself.
You said you were talking about what you believe. You're not saying that's not a belief system. Hold on. I don't want to get off, my friend. I don't want to get off on the wrong foot with you.
Scientific process, right? You understand that observation, measurement, repeatability is what declares
Obviously
empirical
doesn't want the
validation.
olive branch. No problem.
Right, you understand that, though. That's the empirical process.
Okay.
The question was...
So get on
just
with the
for
measurements
brevity,
then.
All right, well, this is what I'm saying, is that if we can observe a pressure gradient, then we have to look at the scientific laws. What does a pressure gradient require? It requires containment. Right, so now when we look at the containment, we can see our pressure gradient has hydrogen at the top. There's no reason to assume that hydrogen doesn't continue past the magnetic field. And we know that...
what measurement is the hydrogen claim based on?
Hydrogen claim? I don't know. I could use hostile witnesses all day. None of your model is claiming that hydrogen isn't at the top of the atmosphere. They agree.
What model?
The
we don't have a model.
Are you telling me your heliocentric model doesn't believe a density gradient in the atmosphere?
My friend, yeah, we talk about gradient. You were talking, specifically talking about one particular gas, hydrogen.
Right, and there's a special property about that gas, and it's a special property
before you run off.
That is a big deal in its location.
My friend, I don't want to get off on the wrong foot. All right?
I know. I'm trying to explain to you an empirical fact, and you're dismissing it as if it has nothing to do with my final...
not dismissing it. I'm trying to walk through it slowly. That's why I keep kind of mumbling and trying to interrupt, because you're going quite fast. So slow down.
We'll slow it down then. Do you agree with me that,
back to my
that
question.
the atmosphere has a density gradient, and at the higher an altitude
that's not in question.
But we're talking about the firmament, so it's important what elements exist around the firmament.
Is your foot constantly down on the accelerator, or do you think you can just ease it off a little bit?
I don't understand. You're interrupting me, and I'm just trying to explain something.
I've already told you I'm trying to slow down and go through this step by step. That trying to interrupt you is trying to slow you down, because I want clarification before we move on.
Yeah, I made the claim that it's probably a hydrogen ocean, and then I was trying to explain why I think that, and that's what you keep cutting off.
Someone else can try.
Phil, take a deep breath. We're trying to communicate with you, but you don't have to keep talking over us. Just you say something, and then somebody else will say something back to you.
Right,
It's
but I
that
didn't
simple.
get to say anything.
Okay, go ahead. Go right now, and then stop when you're done.
Okay, what I'm saying is that it would be a hydrogen ocean. We can objectively confirm that we live in a pressure density atmosphere, and that the higher in altitude we go, the lighter the elements are. Hydrogen, under a scientific framework, you can test it in a lab that under extreme cold temperatures, it gets really dense and it liquefies. And the properties of liquid hydrogen is diamagnetism. It is repelled by magnets. And so literally, if outside the magnetic field is a dense hydrogen cold ocean, then it would be at the bottom of an extremely dense ocean, creating a pressure from the magnetic field meeting that diamagnetic hydrogen ocean. That would create a pressure bubble that we exist in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Right. That is empirical.
What's empirical? Because that's what hydrogen does. We can do that here on the surface.
That's great.
No.
Hey,
What we mean by empirical is, hold on. What I mean by empirical is so far, lovely story. I think we're all, I think we're all kind of nodding along, but at the end of the story, we want validation for it, don't we? So have
What do you
been
mean by
there?
validation? What aren't you
Have you
agreeing
been,
with?
but have you been there to confirm that your hypothesis in this instance, or theory, is probably better, is true?
That's a fallacy. Science is about scalability. Yeah, it's about scalability. The fact that you say I'm not allowed to prove anything
I'll try
because
to
I
add
can't
more
go there.
clarity if you'll allow me. Thank you. So at the moment, like I said, we're all nodding along, right?
Right.
We still want verification that this is actually the reality in which we live.
So basically, you want to
sounds like
flat earthers deny everything because their whole point is that they don't have the resources.
I'm really trying my best to communicate with you, sir.
You're telling me I can't say a word because I can't travel to the firmament.
No, at the moment, I'm really trying to make my point.
Yeah, but you understand that theories can exist in science, but the point is that can't contradict empirical laws.
Yes, I agree that theories exist in science if they have undergone hypothesis verification through experiment. You can then base your theory.
I'm just saying you would agree that the heliocentric model saying gravity prevents entropy, it contradicts the scientific law.
Dude, right, I'm literally trying to hold out an olive branch to you. If you'd let me say more than fucking 15 words, you'd agree that I'm trying to reach an agreement with you and hopefully add some clarity. Now, so far, you've given, and I'm like, trying my best to steelman you and give you a good representation of what you think you're trying to give. So give me a moment. So far, I'll agree. You're giving me what is probably a good scientific hypothesis. A good scientific theory based on a few hypotheses that have been demonstrated to be true. Like you require a container for gas pressure, the observable reality that there is a gas pressure gradient. You're hypothesizing a cause for this, something that you could probably do in a laboratory and say this does cause that. But until you observe the reality and go there, you can't verify this theory of yours to be true, right?
Right. I'm not saying that's why it's a theory. If it was more than a theory, I'd be calling it law.
Yeah, so it's a good idea. I don't think anybody would say that it isn't a good idea.
Right, but I'm not saying it's law. I'm saying it's a theory. You can have theories as long as they don't contradict law.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just glad we had this conversation so we could add clarity to what's being said. There's no need for us to think that each other's being hostile. We have agreements here, but we also have limitations. This place that you are in at the moment tries to deal with what's empirical. When we get to theories that can't be tested, we must admit that this isn't empirical and underlie it as a good speculation or theory to a probability, an idea.
Right, but a hypothesis is just that. You take your theories and test them against empirical law. If I can
No, you need to get this order. Sorry, sir. Sorry, you need to get this order right. Scientific theories are based on an accumulation of scientific hypotheses that have been demonstrated to be true with verification through experiment. You've basically got to complete the scientific method, have an experiment, and then you can base your theory upon what you've proven to be true, which is what you've done. You've conglomerated a few scientific hypotheses and are basing your theory upon that. Now, at the moment, we must agree that it is just a theory, something you can't actually demonstrate to be true until you go there.
But I could demonstrate the science behind it. That is my point.
So, yeah, this is why I said we were all nodding along. Yes, we observe a gas pressure gradient. We were agreeing with you, right? Now, the cause in your supposition, the cause in your supposition, we would also nodding along to, right? Hydrogen in this state, it acts like this. It could be the limitation to our gas pressure and maybe our whole environment. Okay? So it's a nice idea, like I said, but we can't go there to verify this theory.
Well, because what I'm understanding is, I heard the question where somebody asked what could, be the firmament or whatever, and I'm trying to give a theory that replaces the debunked theory that gas prevents entropy.
I get you, okay? Maybe, and I'm not being hostile. The question was more specific about the ice wall, the Antarctic ice wall, as in when you go out horizontally. But I will concede eventually you would meet where the sky reaches the earth. So if this is what you were speaking about, yeah, okay. But again, we must caveat it with this is a speculation. And dealing in conversations in this channel where we try to deal with empirical truths, things that we can validate to be true or not, then speculation must be underlined and pointed out.
Well, sure. I'm not claiming that this is fact. I'm claiming that this is this can replace the defunct theory that gravity prevents entropy. That just objectively can't be true.
Well, we don't need other speculations to replace the already existing speculation of gravity holding gas to the Earth.
But that is the exact scientific process. You create those speculations, and they hold if they don't contradict. And there's just
no, that's not the scientific process. You're that's completely false.
I want to ask Phil this. I want to ask Phil a question. Phil, do you think your hypothesis could happen over a flat surface as well?
Yes.
Well,
yes,
then.
In fact, I look at the Earth as a microcosm, macrocosm. I think it's a direct macrocosm of the hydrogen atom itself. And hydrogen atoms bond to each other, and they would create an inertial plane in between them.
Phil, you don't have any hypotheses.
Well, I'm just saying, you asked me if I believed it could happen over a flat Earth. I told you what I believed.
No, that was a different question. I'm talking about your whole hydrogen ocean.
Yeah.
You don't even have a hypothesis yet. It's not scientific at all.
Well, what do you mean? I can take in a lab and I can take hydrogen, liquefy it, and I can create a magnetic field and watch it repel.
Nobody cares. It's not science. It's not science.
It's literally science.
No, it literally isn't, because if you're going to use the scientific method in natural science in this situation, you would have to have a naturally observed phenomena. Can you give me the naturally observed phenomena?
Yeah, the magnetic field of Earth. And
okay, so
that exists at the top of the density gradient.
No. We're dealing with your original observation. You observe apparently in nature a magnetic field. So what?
So science is
what about
science is about recreating conditions.
That's false.
Right.
That's
to
false.
be specific,
it's not about recreating conditions and then manipulating the variables.
Specific, when we ask you what you see and you say the magnetic field of the Earth, the next question, because we've got the observed phenomena when creating a hypothesis, is very simply what caused that.
What caused the magnetic field?
Yeah.
The Earth. What do you mean? Like, are you saying the Earth doesn't have a magnetic field? Or are we not?
No. Listen, we're agreeing with you that you see this electromagnetic right? Compasses follow these lines, for example, right? If you're saying that this is the phenomena that you observe, the method's very strict. If this is your independent variable, sorry, your dependent variable, then the independent variable, the cause question must be answered, right? So what caused that? What you
You're
observed?
asking me what causes the Earth to be magnetic.
Yeah, because that's what you gave as your phenomena. Like I said, maybe you should, hold on, my friend. That's why I asked you. Maybe you want to give a different phenomena, because that one's not going to fit into your hypothesis, dude. Not the
So are
one
you
that you're
saying
trying
that-
to give.
Are you saying that magnetic fields are like personal, like they're different? Like if I create one magnetic field and another one, that they're somehow different?
All right, okay, right. And I'm English, and I know my English is British to you, but I know that everybody else understands what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand why you don't.
It's it's about science and doing experiments with scalability.
Okay, first step of the scientific method is the naturally observed phenomena. When questioned about that, you gave the magnetic field of the Earth. The next step is to answer the question, what caused that? Now, you said science. That would be the construction of a hypothesis that we're going to test for experiment. I
So what
think
you're
so.
saying-
This isn't a thing that you're trying to talk about.
Well, let's put it this way. Isaac Newton came up with the equations to describe the laws of
I'm gonna
gravity.
go bang my
He
head
literally
against the wall.
said that he can't tell you what causes it, but he can tell you the laws it must abide by. So are you saying he didn't follow any scientific process?
Yes, that's exactly what we're saying.
So the guy that's responsible for every piece of infrastructure that ever existed on Earth didn't even follow the scientific process to come up with that equation.
What equation?
Scientific process to come up with an equation.
The equation
The
for
only way
gravity.
that you can come up, hold on. The only way that you can come up with an equation, which is the use of language, which is math, to express what has happened within the scientific experiment.
Isaac Newton came up with
So we need the
laws
experiment
that
then.
gravity must follow. He said he doesn't know
So what was the experiment then?
What was his experiment?
Yeah, what was the experiment the formulae or equation were gained from?
Observation, measurement, and repeatability. He took physical
Okay,
objects.
so what's the
experimented with
hypothesis?
them with their
So
gravitational
what's the
effect.
So what is the hypothesis that Newton gave?
He gave his mass equal, or here, I'll look it up so I don't get it wrong. But he definitely gave you a hypothesis.
Okay, when you said you were going to give me an equation, a hypothesis doesn't come in the form of an equation.
Use him as an example. I'm not here to argue that, but I can look it up and argue Newton. I'm just saying that he literally says he doesn't know the cause, but he can tell you the laws that it must obey.
Dude, you're rattling around like one of them balls when they draw the lottery. You got to stick to one thing.
I'm trying to
telling
say one
you.
thing, but you're telling me that I must tell you the cause before I tell you the laws. And I'm pointing out that one of the most prominent scientists ever literally did not do that.
No, you're claiming hydrogen water in the sky, right?
I'm claiming hydrogen is in the sky, and I'm saying that hydrogen at extremely cold temperatures will be dense and it will liquefy. And that we can produce that right here on Earth, and we know its properties.
Cool. So act as a container for the gas pressure, right?
Right.
Cool. So that's not the magnetic field doing that now, is it?
No, it's the magnetic field meeting the hydrogen ocean.
Oh, okay. So you now need to observe this phenomena.
Right. Like you can create that in a lab.
No. The phenomena in the natural world.
See, you're
No,
pretending like I have
dude,
to
I'm pointing
explain how
out.
the Earth
Dude.
has a magnetic field. It's objective.
Yes.
I don't have to tell you what causes it to say that it has
Phil,
a magnetic
I'm gonna steel man you real quick. I'm gonna steel man you, Phil. What you're saying is the magnetic field is encapsulating liquid hydrogen around the outer edge of the atmosphere.
Yeah, a good way to put it is like, I know this is a silly way. Think of like SpongeBob with Sandy under the ocean with her dome. She's inside an ocean. Picture that ocean as a hydrogen ocean, and that the dome
get
is
it, man.
a dome, but a magnetic field repelling it.
You have no evidence for it other than just a hypothesis and what you think might be going on in your mind.
Right, that's what I'm trying to give you, a hypothesis, and I can test the hypothesis.
It's not
I
a
didn't-
hypothesis.
I didn't verify it.
It's not
How do you
a hypothesis.
That is exactly how science works. You create a hypothesis.
No, it isn't. You can't just make it up as you go. You're making up stuff as you go along.
No,
Give
I
me the
didn't say that
naturally
there's
observed
invisible matter
phenomena,
that
and
you
then I
can't
want
observe.
the independent and dependent variables. We're not going to do this anymore. Give me the naturally observed phenomena, and then give me your hypothesis.
Magnetic
We'll see if it's
field
any good.
and hydrogen at the top of the gradient. Those are
Okay, so that totally incoherent. Your magnetic field is apparently your observation in nature. You see natural magnetism, and now you're going to claim that the cause of that is what?
Why would I have to explain the cause for it to be real?
Oh my God!
I'm not asking you whether or not it's real. That's not what science adjudicates. It adjudicates cause and effect relationships. So
Right,
the
right. I'm not
effect that
trying
you're
to prove that
observing is
magnetic
the
fields exist.
magnetism. Exactly. You're observing a magnetic field. What causes it?
I'm not talking about the magnetic field. I'm talking about
Okay, well
something
then
else that is affected by an existing magnetic field.
nothing else is being affected by it right now. You would have to show me liquid hydrogen being affected by an electromagnetic field or a magnetic field in this scenario.
Yeah, that can be produced on a smaller scale. Why wouldn't you
No,
be able to scale it?
yeah, you can do this on a small scale on your countertop. That's fantastic. We're talking about the grand scale of the Earth, and you don't observe this to be happening. The only thing that you can point to as a naturally occurring phenomena is the gas pressure.
And the magnetic field that the Earth has.
Spot on.
And you cannot connect the two.
I don't have to tell you the cause of something that exists if I'm not
Yes,
trying
yes.
to explain
Hold
to
on.
you what
Hold on.
causes.
Hold on, my friend. You were giving us a claim to the edge of the Earth, right? And I use the term loosely, as in what contains us.
Right.
That would be the cause of the gas pressure, wouldn't it?
The cause of the gas pressure, yes, and that is
Yeah, you're saying, so I know we'll follow, you're saying that the electromagnetic field of the Earth meets hydrogen at a high level and creates this container. Yes?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, lovely hypothesis, but every single time we ask you for the phenomena, you don't observe it. We've gotten past it's not the electromagnetic field. The phenomena needs to be the electromagnetic field meeting the hydrogen that you claim.
Right.
Because
So
that
I'm
would
not
be the
saying that
cause
the
of the gas
magnetic field
pressure.
creates the containment. I'm saying that
Yeah.
the hydrogen ocean creates the containment. It's being repelled by a magnetic field.
Yeah. So you would need to observe this as the cause for the phenomena of gas pressure.
So you're saying, though, even though I can reproduce it on a smaller scale, that I'm not allowed to scale that up like normal science works, but I'm just supposed to just say it's not a case unless I can travel there?
No. We will reach the conclusion that the gas that's under pressure requires a container. We can't reach a conclusion as to what that container is.
But we can create
hypotheses,
and that's what I've done.
We can make theories, best guess.
Sure. Why can't I have that?
You can have your best guess, but it's not proof.
Right. I didn't
Here's
say
the thing, Phil.
I'm giving you a replacement
Here's the
theory.
thing. Here's the thing. You create a small scaled down version of that on your countertop. How do you go about proving that up in the sky?
Scalability.
No. You still have to go up to the sky and verify that that's still the thing that you think it is.
Yeah, you need to make 14.7 psi at gas pressure when you do this. Also, don't forget about that.
How can heliocentrists make that claim when Albert Einstein made his assumptions like in 1905 when they didn't even claim to send a probe up until
Dude, he
1957?
used to stick his tongue out. So don't go by his word.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like the heliocentrists, they have this idea like they're allowed to make all these hypotheses and theories and nobody's allowed to
No, they're
challenge
not.
it.
We already threw them all out.
Oh, then what are we? Oh, we're talking. Well, I'm just creating a theory and a hypothesis. If these are flat earthers, I'm just giving you ideas.
You're not.
Yeah. So sorry, right?
It's definitely scalable. For instance,
my
the
friend.
claim that gravity can prevent entropy. Like you can produce an experiment right here on Earth that proves that's not possible.
No, you can't.
Yeah,
No, if you create the conditions at the edge of the atmosphere that heliocentrism claims, you can recreate that in a chamber. And then you can put a chamber right on top of that with a vacuum that's not even nearly as strong as the claimed vacuum of space.
No, you can't.
See, now that's just ridiculous. You're just denying the scientific process.
Okay, so let's try this again. Hey, Phil, can you show me that someone has taken a big giant vat of liquid hydrogen and then they've taken some kind of magnetic field and created some kind of magnetic force field to hold back the hydrogen ocean on a small scale? Can you show me that?
I mean, it's producible. There's lots of citations that talk about it.
Just get me the study that they did this, please.
Okay. Give me a minute. I'll look it up right now. I mean, this is how I came up with my hypothesis, was looking at this stuff.
Right. So you saw a liquid hydrogen ocean with a hemispherical bubble inside of it created by a magnetic field. Did you?
In a lab, you can produce it. Yeah. You can take hydrogen.
I want you to show it to me. I want you to show me this exact thing.
So let me get this straight. Are you a flat earther or are you a globe one arguing?
Who cares? I could be an anybody. I could be a flat earther. I could be a glober. And this would still be a great question.
You do not understand the scientific process of scalability, or you don't understand what's behind.
I'm not worried about scalability. I'm talking about cause and effect relationships, which is what science is all about.
Listen, dude, you didn't observe an ocean of hydrogen that you're going to scale up to. So,
like a cup of water,
you're already done. You lost me at ocean of hydrogen.
A cup of water is just a cup of water. If you scale that up, you can scale it up to an ocean.
Great.
Are you denying the scalability?
Don't try to run away from this point. I want you to show me a small liquid hydrogen ocean having a force field of magnetism inside of it, creating a bubble. Let's see that.
So you're denying that liquid hydrogen is diamagnetic.
I haven't seen anything to deny yet.
Didn't deny that at all. You're taking words and twisting them around and making it seem like I'm denying something. I'm asking you to reproduce the thing that you are claiming is happening.
Trying to stillman here. If you're saying that, I know what you're asking me to do, but I'm trying to understand why you need to see something.
You're not going to be able to figure me out. I'm asking you a specific question about your claim. I've made no claims. I want to see your claim in action. Show it to me.
Well, that's the beauty about my claim, is me showing it to you is irrelevant. You can produce it yourself.
Okay, great. How would I go about doing that? Because no one's done this so far, so I'm going to be the pioneer, I guess. You know what? Maybe you should do this.
Liquid hydrogen was diamagnetic.
I didn't ask you anything about the properties of the liquid hydrogen. I asked you to reproduce the thing that you are claiming is happening.
Yeah, you can reproduce it.
Okay, show it to me then. If it's so easy, why don't you just go ahead and show it to me? Don't try to run away from this, Phil. You're not going to be able to filibuster. Show me the thing that you're talking about. I don't want to hear any more words out of you. I want to see the thing that you're talking about.
You're either denying.
Are you still not even steelmanning me? You don't even understand what steelman means. You need to get me the evidence for the thing that I asked for.
So if magnets repel liquid hydrogen, how can you not scale that? How can you not make a stronger magnet?
I just need you to go ahead and show me what it is that you're talking about, since it's so easy.
You're just avoiding.
No, it's totally relevant. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and talk about your claim again. Let's see how relevant it is. Were you claiming that there is a hydrogen ocean? This is your quote-unquote hypothesis or theory, that there is an ocean of hydrogen being held back by a magnetic field of the Earth, creating a bubble that we can live in, like the squirrel and freaking SpongeBob SquarePants. Isn't that your claim?
Yeah, I tried to explain it with an analogy that was as simple as possible.
What I need you to do is, on a small scale, get that demonstration for me.
Yeah, you can just look up any citation about liquid hydrogen.
No, I'm sorry. This is you providing it for me, since it's your claim. You make the claim, you provide the evidence.
You can independently verify it yourself. I'm not a monkey or an authority. These are things you can independently.
This is your claim.
2 seconds. All right, my friend, you're new to the channel. All right. Now, we welcome you, but we have standards here. One of those standards is if a person makes a claim, they provide the evidence, especially from the flat earth side, right? We don't turn around to people and say to them, go and Google it. You should research yourself. If we make a claim, we're going to provide citation and demonstration. Now, so we all move forward in a good manner. Just remember that, right? If you're going to make a claim, someone, whether it's a flat earther or a globe earther, would probably ask you to provide evidence for it.
Can I ask a quick question? What's the order of the word? Like, give me the terminology of what I'm supposed to look up. I just looked up liquid hydrogen diamagnetic, and I'm not finding a damn thing. Like, I'm finding videos on diamagnetic demonstration, but it's not creating or producing a bubble or anything like that.
It seems to create a streaming amount of bubbles.
It's got to create a bubble with 14.7 psi inside of it, and then you guys got to measure that too.
This is also a problem when someone says you should go and research it, because people are going to find not what you're talking about, and then you're going to have to wade through the minefield of not what you're talking about. It's easier if you just provide what you're talking about.
I'll provide you something here in a second. Give me a minute. Somebody just knocked on my door, but I'll get it in a second.
No problem. If people need time, 5-10 minutes, that's cool.
Open up, FBI.
I knew it. They busted him for knowing that the sky is liquid hydrogen.
Yeah, he let the secret out. We probably all are in danger now.
I mean, when I look up the liquid hydrogen diamagnetic, like hydrogen is laying flat and level in the petri dish that they're using to test, or the bowl, or whatever. So I'm confused.
How come the bubble just stays there?
What bubble? I don't even see a bubble. Are you talking about when they produce a frequency and then like they got the little drop to hover?
No.
I'm confused. Which bubble? I'm not seeing a bubble.
He says you can use frequency or magnetism to create a bubble in liquid hydrogen. Where's the bubble go?
I want to. That's what I'm trying to look up. Like, give me the exact phrase that I need to look up in order to get this.
You gotta look
Well,
up. Just Google. Let's make shit up. That'll
Well,
might get you in the right
remember,
place.
wink, wink. Somebody
Timbo
came to the
coming in
door,
hot.
so he's probably looking it up right now. He's having ChatGPT put it together for him.
Is there a problem with asking GPT to provide any citation for something I'm looking
As
for?
long, sorry, you can ask ChatGPT anything as long as you actually provide that reference and citation, not just what AI says. So you can use it to find stuff, but that stuff better be the reference material where the citation comes from.
I mean, there is a fun little test that he could actually perform. I know it takes a lot of energy to essentially turn hydrogen into a liquid. So if he could just go ahead and get like a small glass of it, right? Just a glass of liquid hydrogen, and then take a magnet that is 0.5 Gauss, right? So that's the strength of the magnet. It's the same as the Earth's
Yeah, why did you put your NASA badge as your avatar, Josh? Do you think that's gonna?
No. I just dusted it off. I thought it was funny. because I got accused of lying the other day.
You were lying about what? You worked at NASA?
Yeah. Someone was saying I was lying about that.
So you had to dox your NASA badge on it, dude. That's crazy.
Oh no! I edited the photo. I took the badge number off. It's just my name on there.
Okay, I was gonna say that's
Yeah.
pretty crazy.
No. I censored it.
Anyway,
hey, send me that file. You can take your face and name off of it, but send me the rest of it. I got to do something.
What are you gonna do?
We're all gonna get NASA badges.
I'm going to NASA.
Oh, he's gonna go. It's gonna work.
I'm gonna copy that onto a blank one, and then walk into NASA, and I'm gonna start using a computer system.
He's gonna be like, "Earth is a globe." Am I right? Try to high five everybody. They're gonna look at him like he's crazy.
Hell yeah! I'm gonna wear a big NASA hat, all kinds of shit. Earth is a globe. Don't tell me anything different.
Well, if you ever end up in the San Francisco Bay Area and you want a tour of Ames, as long as you're a U.S. person, you can get a tour.
Wow, really, Josh? That's amazing.
I mean,
Well, if you're in Ohio or near Cleveland, I'll give you a tour of Glenn Research Center.
I mean, what do people usually get out of like? Are they? What is it, like a spiritual experience or something? Wow! Look at all these computers. You guys actually work on these computers? That's awesome. What are you guys studying? Like outer space stuff?
I mean, Ames has like huge wind tunnels and a ton of like aerodynamics work as well, because that's where.
Name is Glenn.
Yeah, that's true. Glenn does a lot of electric propulsion and microgravity research as well.
Wind tunnels, and they've got a gigantic, the world's largest vacuum chamber.
Yeah, I mean, there are offices with just computers in them, but there's a lot of hardware labs too and test chambers.
Just another day at the office, huh, Josh?
No, I'm avoiding the office today. Amazon just laid off a bunch of folks.
Why? Because the government shut down?
No, because we're automating everything.
Yeah, they're telling us to use AI more, and they cut a bunch of jobs.
That's right.
Dude,
we're taking your jobs away, dude.
You knew this was coming, Josh.
Dude, I've been telling you guys that I'm one of the people that is doing this to you guys, and you should have been ahead of the ball game a long time ago. So you can't stop us from automating everything. It's just going to happen. Just don't fuck with my house. I don't want shit automated here. Only thing, I have Alexa turn my lights on and off. That's it.
So, I mean, overall, what kind of reduction are we talking about? What percentage do you think in the company of Amazon?
About 5% of all corporate employees, about 15K.
Jesus, dude. I mean, do they ahead of time give you the guys notice? And
they have full boxing line. They have full boxing lines in Cleveland. There just no people running them. Gets the items, puts it in the box, makes the box, closes the box, puts the address on it, moves it down the line to a truck. We have a prototype plants here, and the prototype plants here in Cleveland are doing perfect. They don't need people to run them.
Much cheaper too, huh, than labor?
Yeah, no, these are corporate employees like HR and program managers and engineers.
Oh God, them guys must have had like lengthy, time there working for the. Yeah.
It varies.
I don't know.
It varies. Like I've been looking. There's folks with like 8-9 years of tenure. There's folks that just got hired like 6 months ago. But my department is exempt. So none of our just because we're much harder to hire than most other corporate employees.
Okay. Well, at least you're in a bubble.
Due to ITAR restrictions and other things like Kuiper, the past like 4 or 5 rounds of layoffs, Kuiper has been exempt.
I was going to tell you the other day, man, you were sounding like Elon Musk, like the way he speaks. You had the same cadence in your voice, the same and all that shit.
I'm somewhere on the spectrum, it's all good.
Seriously? I didn't know that.
That's weird.
No,
honestly, you can't really talk.
No, not ASD. I just have an auditory processing disorder. So when people are asking me questions, I have to. It takes me a second to get my ducks in a row.
Well, isn't that what he has? I have
no idea.
Oh,
he has Asperger's.
No, he is. Yeah, he has. No, he has earpiece burgers. Listening. That's why he stutters.
I was gonna say I've met Elon a couple times. He definitely is like that all the time. It's not. It's interesting.
It's
kind of an asshole.
You think? He really doesn't care what people's opinions are. He's just gonna say what he's gonna say. It's just about how it's gonna be done. I've heard him. I've heard him at like certain talks where people are trying to talk about, him getting certain funding or taking their, their funding away from him because like companies that support him. And he's like, you can go F yourself. Like I'm like, golly, man. Yeah, I don't know. That's not professional, but it's just who he is. He doesn't really care.
Who's this? I missed it.
The money bag with eyeballs. Elon Musk.
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna say which one. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Like I don't know, man. Like he might.
No,
be a
he
little
cares
bit
because every time he whines a lot, dude. Every time like something happens to like SpaceX, he's whining. So he does care. That's just a front.
I don't know. As far as his intelligence goes, do you think he knows more than the people that work for him? I don't know about that.
No, I think he's a fucking idiot.
He knows a good amount for a CEO about rocket propulsion and like satellite operations, but like he definitely leans on his. He's more of like a vibes guy. He definitely leans on his direct reports and his execs, but he knows more about the technical side than most CEOs.
Right. Would you want him teaching at university?
For a business school, yes. For an engineering school, no.
Okay.
As far as like how to break into an industry that
what makes him a great business person?
Oh, just understanding government appropriations, product market fit.
I agree with you. He understands government appropriations very well. He knows how to grift like no other. I'm serious, dude. Like all his businesses depended on government largesse.
I mean, they do,
and they would have all failed if it wasn't for some government freaking tit he wasn't sucking off of.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But here's the thing, dude. At what point? Like, how do those deals even go down? Do they happen like at a specific power meeting, like at a luncheon, or like where does this?
I can tell you. Yeah, you're not supposed to be wandering the halls as a contractor trying to gin up business deals with government employees, but that happens all the time.
Yeah, dude, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, isn't that like not the right way to do it? And then that's how it happens. Like,
yeah, you go wander around the Capitol building and go talk to the representatives that are on the committees that you're interested in.
Dude, that's not how they say that it's supposed to be done, though, isn't it? Like, I mean, you have to.
People get paid to
These
do it.
meetings are supposed to be. They're supposed to be formal, aren't they? Am I getting that wrong? Like,
Yeah, but you never go into a formal meeting unless you already know what the person is going to say because you've had a bajillion informal meetings ahead of time.
oh, for God's sakes, dude! Like, what
I
could
mean,
you?
it's how it works.
Okay, but that almost sounds like you have to be in a club to even talk to those guys.
AB.
Yes, you are correct.
Washington D.C. has the highest average income in America. The average income is $250,000 a year. That should tell you something. That's the average income. Average.
But most of their dollars don't come from their specific job.
I'm just talking about people that work in the DC area. The average income is $250,000 a year. The average income. They're doing some dirty ass shit. There's no other way to explain that. Dude, it's more than New York City. New York City's like half of that. Think about that, dude. New York City, the most expensive city to live in America, is half the average income of Washington D.C.
I think Yoder was even talking about like that's partly the reason why he wanted to get away from that whole scene because there's a bunch of corruption when it gets up. You have to be in a part of a special group, and that group has to invite you to certain like meetings and soirees and all this other shit, and then you have to be in bed with certain groups. And like, dude, it's.
I think of it like this, dude. It's like raisin bread, right? Most of the time, you're gonna bite into the bread, but sometimes you're gonna bite into a raisin. And there's corruption sprinkled, and you never know where it is. It could be around any fucking corner.
But they sell us on this idea of how things are supposed to be, right? Like, in order for you to get to this position, you have to work hard and be a diligent, a person to like study and do this. It's all fake. None of that's real.
Well,
like,
I will also say this: we're starting to run out of bread, and there's a lot more raisins than bread at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
I was going to say, like, Loudoun County in Virginia, where I live, median household income, so not average, it's lower than average, but like 50th percentile is like $180K. And like, I'm bottom bitch on my team, and I clear $350 a year. So like, it's kind of nuts, not gonna lie.
Yeah,
so
but
you're poor.
Yeah. He's barely making. He's barely got 2 nickels to rub together. It sounds like.
I mean, that's. I don't even know.
My VP made like 1.2 last year.
He took that as salary? Is he retarded?
Okay.
No. It's a lot of it's stock. I think salary's probably like 400 or 500.
Mm-hmm.
And then is that how your compensation? Is that what you're including in your 350? 350 on your base, right?
No. Base is like 250.
Oh, okay, because then that kind of fucks you because then if you want the whole thing, you're paying capital gains. Which is more, capital gains or income at that point?
Capital gains if you hold on to the stock for a year after it vests. You pay the 20% as opposed to the whatever, the 27 or 32.
Yeah, they're raking you over the coals with that.
Nah, it's fine.
It's just coming right back.
No, it's it's fine because you don't mind it. You're still getting a payout, but at the same time, man, like they're getting their cut.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more than happy to pay my taxes.
It's not.
Amazon makes most of their money off the government, so it's just a circle jerk. Government pays Amazon. Amazon pays them. He pays the government. Government pays Amazon. Amazon pays. It's just a circle jerk.
So the same $20 that you paid them, they're going to give it right back to you. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, yeah, they give us a a 10% discount on everything on Amazon.com, and it's like, oh, cool, I get a discount at the company store, so I can take my salary and give it right back to them.
Dude, that's like the olden days where they had the corporate towns, and all they had was
company
the store,
town.
and they'd pay you in script.
16 tons, what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. No, I mean, it's Kuiper's awesome.
But isn't Amazon's largest revenue source the government from their cloud computing shit?
I don't know if it's the government from the cloud computing, but AWS definitely props up the rest of the company.
That was like 30% of their revenue or something. Last I looked, which was a long time ago, but I thought you know what Tesla's major revenue stream is? Fucking carbon credits.
Yeah, for a while. I mean, they're clamping down on that.
Dude, the shit is not maintainable. You realize that, right? A system built like this is not maintainable.
Agreed.
I mean, the pandemic was kind of like the writing on the wall when nobody goes to work and the whole world the whole society doesn't collapse. That means there's a lot of people doing jobs that don't mean anything.
Yeah, that's what's his name was talking about. Elon. He's making everybody go to work.
Yeah, well, his job, we could get rid of his job and nothing would change.
He'll still be a money bag with eyeballs, bro. And the thing is, once you get to that level, like he's somebody now. He can go and talk to people that are in political positions.
Well, from my understanding is he runs his day-to-day lifestyle off of debt, right? So he just borrows money against his stock and then pays back the debt. That way you don't have income. Right? You never actually have any income. Because you're living off of debt loan proceeds. In this system, money is debt, dude. Debt is money. At that level, at least.
And we got Alex Max that just joined us. Alex, welcome. And other new people that are joining, if you want to chime in, go ahead and if you have any questions about the globe, flat Earth conversation, let us know. Take that as a no.
No, y'all are right about the soirees and the invite-only events and things. You have to be at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and shake the right amount of hands, and then you'll get what whatever you're funding for your project or whatever. It's just funny that it operates that way, and it's not the formal way that everybody thinks in their mind the way it should work. You get what I'm saying? Like if you're going to have a business like there's this projection of how it's supposed to be, right? Then there's this whole other side of how it really is, and it's not what you've been told. Like if you're learning if you're going and you want to become someone in that specific, area, like if you wanted to move up, right? Don't you have to be a part of some group of like people that, then you go meet somebody else who's you're gonna shake and he's gonna be like, okay, well, yeah, I like what you're saying, I like what you're doing, and you're proposing it to him. It's informal. It's not something that you go into a, room perhaps and have a real formal, kind of sit down and everybody's listening to what you're saying. It's not. I don't know. It's not. You never see. You have a lot of people saying it's that way, but it's never. Is it really? You're up there. You know what's going on. You know where the real transactions happen are at informal meetings.
It 100% happens like that.
I don't know. That's the other side to like why people say, well, why would they lie? Why are they? It's like, well, then if nothing's really above board and legit, like the way we all perceive it to be, at least that's not the perception from like hearing people that are actually working these jobs. I guess not, and it's not just you, Josh. Everybody that works in that specific those areas of field of expertise, engineers or some sort of person that works in a high position. They're never they never get there without somebody actually giving them that spot.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I definitely benefited from a good amount of nepotism. Like my gig at NASA, I didn't even apply for that. It was my bridge summer between my bachelor's and my master's degree, and I told my advisor, who runs the satellite lab at Georgia Tech, that I'm not planning on taking an internship this summer. I'm planning on sticking around Atlanta, bartending, just chilling out for a little while. And even after I had already finished my finals, I got a call from my advisor. He's like, "Hey, yeah, buddy of mine at NASA Ames had an intern drop out last minute. They're contractually obligated to fill the spot. I know you've actually said you're not doing anything this summer, but you're qualified and this would be good for you. So I sent them your info and your resume. You have an interview in 45 minutes.
Holy smokes, dude.
I didn't even apply for the position. I was just told, hey, you're going to go do this.
I mean, this ain't news, dude. Bro. I've been hearing since I was a kid. It's not what you know, it's who you know. So this isn't really new.
I mean, but it just isn't the perception well, you got to submit your resume, you got to put all your qualifications down, and it's everybody's doing that thing, right? But out of the hundreds of stacks of applications, which I'm pretty sure there was a lot of good ones, they, for the sake of just trying to get somebody where they don't have to vet, they already met someone like him, like Josh. They were just like, hey, we'll just get that guy you talked to that one time that sounded like he knew what he was saying. Let's get that guy on.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, that's exactly how I've got half my jobs. Actually, most of them. Almost all of the opportunities I've had have not been stuff that I've formally applied for. It's just because I knew somebody and they pulled my stuff out of the stack.
So nobody, I guess there's an argument that can be had for people that would say that you'd have to do everything by doing it this way and that. I don't know. It's just.
Well, I won't say it's a pure meritocracy, but it's definitely you need to pass the smell check. You need to be able to do good work, right? But the network and the who is just sort of a catalyst on top of that.
That's the deciding factor, though, isn't it?
Well, it's the difference between applying for a bunch of jobs and interviewing and
it makes life easier. It makes life
way easier.
Bro, it makes life easier if a friend of a friend introduced you to some person that had a real high position to put other people in certain positions, and then he's like, well, yeah, I like what you're saying. Meet us on Friday or whatever, and then you're just like, whoa,
So I mean, it gets even crazier than that. I'll explain the snowball here for a little bit. Got this NASA internship. While I was at the NASA internship, I overheard a meeting of a canceled project. So they had funding kicking around that they were like, oh wow, we're not going to be able to do this project with MIT anymore. So we're going to need to find something else to replace it on this launch manifest. And I was just like, oh shit, I would love to so I just walked into this director's office and pitched a satellite program idea. I was like, hey, I'm going back to Georgia Tech in 2 months. Can I get this funding and just work on this project that I want to do? And they go through a rigmarole, but I ended up securing my own tuition waiver and funding for grad school just because I happened to be in the right place at the right time at Ames.
Jeez, dude.
And I ended up sitting next to a specific person in my undergrad capstone who got into this super elite internship program, and she helped me with my application to apply for it. She gave me her application. She let me talk to a bunch of other alumni, and so when I got into that program the following year, the guy who runs it is a CEO in my industry, and I really enjoyed working with him. And so over the past 6 or 7 years, now I run his 501c3 and have a call with him once a week. because he's he's a CEO in our industry, and he helps me make connections and get access to conferences and funding for travel and a bunch of other shenanigans outside of work. But it's all that shit.
It's all of what I already thought it was, but not as perceived as what it is. That's all I'm saying, man. Like, a lot of people would say, well, you gotta work hard, you gotta do that. I mean, that's part of doing something, getting to a position you really want, but that's not, because out of the stack of all the applicants and everybody that's trying to get to a position, it's not going to be the reason why you get that job, bro.
100%. I mean, that's why LinkedIn is so powerful. Like, I tell my mentees all the time, I was like, I would rather you apply for five positions and like find a Georgia Tech alumni that works at that company and like send him a LinkedIn DM to have a coffee chat than like shotgun like 20 applications from the hip. Like, cold applying is like the worst way to get a job.
So, I don't know. I guess I'm going to switch it over to, like, if people wanted to actually propose something for Flat Earth and you wanted to be taken seriously or something, you'd actually have to have like a little informal meeting or something with someone that could probably get you in some sort of door. Like, it's not going to happen like the way people are portraying it to be. Oh, well, just submit some peer-reviewed paper or do some sort of thing and submit it to academia. That doesn't happen that way. I understand the way this particular little game is played. You have to know people in order for you to get something actually accomplished. And then if something's going to get pushed through, you have to know some more people that know more people. Like, so it doesn't work in the same manner, like people, the way they portray it to be, if you want to have Flat Earth something as legit as what you're saying it is, then you got to do this and go through the channels. And it doesn't work that way. I've never seen that when people say that, they don't, I know what they're saying, but it's not going to be the goal won't be accomplished. Not in the manner in which they think it needs to be. You get what I mean? Like, if they want Flat Earth to be, this is the reason why I was going through this whole thing with you. It's because, like, I know when people say to us, well, you want Flat Earth to be put to a broader audience, then you need to do it this way, and it's got to follow this channel, and you got to talk to this guy, and it needs to happen. Everything that's done here needs to be done more informally than formally, I think. What do you guys think? That's why I was actually having that conversation with you, because that's what I understand with people. For us trying to get this out to a greater platform, we'd have to actually have those sorts of meetings with people. And the only way to do that, I hate to say it, man, but like people like you, Josh, talking to you, then maybe whispering it to some other guy, and then some other guy's like, hey, that's weird. I was thinking the same thing. And that guy might be in a high position, and you're like, really? And then the conversation then spirals into like, well, then let's have a meeting with that one guy, and then so on and so forth. Otherwise, it's not going to, dude, it won't get recognized. Academia will just be like what you said the rest of your buddies will do. Just shrug it off and like, oh, I don't know how you still talk to those guys or whatever.
So from my perspective, I want to use the same type of like relationship for the exact opposite reason. Like I understand that like formally like getting access to all this stuff and filing FOIA requests and going through official channels and going to conferences and things like to get data and information, like you can get stonewalled. But if you're hanging out in here and I have a bunch of friends at different space companies, and you want a tour and you want to go kick the tires on the hardware, like you want to get access and ask a bunch of questions. Like for example, my cousin who's like 6 years old, he just had his birthday and he wants to be an astronaut. And so his parents took him down to Cape Canaveral for like his birthday to go to the Kennedy Visitor Center. And so like they reached out, they're like, hey, we're going down to Cape Canaveral. Like, do you know anybody? Could we get like extra tours or like behind the scenes stuff or whatever? And so I was like, yeah, fuck yeah. So I literally like reached out and they got access to like launch pads and went inside of Blue Origin and saw like the production line for the New Glenn rocket and like the satellite manufacturing plant down there for Amazon. Like all this stuff is, you just have to know somebody and have somebody like vouch for you to like that you're not gonna steal state secrets or be a security risk. but if you know somebody, you can get access to a ton more information and things besides just like stuff that's Googleable. You obviously have to sign an NDA and things, but I want to leverage that sort of backdoor, who type relationship to provide y'all with information and let y'all kick the tires on things that you're skeptical about.
What do you think, Indio? You want to kick the tires?
The asterisk there is you have to be a US
and discover
person.
what, dude? I've already done this. Look, I mean, those people are building shit. So what? I mean, Ben and Jerry's. I've been to the Ben and Jerry's factory too, where they're making ice cream. They could say this comes from fucking Magic Space Cows. How am I going to know? And everybody at the factory could believe the fucking milk comes from Magic Space Cows, and no one would be able to tell one way or another. I mean,
you come in with like very pointed questions.
Well, I mean, yeah, and they can give me like very pointed answers, but the fundamental claim, they don't know, right? You can build rockets all day long, and if it goes out of sight, you don't know where it eventually landed. I mean, obviously they track the device, but eventually there's a handoff where they don't know anymore, where they're relying on a third party.
Well, you could see what the nature of that third party is, right? You could ask questions about what's your relationship with them. What does that data transfer process look like? Like once you're under NDA and you're a U.S. person, like they're able to speak freely with you.
Sorry, I was talking to somebody. Yeah, I mean, none of that shit would have. Listen, bro, I worked for General Dynamics. I've seen all the shit already. I don't like seeing more of it. Doesn't convince me of anything.
Okay, I'm just off.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, it'd be really cool. I mean, I watch people make all sorts of freaking classified, top secret fucking channels that, like, well, I can probably do this. I helped set up a facility that they're building a replica of an optical satellite that was in space that was put there allegedly in the 70s, and they were building a complete mock-up of it to figure out when it would fail. Okay, this was Raytheon, Draper Labs, and General Dynamics in collaboration. So I helped. I don't really want to say exactly what I did, but anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say you're treading on thin ice right now. For your own good, I'd recommend you change subjects.
Well, I mean, it wasn't like. I mean, it wasn't like the collaboration wasn't classified. Let's put it that way. That was like in their what do they call it? Their corporate newsletter. We're collaborating with Draper Labs and Raytheon to do this thing, right? But the nature, right? The specific nature of like what exactly they were doing, I'm not going to talk about. I'm just saying I've seen it all, so it's like more isn't going to convince me. Like I'll just use this example: the people that worked on that, what do they know, right? They just got a bunch of spec sheets, engineering diagrams, schematics, shit like that they're staring at, and they're like, "Yeah, this thing is it's up in space, and we're going to do all this stuff." And they don't know anything. They have a bunch of beliefs. I know that. Just like I didn't know anything, and I could sit here, right? And I could sit here and tell all the flat earthers, I know satellites exist. I set up this facility where they did this, that, and the other thing. But I don't know anything. I don't know shit. It's like Robert Utah. I touched a rocket, dude. Like, fucking what the fuck?
The only assertion I would make there is things have shifted in the past 20 years. Like it's not like a General Dynamics or a Raytheon, Lockheed, Boeing, or whatever. You've got a lot more small commercial entities that are everything is in house. You're talking about a group of a couple hundred folks where their mission control is right next to their manufacturing floor, where the CEO is walking around right next to the custodian. Like there's a bunch of these new age or we call them commercial space entities out there where things are a lot less of a close hold, where there would be more opportunities to really dive deep into like, hey, here's a live view of the satellite. Hey, here's live telemetry we're getting and command and control and
Josh, I'm listening to you, but I have questions. I have questions to ask about that. What good is it going to do if I'm the only one that's going to know that information and I can't, like, because you said like it's going to be held within like an NDA or something, like, so what good is it? What good information will that do just to me? I can't tell anybody else. Like, people want to know. It's like inquiring minds want to know. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, and you'd be able to say like, hey, I saw XYZ. Like, I saw them do this. Like, you wouldn't be able to say like, here's their encryption key or like, here's
no. I'm not talking about like sensitive information. What I mean is like how they can prove something. Like, okay, India was talking about he saw some things like the company did. Obviously, he had firsthand knowledge, and he said that doesn't move the needle for him. As far as like what he said, his interaction with that information was. But what I'm telling you is if we get exposed to that information and somehow are able to tell everybody here about what our experience was, or perhaps documented in some way, like, what do you, like, are they going to give us what we want, like, as far as what we're asking, or are they going to be too cagey about it? Well, we can only say only to a certain level of this information. Like,
well, yeah, I mean, that's, this isn't, I wouldn't, if you were going to go on this endeavor, I would recommend that you put together some sort of like proposal for like what you want to see, what questions you want to ask, et cetera, right? So that they make sure that A, they can answer your questions in a manner that satisfies, at least you, and B, if those answers are like proprietary or sensitive information, figuring out what the release schedule or like, what's the classification of any documents that come out of that visit are like. So I wouldn't say just like, oh, show up and say, oh, hey, I want to ask a bunch of questions. And like you'd have to prepare things ahead of time. And I would assert that you would.
Well, I wouldn't know. Yeah, I wouldn't know what overstepping the boundaries is. Like, I wouldn't know what questions are going to be too. So in other words, you'd have to have an informal sit down with someone that you could have the conversation with before you make the proposal, is what I would say.
Yeah, exactly. Like, to make sure it's even like worth your time.
Yeah. So how can that take place? How can you then? That's what I'm saying. Then it would go back to leaning on the person that would know that person to have the sit down for the informal meeting, so you can have a proposal. You know what I mean? It just steps to this.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
yeah, exactly. I agreed.
So what I'm saying is, how could you initiate the first step? Like, that's the most important one. Like, the actual sit down informally. Like, are you going to invite me to a barbecue, or like what? You get what?
No.
Like,
it would probably just be a phone call, or like a Zoom meeting. Like the organization, like there's a good organization in Texas, like Cedar Park outside Austin. There's a cool organization in like downtown San Francisco. We could probably even get y'all into, or a few y'all, if you're in the LA area, into either JPL or SpaceX, or if that's too large, like figure something out. But there could be some sort of collaboration here to get y'all at least access to ask some questions.
All right. And as far as documentary, because this needs to, like, it'll be more on a professional note. So it would be like a documentary, like that we control, not like some other organization like Netflix or something that's trying to do. Like, we'd have the funding to actually start some sort of like documentary that's going to be able to put everything together for a case, And you guys are anybody, and that way you guys will know exactly what we're doing, like full transparency. There's not going to be any like, oh, we were trying to figure out the Earth was flat after all. Like, no, it's not going to be anything like that. Like, some people would have like this hidden agenda, like to kind of surprise some guy that works at JPL, like all of a sudden, hey, like how does this work on the is the Earth actually flat? And like the guy's just bumped like what do you call it, railroaded with these questions, and he don't know how to answer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not putting my neck on the line for that type of bullshit. Like I would want to.
Yeah.
I would want to
That's
be
what I'm
like
trying
very
to tell you.
transparent.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, if this does happen, it would be completely on the level, but only with the questions that would be, you know what I mean, proposed as to like how
possibly answered satisfactorily. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I'm not sure. Hey, what's up? What's up, guys?
Mina, are you there? What's going on, Mina?
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
Doing well, man.
I am a new member here, and I just read my level in English. What's my level? Okay, testing me.
Okay. It's very hard to hear you because you have like this echoey sound when you speak, but it sounds like you're curious about what we're talking about here. Is that right?
Yeah. More.
Okay, what was that?
Okay, rate me. I will introduce myself, and you can rate me from 0 to 10 in English. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. My name is Mina. I currently work as software developer from Egypt. That's all.
That was good. That was a good introduction.
Yeah.
Nice. Thank you.
I know exactly.
Accent. What's my name?
Well, yeah, obviously you have an accent. I can't tell where it's from though, so that's good.
DJ, hold on. Mina, hold on. DJ, could you take point on this? Do you mind? Or are you busy?
Yeah, sure. I have only a few minutes, so.
Okay.
How can I develop myself?
Mina, with Mina.
Develop my
Yeah, I
skills?
don't know. Mina just kind of wants to practice English, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Mina, this is Advanced English Channel. You're not gonna understand a lot of things we say because we're talking about a lot of English words you might not have heard before. That was a good introduction, though, but like this probably isn't the channel for you. I mean,
Okay. I am not the right channel, right? I will go now.
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone wants to bounce in here and practice English.
We got a few people in here. Oh God.
Glovers don't know that freaking.
We got Because in here. Welcome, Because. We got Don Julio. We got IQ. HWIQ. Welcome, guys.
So, Josh, why are you trying to why are you like promoting this space idea to us? Like, I'm like, if we don't believe in it, then are you not gonna be able to go or something? Is it like a collective consciousness thing? Like everybody has to believe in it for it to happen?
No. My wife says I'm not allowed to go to space. It's like one of the things where it's a no go. So I gotta wait for her to kick the bucket before I do that. No. It's just.
Do you think you're ever gonna go, Josh?
Oh yeah. It's a one question, not an if question.
You think you're gonna go to space? You personally?
Yes.
Okay. Good luck with it.
It's like half arrogance, half manifest.
What if you don't?
Okay. I've lived a pretty good life.
Seriously, well, I'm asking for a reason because you know who Lex Friedman is, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so he was interviewing an MIT chick, and she studies exoplanet biology, fucking whatever that is. Anyway, what got her into it was that her dad was also like an astrophysicist, and she was lamenting on his show that he died thinking that he would be able to go to space in his lifetime, and he never did, and it was a great disappointment to him, she said. So when you reach the end of your freaking lifespan and you're still earthbound, what are you going to think?
It's not my life's goal. Like it's like, am I ever going to go on? You know, am I ever going to see the Great Wall of China or Machu Picchu? Yeah, that's fine.
No, like
honestly, the biggest thing for me is the people.
At what point would you start questioning it? Like, if you still haven't gone in like 20 years, 50 years, 70 years?
I don't think I'd ever question it because it's a matter of money at this point. Because I can just write a check to Blue Origin and go up in New Shepard. So it's not it's not an if. It's not an if question, right?
You would consider Blue Shepard going to space?
I mean, yeah, you're above the Kármán line.
Well, that's a political designation.
I agree.
You should know that. You worked at the UN, so
yeah. But I'm curious.
So
knowing that we have,
you know, the Blue Shepard lands like 2 miles away from where it starts, right?
Oh, I understand. It just goes straight up and down. It's like
a giant pogo stick. It's like a amusement park ride. Like, we're going to throw you up and you're going to fall down. Like,
agreed.
Hey, but knowing what you know now, as far as our conversation goes, what do you think you would think of if you went up to that altitude and you didn't see what you thought you would see? How would you feel about that? That's the other thing too, because your expectations are going to be like, I'm supposed to see. What'd you say?
Go kick the tires. Like, what's going on here? Like, obviously.
No, I know that, but I'm saying like you're not going to tell everybody there, like, oh my god, like, or you know, maybe you guys,
you know, watch video ahead of time and see what the projected view is going to be, right? Like, and make sure it aligns with that.
Yeah, they've already shown that, like, you know.
Oh, I know.
But that's the other thing too. It's like firsthand experience, right?
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think about people like Chris Hadfield saying the Earth looks flat and beautiful from the ISS?
I think he's referring to topography in that question, or in that answer, not the overall shape.
You guys are funny, dude.
Topography,
no, I'm just being honest with you. I'm just being honest with you.
You guys are like the whisperers, right? You guys like read people's minds. They say something, but you guys know what they really meant. Maybe he just meant what he said.
Okay, that's fine. Like I said, when I get poked, I'm super comfy.
So, Josh, you know the ISS can only see like 3% of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
If you could see that whole circle, but looking out any particular point, you're seeing less than 180 degrees. So you're seeing at best 1.5%. But you can actually only focus on 5% of your field of view. So you're actually seeing something like 1/10 to 1% of the Earth's surface.
In focus.
Yeah, in focus. So if you think about this, is that, okay, the horizon is supposed to be equidistant. So how can it be curved? How can it look curved from that perspective if the horizon, like say you have your eye level and then you have the surface of the Earth, the horizon is supposed to dip at one angle in every location. How could it ever look curved? At best, it would look like a circle around you, like looking down on a hula hoop. But you wouldn't be seeing the curve of the Earth. It would just be the circle of your vision. At best, you wouldn't see the curve of the Earth. Not
the curve of the Earth. The curve of the Earth just is the delimiter of the edge of the hula hoop. Like it's your hula hoop starts to be at the boundary between black and atmosphere, which is what people perceive as the curve.
Yeah, but the way people think of it, they think they're looking at the side view of a circle.
No, agreed. You'd have to be up pretty high to do that.
Exactly. It's about 1/8 of the circumference, where you would have a sufficiently large enough view where you would see the actual curve of the Earth, and not just like the limiting circle.
Correct. People perceive that delimiting circle as curve, and then they,
Oh my God! An actual confession. An actual confession. Well, I mean, I wouldn't
dude,
call
I
it
try to be as honest with y'all as possible. Like, if you
Well, I
ask
mean-
me about things I'm not super knowledgeable
Yeah, but you're
about, I'll
actually
usually throw my hands up.
Well, I'll
and
give
say,
you
"Yeah, I
credit
don't
because
fucking
you're
know."
actually. I'll give you credit because you're actually thinking about it. A lot of times when we talk about this, they refuse to even think about it in their mind about how it would work, and they're just like, "No, it's curved from the ISS. That's the curve of the Earth." And they freak out, right? So at least I'll give you credit. At least you're thinking about it, what the problem is, and being
yeah,
honest about
100%.
the answer.
Yeah, no, I have nothing to lose or nothing to gain in here. As far as like my point of view, it's more about the people, right?
Your
Like,
friends might find out.
oh, they already know. Actually, I brought y'all up in an interview recently for a fellowship program. One of the questions was, "What's your favorite conspiracy theory?" and do you believe it? And so we talked about my conversations with y'all.
How was it received?
So like I said, I framed it from a sociological perspective and just trying to meet people where they are and understand their worldviews. It's more of a science communications exercise rather than a debate exercise.
Yeah, but what was the response? Like, what did the group? How did they?
Oh, yeah, no.
Did they ask you where we
poked at
think
it.
the edge is? Did they ask? Yeah.
No. They asked like, is that uncomfortable for you? Like, what is the outcome? What is the goal? Like, so they asked me to define, the boundaries that I set when I come into these rooms.
I guess don't touch my no spot. There's one boundary.
Yeah. Well, they're saying like, you're not saying anything that's sensitive, are you, Josh? Like they're probably probing you to make sure you're not saying shit that you're not supposed to be.
No, I'm definitely get screened. Well, I had to go through quote unquote, it's called speaker training at Amazon. Like they practice interview questions with you, like pretending that you're on stage or like you're giving a presentation, and people ask pointed questions about Amazon. And then you have to they teach you how to it's called ABC, address, bridge, and I'm trying to remember what C is, but it's basically like you address the question, you don't answer it, you bridge, you pivot away from the question, and then you get back to your talking points.
Oh, that's classic. That's classic.
So you're
they
formally
put you-
trained
they put you-
propaganda. Congratulations.
Oh, 100%. But that's
Gosh,
once you
dude,
go through
they're
that
gonna put
training,
you on the
they
couch
give you a
for being
longer
so
leash.
honest. You're gonna be on the couch at Amazon. They're like, fuck, you can't tell them the truth.
How to give a non-answer 101.
Oh, 100%. And make your audience feel like they actually got an answer.
Well, you work with the government. I looked at your LinkedIn, so obviously you work a lot with the government. So, government actors, their expertise in saying a lot of words and saying nothing.
Oh, 100%. It turns like there's only so much time for a Q&A. So if you can filibuster while getting your points across, that's mission accomplished while giving the illusion of having audience input.
All right, let's.
Obama. I just want to say something. Obama was the greatest person with that skill I've ever seen. Literally talked for 2 hours, and you had no
He said
idea what
nothing.
that was
Yeah,
about.
exactly. Real quick, I'm about to go get my flu shot.
You can project any
AV.
psychological desire onto a speech, and it would apply to you. Like it was fucking
100%.
straight out of the horoscope.
AV, I'm going to run in and grab a flu shot real quick. If you want to practice, I'll be back in like 5-10.
Yeah. Yeah. Whatever. I want to keep that line of
Grab a
communication
flu
open.
shot.
Listen, I want to keep that line of communication open when it concerns what we discussed earlier about actually. I'm serious. Putting a documentary down.
I hope
wasn't
we see
kidding about
Josh
that
again
either.
after his flu shot.
You probably didn't hear me. That's fine.
The line of communication with what?
Like if he's actually given a position to let us talk to somebody about things, and I think at some point we should formalize a documentary that we fund, that we organize, that we put forward.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm for that. Go fund me that
And
shit.
then, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. And then have like a few representatives actually carry out the mission, and do it to where we have the right cameras and every. You know what I mean?
Who's the
Get some
dude that already
professionals
does it?
on
Who
it.
already did? Yeah, who's the dude that has done a few documentaries, and one of them was about flat Earth. He's a flat earther. Is it Hibbler or something? Anyway,
Yeah, sure.
I think it's Hibbler or something. I think that's the name of it, like HIIBEELER.
Because we're always tiptoeing around it, but when it comes right down to it, if we put something out, like let's say the brand 24/7, like if we put something out, and this is what we're saying, this is going to be our legacy, then we will have the full rights behind it, like all the individuals who contributed to it and so forth, the questions we would ask, that sort of thing. I'm thinking we could come out with a really, really good documentary, my opinion, but I don't know what you guys say. I mean, now that we're at this level, this stage of like the argumentation, like why wouldn't we do it? Like who would be the representatives? Have somebody that is, pretty well spoken. I don't know. Like I was thinking like I have Yoder in mind, but like because he's had his already dealings with the government to some official capacity. Like I don't think he might not fit that bill because he's too close to that.
Well, he also values his
I
privacy.
get to go home the rest of the day, so I don't have to go back into the office.
What?
That was a fast food shot.
Yeah, he was hot miking.
That was weird.
That was kind of a weird statement, though. I'm going in for my flu shot. Like, I'll be right back. I'm going for my vaccination. I'll be right back.
One of these days, we're gonna hear someone smashing hot mic, dude. They're gonna be just like, ah.
Oh yeah, I just read your comment, Yoder. But yeah, I know what you mean. But that's the thing, though. To some level, everybody that's dealing with these guys will be able to have a discernment whether or not, like, we'll know who we want to speak to. Like, so if he's going to point us to, oh, well, I know this guy. He's, he works at this particular part of the factory or whatever. I don't know how it goes, but then we'll know who he is and whether or not he's worth talking to, and kind of like we'll bet who we want to speak to. All I'm saying is it's just a great idea, to put something out there so that we're not just like some unknown group of people that are some niche corner of the internet. Like I do want to leave something behind, that we all collaboratively put together, because all our efforts and what we've discussed should echo into, time, however that is. Whether if it's in the hearts of people, propagating the message that we speak of in here, or some documented, video or whatever. Like we wouldn't strive so hard for excellence if it was not for the end game of having people actually be able to, in some way, propagate this information forward.
Yeah, but like Yoda said, we need the right people. We all due respect to Josh. I don't think he's the right person.
Yeah, but maybe he knows somebody that we would like to speak to. That's kind of what I was alluding to. Like he might not be the guy, but because he's working at a capacity where he probably rubbed elbows with the guy we want to talk to, he might be a way in. You know what I mean? Like,
I know it's from my viewpoint. The commercial space industry is a grift. It's just a fucking. It's just like AI. It's just like all these other, you know, feeding frenzy at the government trough nonsense. And that where the meat really meets the bone would be in the somewhere in the military industrial complex. It wouldn't be fucking some private company.
Yeah. Okay. So just like Yoder stated in the chat, you couldn't mention that publicly. So it's a shame, right? It's a shame. I mean, that's where we're at with the kind of like the whole documentary. Like, if we're going to actually put something out there, it's like we'd have to have a conversation with people that know what's going on. If we don't, then it's just going to be us talking to people who have heard it, you know, maybe the 3 people removed from the actual person, you know? I don't know if
I
that's
just
going to
think it
help.
was funny. Well, I mean, I just think it was funny. He was talking about, hey, there's all these little teeny companies. Yeah, me and Radwin got a company going on. We got the moon selfie company where you zoom in from the moon, right? Just give us a bunch of money. We'll do it eventually. Trust us, bro.
And we're looking for investors because we're going to do the live shot where you get like a 10-second clip of you walking in your yard from the moon.
Well, there was a company that works with a satellite that actually zooms in. I don't know if it's proprietary tech or not, but there was a movie that I seen. What was it? The one with Will Smith, The State of the Union or something, where they had a satellite that would focus right down into like a quarter or whatever. Like, what type of that was back in what 2008 or 9 or some bullshit.
So I'll handle the photography. I'll just send a drone up over their house when they're whatever. They won't know who's got a drone. Just send it up real high. You can't hear it. And I'll just take pictures and zoom in a little bit. And that'll be your shot from the moon when we get down.
I'll hold
And
a
then we do
fishing
a
pole
warp.
with a little model satellite in front of the camera so we can pretend we got a satellite accidentally in the shot.
Of course. Well, that's just another layer in what do I use? Is it on this one? Anyway, that's that's the satellite layer. Make it curved a little bit so it looks like the rest of the photographs that ever come from space.
But if y'all actually want to do anything, like actually execute, right? Because I've offered a few times to folks. Like, I had a meeting with the Secretary General a few months back, and like I was talking to some of the folks over in Aether Cosmology, and I was like, hey, if you want me to put together like talking points or like questions, like I'd be more than happy to like at least have a conversation, because that's like half my role within the UN is the youth perspective. I'd be more than happy to, but they never actually followed up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to see if anything can be actually taken from a conversation with an individual such as that, or maybe he's not the guy. Maybe he's not the guy we want to talk to, and that's the other thing. We have on our side, we need to actually see which guy we really want to speak to, and if you have even access to talk to those people, because it sounds like the guys we want to talk to, probably you don't have the ability or access to actually have those conversations with those people, because they would be kind of in the realm of the information that we need would be a bit more sensitive, and that's kind of like how we're going to have that convo, It'd be,
well, I mean, are you interested in like satellite operators? Like, you would have to you'd have to figure out specifically what information you're looking for, and then we could figure out who to go talk to. Like, and if it is somebody that I can't get access to, like I'll be open and honest about it. But you need to figure out, you need to like actually put a line in the sand and figure out what information you need to figure out. Right? What questions do you want to ask, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, Yoder's basically responding to what you're saying right now.
Don't necessarily know, right? Like, but like we we go talk to the satellite operators, or talk to the executives. Like if you want to do a full canvas, like whatever you want to do. But I'm just saying, like, hey, if you establish what good looks like, or what the objective is, right? We could figure out a plan of, like, who would have that
plan of
information
action.
and who we can go.
Well,
Yeah,
that's the
exactly.
thing,
Like,
Josh. 24/7 has always been a cut above, so we're not gonna be going to like some mediocre standard, kind of documentary presentation. We're gonna have a really high standard for what we're gonna be putting out. So that's why I'm saying we would elect somebody who's gonna represent, whoever's gonna be out there and talking to the people. So it wouldn't just be like carte blanche, like me or someone else. We'd all take a vote, probably talk about who's going to do it, how they're going to do it, what questions are going to be asked. Like, so this isn't just kind of like your standard. This is something serious, like somebody should take serious. So
yeah, I agree.
That's why it's important. Like when we're discussing this, who's going to be and put in front, and also what questions are going to be asked, and who we need to talk to. So
and
that's why
y'all have access to my LinkedIn. My LinkedIn has my resume, which has my contact info on it. If you want to set something up, get a chat going, like, I'm open and accessible. Happy to help. All right, time to find a coffee shop.
By the way, thanks for offering, though, Josh. Anyway.
Yeah, no, that's like I said, I don't debate in these rooms. But I'm here to, I personally think that the space industry is too elitist, and not accessible enough. And things have shifted over the past 15 years, and part of that should be, more open communications with folks.
That could
I'm
be
not a huge fan of ITAR.
Check this out. This could be one of the questions that gets part of the lumped into the ones that we asked. The statement you just made.
Oh, 100%.
What if? Yeah, I mean that's not like a crucial point of like knowledge for us, but like that could be something, as in like what we were discussing earlier. Like you have to shake the right hands and be in the right place, and that sort of thing. That could be another thing that we talk about, as to like why there's a projection of like what it's supposed to look like formally if you want to apply for, something like you want to be an astronaut or something. It doesn't happen in the manner in which people think it does. You know what I mean? Like that could be another rabbit trail that people didn't know about, or they're just assuming it's just that way. And we could prove within this documentary that it's not that way either. Like, you know what I mean? Breaking down the walls of like
how this works.
Like what is real and what isn't.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, y'all put some stuff together. I'm happy to kick the tires on it, and yeah, I mean, a lot of these commercial entities, as long as you're a U.S. person, right, that you have access to, at least getting in the facility and talking to folks. And I know for a fact, at least the majority of these small commercial operations aren't doing classified work. It's mostly all in the open. So it's just, a U.S. ITAR stuff, not security clearance stuff. Yeah, Yoda, those are great questions. Like, there's folks on console all day, every day.
Yeah, he did make a good point right there, what he just said. We already know that information. Yeah. And he said it before, too. It's kind of like what everybody doesn't realize. There's actually a black box in the black box. So we don't know information that's locked behind those doors. And that would be the kind of information that would be crucial for us establishing a documentary that would present to the world whether or not we can decide the information we're receiving is one that they're being forthcoming with, that the Earth is a globe. And why not, right? Because like you said, if it's this elitist group of people and they're not allowing people to know more, like, wouldn't you want everybody to know this? Wouldn't you want to present the world with this information?
Correct.
Why would you hide it behind closed doors? It's not something. Okay, let's put it this way. It's not something that should be put behind closed doors. This should be something accessible to every human. If it was our right as a race of humans, right, to roam around the galaxy, like we'd want to know this. Like, why is it shut behind closed doors? You know what I mean? Like, who gave them the permission to do that? You know what I'm saying?
And hell, if we get the door slammed in our faces, or like things, seem off, like that's more ammo for y'all. And I
Exactly.
have to go look in the mirror for a little while, right? Like, and try to figure out where my house of cards fell apart, right?
That's exactly what I've been talking about, Josh. So that would be even worse, right? Because why would they this late in the game be withholding information? If they're saying that they're making space accessible to every human in the future, it's going to be for everyone. And like, okay, so why are you still holding back the knowledge? Like, oh, because you think another country is going to hold on to this, and it's going to be about China versus the U.S. or like, what is that the reason? Like, is that good enough reason not to let people know? You get what I mean?
Well, you just remind me of that crazy argument people make. Like, there's 148 space agencies and with hundreds of thousands of employees. Well, how come, like, when you try to drill down and get into the weeds on this shit, you end up with something that's classified? If everybody's doing it, then it's not a secret, right?
Man, that's what I'm talking about, Indio.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense how it's simultaneously a secret and public. Like that doesn't jive, dude. It's a contradiction.
Wait, I need Yoder to chime in on this, bro. Like, Yoder, help me out, brother. Like, I'm saying the same thing that Indio's saying, that I'm telling Josh. Like, this is the thing that, okay, we're at a very crucial moment in history where there should be a crossover where we're not withholding information from people anymore. Maybe at some point it was back in the day when there was this quote unquote Cold War going on, and like you couldn't let the other countries know what we were doing. But isn't it supposed to be like today? Like, now everything's become available to all of humanity, like knowledge. We got AI. Like, why is it still gate kept, dude? Why is it still held behind closed doors? Like, it's enough of that already. Let's kick down the doors and say, okay, now the world wants to know. Okay, we all want to know. Are you showing us that the Earth is a globe or not? Like,
it's a cultural thing. Like, there's a lot of old heads that are still operating in that Cold War mentality, which is why I want to point y'all towards some of these newer commercial entities, like these startups, but more so like large funded companies, medium size, like a couple hundred people. They've got a couple $100 million in backlog contracts. They're building hardware, launching, operating, etc. But like for example, my first gig out of school was working for the Aerospace Corporation, which is sort of like the think tank for the DoD. And my manager, who is like pretty close to retirement, still referred to the NRO as the customer, because the NRO was a black agency until like the early 90s when it was declassified under the Clinton administration. And this was like mid 2010s at this point. And my manager was still not comfortable with even saying the words NRO. And like, I was on a call, I don't even know who I was on. It was like Friday. Last Friday, I was on a call with a commercial entity whose main customer, like the data that they sell their stuff to, is the NRO. And the guy was like, yeah, I mean, we would love to, get this service at a price where we're able to still like pass it along to our customer, which, I can say is the NRO, which still seems weird. And I was like, dude, they've been declassified for 30 years. What are we doing here? So there's still like some cultural stuff as far as like folks that have been around the block for a while. They still want to have close hold on things that are technically public information.
That's exactly what I'm alluding to in this conversation. It's like, if we're already past the mark of like things being classified and held behind closed doors for reasons of national security, if that's not a concern anymore, then why are we still in the same mentality of, well, space is for everyone, but just not knowing how to get there is not for everyone? So,
I mean,
what do we do at this point, bro? Like, I mean, I'm actually asking you as somebody who's actually moved up in ranks, and you're working in a satellite program. So wouldn't you want to know this information too? This documentary would be for you too. It's for everyone. It would be for everybody that is curious about the questions that we all want to know, that we can't ask because it's like you said, these old heads have, kind of a monopoly on the information. So how are we going to move forward now? Like, are we just going to just accept that they're never going to disclose the information between the black box and the black box?
Yeah,
Like, we're just going
I got
to
a
sit here and
question.
accept it?
How come NASA's allowed to fail so much?
What do you mean? Like
I don't
just
know.
like schedule delays and like
No.
What do you mean?
Like since I've been alive, Dave had a lot of ambitions, and a lot of those ambitions, like, oh, we're gonna do this, and then they do it for a while, like half a decade, and then it gets shit canned, and then they say, no, we're not gonna do that anymore. We're gonna do this other thing, and then they do that for a decade, and then that gets shit canned. They say, well, the government, like, how are they allowed to fail so much? It produced so little.
So you said, I find it interesting. You said half a decade, and then you said a decade, which lines up with.
Well, it varies. It depends on what they say they're doing, right? Like, it depends on what they say they're doing, right? Like, because they say, well, like, say we're gonna send a freaking, a rover to Venus, and then they have some project, and then it gets shit canned a half a decade in, or they'll say we're gonna go to the moon, which has been, I don't know what they're going on now, 50 years.
Yeah, agreed.
So it's like a lot of these things get canceled, right? Like there's spacesuits that they're supposed to send to the moon, right? They've been through like 3 contractors, and now they've kicked the can down the road for another year until the spacesuits are ready. I thought they already did that shit.
Yeah, so I mean, you said half decade and then a decade. That lines up pretty closely with the amount of time it takes for a single term president or a double term president, and then on the back end, like a new guy comes in and changes the priorities because they installed her, like, because NASA admin is a political appointee. Like,
yeah,
the head of the agency is appointed by the president. So when a new president comes in, they pick their guy. And if you plotted the data points from when like large NASA programs were canceled, I'm looking back at like Constellation or Gateway or ISS follow shuttle, like the shuttle, the fully reusable shuttle program, Apollo.
Yeah, I get it, bro. I get it that it's politically motivated.
It is politically motivated.
The money grab is politically motivated in it. Like a new president comes in and he wants to stick his name on the moon. So he's like, oh, we'll do this project. And then Bush is like, I'm going to Mars. And
yeah, exactly.
Like,
and Obama's like, we're going to an asteroid. And then Trump says we're going to the moon. And then Biden says, we're staying with that. And then Trump comes in a second time and says, actually, we're going to Mars.
We're going to Uranus.
No.
Yeah, that's where they're all going. They're all going in all our Uranuses, dude. Fucking all of them.
People are tired. People just are tired of the shell game, though. That's what.
It's like if we think of any other government endeavor, there's nothing like this, really, where it's tolerated to just like do things like this. Even like, I think of like the military, right? The Defense Department. They'll start a project that they know is going to fail, that they don't even want, and it still keeps going, right? It like has this, to even get appropriation, you have like this inertia that's unstoppable, but not with NASA. It's just like it starts and then it stops, starts and then it stops.
Yeah, I mean, I would point towards the DoD having a budget that's, 32 times greater than NASA at its peak. And now NASA is like 40% less than that. So, we're talking like over 50, 60 times the budget. So if you have the money to spend, right, you're able to, use it or lose it, right? Whereas with NASA, they're spread pretty thin with the amount, yes, their budget is huge. We're talking billions of dollars, but the amount of things they're trying to do with that budget is even bigger than that, right? So you don't have the funding to execute quickly on these programs, and so that like causes things to linger and move slower, and then it took over 4 years, there's a new president in office, they're going to completely change the direction of the agency, And so it's a combo between having the budget to program ratio is rough, and being at the whims of the president and the executive branch.
Yeah, but budget appropriations isn't their only source of revenue, right? That's. Have you ever looked at their CAFRA, their annual financial report?
Oh yeah, we did that during
billions in assets, dude. And I have this question because it wasn't in the CAFRA. If I print T-shirts with a NASA logo on it, do I gotta pay them royalties?
There's a form you have to file to get access to license the logos.
So it
you
is
don't have to pay them,
licensed.
but you have to. Yeah, but it's not. You don't pay to license it. Like you just had to fill out the paperwork.
Well, maybe they should
That's how
start
you see
collecting royalties so we can go back to the moon.
Those streetwear brands that have the NASA worm logo on them, and
Yeah, but are these exclusive licenses? Though? They got to be getting something, dude. There's no way they're not getting anything. This is America, bro. Nothing's free here.
No, as long as you follow the style guide, right? There's a whole booklet that says how you're allowed to use the logo, and as long as you're within those bounds and you filed the paperwork to let them know you were using it. I don't. Last time I checked, you didn't have to pay for it.
Dude, can I put a NASA logo on a Gleason's map?
I think there's a misrepresentation clause in the terms of service.
What am I misrepresenting?
Can you pull up the terms of service, that clause for us, and post it? So I want to read it.
I have absolutely no idea. So I'll do that. I'll do that when I get to the coffee shop I'm currently driving. But yeah, no, I'll grab the style guide for you.
Well, my point is that there's I always when there's doing something, I go, okay, what are like situated people doing? And it just seems like government operations that are like situated don't act like NASA acts. Like, why does NASA have the world's largest green screen? Why do they own that?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Like, it's at Michoud Heavy Vehicle Manufacturing Center in Michoud, Louisiana, and instead of building rockets in that space, they're filming fucking Wolverine and shit. Which obviously they get paid to do, right? They have a lot of side hustles going on, is what I'm saying.
I mean, I'd tell you that that's probably like single percentage points of their overall budget.
Hollywood,
but well, I'm
Hollywood
just saying
don't
these
pay fucking
quote unquote
chump change, dude.
side hustles. Oh, I know, I understand, but it's a government agency; it's all public. I'd be interested to look at their more recent.
At this Michoud, they also do all the federal payouts, like the payroll. The entire federal payroll is processed at this Michoud Space Vehicle Launch Center. Heavy
for
vehicle,
the entire federal
heavy
government?
lift vehicle.
Or all of NASA?
But yeah, all for the entire federal government.
No, I'd love to look at a primary source on that. That's interesting.
There's like a little documentary they fucking put out about it, where they're talking about it. Where they're talking, it's like a documentary about the center and all the stuff they do and about how big the facility is and blah 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 and all the crap they do there. One of the things they said they do is they do all federal payroll. It's all processed there. They're not green screening that. It's a fake green screen check. I want the real check. Nobody does checks anymore. Does anybody even know what a check is anymore?
We got some new people that just jumped in. Welcome to the group. We got Tickham that just joined. You guys have any questions for this room about the topic of the room? Do you guys measure any of the Earth being a globe at any time, or know somebody who can? Hello. How about Gilbert or GIWRGOS? We got Vi in the chat as well. Welcome.
So, Josh, what do you think about the stuff Yoda's presented? The government documents that say NASA was started as a propaganda agency, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
So when did they go like we're going to stop faking it? Now we're going to do it for real? Like, when did that happen?
No, I think the propaganda is through doing it for real, right? Like it's a it's a flex, right? We're going to dump 4% of our 4% of our GDP into this program that is developing technologies that the rest of the world doesn't have, or just the USSR is the only one that's even close. And it's a soft power thing. However, I do
You have been drinking the government Kool-Aid. Dude, you drink all the government Kool-Aid, dude. Save some for the rest of us.
That's why he drank all of mine. That's why I can't follow along.
Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm a big guy. I need multiple doses.
Dude, you've been doing like fucking funneling at fucking Jonestown. Like, funnel that shit. Go, go, go.
I'm more of a. I'm actually gotten to the point where I like reduce it down. Little. If the Kool-Aid is cocaine, I'm just doing crack rocks over here.
He's just going straight to the source.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, if it be the creator's will, man, I hope that there would be a documentary that we actually collaboratively put together and put in front of the world's eyes.
I was gonna say I'm a big fan of side quests. This would be a pretty good side quest.
Yeah, but this might get you more reasons to think about where you're at in life with what you're doing.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Well, I mean, work with my therapist a good bit. Like you gotta the big thing that I'm focused on is focusing on the people, right? Like anything you do,
your side quest could be counting the number of NPC resets on your side quest.
Hey, therapist, will you give him a run for his money or her money?
Oh yeah, no, I got a lot of fucked up shit going on. Definitely make use of it.
Yeah, we'd have a little segment of like a little animation at the bottom. How many doors get closed when we ask these questions?
Oh, 100%. Number one, little montage of saying, "Get the fuck out of here."
Yeah. And fingers being pointed in the opposite direction.
Hey, Josh, have you ever seen the interview of the deputy director of the Hubble Space Program and the SOHO Discover team phone interviews? Have you ever seen those? Done by Robert Bizzano?
I don't think I have.
I'll post them in the chat, dude. You got to hear it for yourself. There's no way to describe it. He was just going through the NASA, called NASA. He's just going through the extensions, and nobody was there for some reason. And he eventually got someone. He got the deputy mission director for this Hubble Space Program, and just asked some questions. He's been there 30 years and had never seen the Hubble telescope, which is kind of odd. Yeah, I'll post the interview in the side chat. Dude, like, it's worth listening to. The SOHO one is kind of like SOHO Discover. It's kind of some horse shit in there too. they kind of like just like, you know, they're just kind of like just making shit up. But the deputy mission director, he was actually pretty honest about what he was saying. When I say making stuff up, is they're just like, the sun is freaking or freaking, you know, 6,000 degrees in the center, and it's 1,000,000 degrees on the outside, and you know, just like they're just trying to like sell them on their model or whatever of the sun, because it's so close to see the solar observatory or whatever. Anyway, I'll post it in the chat.
I appreciate it.
Now, this person that does the interview was also in military intelligence. So, I mean, actually, he was like, take the military counterintelligence, quite honestly.
That's an interesting field, isn't it?
Yeah, man, because one technique is to plant lies, right? Is to fish out moles by planting lies and to find out how it comes back to you, right? You give false intelligence and to see where it goes, right?
I mean, NFL football teams do that a lot to figure out if they have a mole to the press.
Hey, YouTube. Kironi looks like short and otherwise a name.
Is that one of the demons from Dante's Inferno just come in here?
Yeah, I was gonna say I was hallucinating. That was some interesting vocalizations. Ah, damn! I'm glad I'm not going to the office today. Fucking bloodbath. 5% of everybody getting laid off.
You try to stick your head in the sand.
Ooh, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of pissed off people though. They're probably cleaning out their desks right now.
Oh, dude, go to work with a bulletproof vest, bro.
Yeah, no, I am not. That's why I got my that's why I got my shots today, so I could just text my boss and be like, "Yo, doctor's appointment. I'm working from home today."
And then they try to take you in with them too. Like, hey man, you don't disagree that this is all a bunch of BS? You're like,
Well,
I'm
so
just trying to get to my desk.
my floor. Yeah, I was gonna say my entire floor at HQ2 is all Kuiper folks, so we have like an extra level of security for ITAR, and so the entire floor is exempt. But I just don't feel like walking through the lobby and dealing with folks walking out with all their stuff in a box.
How do you know you didn't get shit canned?
Our
he said he's
program was exempt. Yeah, our program was exempt. Because it's
you might want to go just to check to see if your key card works.
No. My laptop still works. Everything. I talked to my boss about it last night. He's like, yeah, no, we're exempt.
He's thinking, hey man, am I still gonna have a job by the morning? He's like, yeah. Don't worry about it, man. You'll be all right.
I mean, my boss is great. My boss, I would take a bullet for my manager.
What if they X your manager too, man? They took all of you out. You're like, and get rid of him too, man. They do it all kind of like mobster style. Yeah, get rid of this guy.
No. I was talking to my wife about that, and like, because her aunt also works for Amazon in like a different part of the company. So I was texting her this morning to like see if she got laid off. She didn't, but I was talking to her last night. I was like, yeah, all the side quests, all like the space adjacent, like work adjacent stuff I do. If I ended up getting, shit canned, I'd find a new job pretty quick, just because of like all of the extracurriculars I do. And she was like, oh, I didn't even think about that. I was like, yeah. So like, when I'm out working late or doing shit on Saturdays or stuff like that, it's because I enjoy doing it, but also there's intangible benefits. All
What's
that jazz.
the motivation? What's the motivation for their toilet flush?
I think the official talking point or like the company line is we're becoming more efficient due to AI usage, and that we overhired too much during the post-pandemic capital bubble.
Okay. Like where are they firing? Is it like just across the board?
roles.
Like
there's
because
a lot of
GE
HR
General
folks.
Electric used to do this thing where like that they would always shit can the bottom 10% performing people every year. They just kept cycling like that.
Oh yeah, so that's
Decades
normal.
they
That's
did this.
outside of layoffs. At Amazon, it's the bottom 6% get not laid off, but basically fired for performance every year. So about 20,000 folks a year. Not 20,000, like 16, 17,000. But this is in addition to that. But it's across the board. A lot of HR folks, program managers. It's all corporate folks. Like at the same time as they're laying off all these people, we just posted like 250,000 seasonal roles at all of the fulfillment centers. So this is white collar, not putting stuff in boxes.
So it's basically like a Thanos snap, because you want to make everything better, right? So you got to get rid of 50% of all the people that contribute.
Decreases your labor spending, right? And our third quarter earnings call is later this week, so they're also probably trying to increase investor confidence and keep the stock price up by showing like, hey, we're our numbers aren't as good, but we just fired 15K to help decrease our labor spending to increase our profit margins.
What's I know this doesn't matter anymore. What's the price to earnings?
Actually, I have no idea. I don't look at the stock at all. I have coworkers and friends that work at Amazon that are like, well, no. Some people do. Like people are like, oh man, we did this product announcement and the stock went up 2% today. And I'm like, no, I mean I've got my RSUs that'll vest. I don't even think about it. It's not worth my time or my anxiety.
Typically, they do a layoff when they want to so they're trying to shore up their financial position. So they have on paper it looks like they have less outlays, right? So typically they try to do this before they borrow a bunch of money. And to me, I think that's why I'm asking you. I would say Amazon must be cash positive, but they might want to do a buyback. I mean, I don't know. I don't really follow Amazon's corporate doings that good. I just know, just generally, when you get a layoff, that means they're trying to do something else, right? They're not laying people off because any reason other than they're just trying to shave something off the balance sheet so they can do something else. So they can add some other crap onto it that's different.
Well, they made $90 billion in profit last year. That's not even revenue. I don't know. It could be going better, right? They're looking at NVIDIA and AMD and all these, the AI, not circle jerk, but cyclical economy between NVIDIA, Oracle, OpenAI, and wanting to get in on that. So I don't know. They're definitely implementing a ton of AI features for corporate employees. I have an LLM that's on my computer all the time for everything I do now.
Well, what maybe they want to do some crazy fucking data center build out, right? Just go on a data center freaking building spree. But
I mean, they're already doing that. That's my county, right?
But 10xing it is what I'm talking about. It's 10xing it. You know what I mean?
Right, they're going to leverage. So with the Fed dropping rates, Yeah, the Fed's going to be dropping rates. They're laying people off. They're going to take advantage of a fatter margin somewhere. I definitely track their capital expenditures.
Oh man, so you see how much money we're spending on Kuiper then?
Well, that's probably there's probably some freaking tax freaking bullshit for that. There's probably some incentive, some government freaking incentive to do space nonsense.
That program
the same way
is
there
where
was
they
like
launder the
some
money.
incentive.
Yeah, they launder the money through that program.
Yeah, exactly. That's where the shuttle boats to Epstein Island are funded.
And you heard me saying the P there, Indio?
No, I didn't.
34.18.
Jesus fucking Christ. You know, before the 2000s, the historical, like, a safe PE was like 11. And it hasn't been near that. And, like, well, I mean, that's still the safe margin, but like that rule of thumb has been ignored for about freaking 2 decades. It's crazy.
We're due for a big correction.
Well,
correction's a nice way. That's very diplomatic.
You know, it all depends on how much. It all depends on how much growth there is with Amazon. That as if there's more and more growth, I would expect that PE to be higher than if there's not potential growth. So I think I remember somewhere around 2000, Amazon being like 128 PE or something like entirely asinine.
Yeah. I think it was like 300 at one point because they were losing money. Remember?
Oh, I was referring
Amazon
to the
was
market as a
losing
whole.
money for a long time.
Yeah, they were losing money hand over fist, but their stock price just kept going through the sky.
I was going to say, you know, Kuiper is quite expensive. They signed like the largest launch contract in human history, and we bought like 80 something rockets with one contract. It was like
from who?
6-7 billion.
From who? The Russians?
SpaceX, Blue Origin, Arianespace, and ULA.
What? Why would they do that?
Because we need launch vehicles to get satellites up.
You know, like if you have like a fleet of vehicles, the more models you have, the harder it is to maintain the fleet.
Oh, I agree. But we need such a high volume.
Why don't they just license SpaceX's tech, right? Build a fucking clone factory of what they're doing and just make your own rockets under license.
They have no incentive to do that because Kuiper is a direct competitor with Starlink.
Yeah, money talks, bullshit walks, as they say.
Stop the cap. You guys are sending up your payloads in their vehicles, so I don't know, man.
So how long until Amazon sues SpaceX for anti-competitive monopolistic practices?
I mean, their reusable rocket tech makes them way cheaper than. Actually, no, it doesn't make them way cheaper. It makes their internal costs way lower. They price competitively because they're the only one that is able to reuse the first stage. But allows them to operate, you know, at like 40% the cost of any other launch provider.
What's the turnaround on the first stage?
Like 2 days?
They can use it again. 2 days? They can reuse it in 2 days?
Oh, yeah. Like 48 hours, I think.
Okay, what's the failure rate Like how many do you get out of it?
30 plus launches is the record right now.
Who's liable for when they explode?
I think SpaceX is, but you usually get insurance.
Who the fuck would insure that?
It's a good question. Space insurance is a weird business.
I'm in the space insurance business.
I say
I didn't say right. Fucking
yeah, I'm in.
He sells meteorite insurance.
Yep, I sure do. $39.95 a month. $10 million if that space rock hits your house or your dwelling.
I sell
credits from space.
Yeah, I'm gonna start selling title insurance on the moon.
Yeah, you can get sections of the moon.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell title insurance, man. You know, like if you get somebody that comes and says they own that piece of moon, and they roll against you, I'll pay out, man. I promise.
It's the outer space treaty. You can't own celestial bodies.
Beg to differ.
Oh, brother. Yeah, like once you're on the celestial body, you just start your own government, okay? Dude, like, who the fuck, bro? Like, are you serious? Did you just say
he was talking? Yeah, he was talking about maritime law. Yeah.
My God, brother.
It would be illegal to do that.
Yeah, where?
To get to that place, you had to go launch from Earth, and the launching state has liability for all actions and hardware of the thing they launched into space.
Yeah, so? Who has jurisdiction?
The launching state would have jurisdiction over you, not the land you're on.
Ah, okay. So we're slaves.
So it would be active treason against the United States.
Well, that's impossible. That's actually not possible to be treasonous against the United States. And all
you know what I mean.
And all death warrants for treason, it was always against the person. It was never against the frickin' body politic like in the United States. So without the person to commit treason against, that's just dead letter law. This goes back. I can actually.
You know what I mean.
About Calvin's case. Well, no, I do. Do you know what I mean? That's like they don't have jurisdiction in space. The law that would apply would be the same as maritime law. Amy brought it up, right? So
correct.
Yeah. So like when you left England, and this is the problem that the people had in America. They wanted the rules of that they had in Britain. They wanted the common law to apply to them, but they weren't in England. They were in America. Okay. So they were like, go fuck yourself. You're under the maritime law because you're in a foreign land. So once you leave your little frickin' rocket ship, you're in a foreign land. Now, they could probably try to, like you claimed, treason against the United States, claim jurisdiction over the person. But, like, bro, good luck, dude. Try to enforce it. Yeah, go fly to the moon and arrest me. Go fly to Mars and arrest me.
No, I get it. I'm not saying you can't do that, right? But I'm saying that, they would have the ability to prosecute you.
I just can't believe they even wrote it down, dude. Like, seriously. It's some crackhead shit right there, bro.
They try to codify it, idiot.
Isn't this what the movie Foundation is about? That book or something?
Yeah, but how would you enforce it? How would you enforce it, though? What's the level of enforcement there? What are you gonna chase somebody down on the Sea of Tranquility? Like, what's going on, bro?
I have no idea. It hasn't been. This is all hypothetical. But I mean, if I was a nation state that was going to be launching a sizable number of people to a celestial body, like I would, practice pretty hard control over the license to launch and operate, right? Because if I have suspicion that they would, break the outer space treaty, I could say, based on that suspicion, I'm not going to grant you a license to leave, to launch from one of our spaceports.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know their ulterior motives until they actually land in the place. And let's say if this whole thing was even a thing that was possible, once they set foot on that body, you had no jurisdiction whatsoever, except for when they set foot back on the craft, because that craft was,
No.
you know.
Even if you're not on the craft, you have jurisdiction over the person.
Oh hell no, nope.
That's a legal fiction. Anyway.
Yeah.
Dog the Bounty Hunter would make bank, though. I will tell you that. He'd be like,
Hey, it's
you're
the
gonna pay me
Mandalorian.
$500,000 plus my operating costs. So it's $200 million for the rocket. It's dude, this is like a movie. Did they ever remake this movie?
They
Yeah,
explore the concept a little bit in For All Mankind, the TV show on Apple TV, about like a mutiny on a moon base. I think it's season 1, end of season 1 of the show. It's like an alternate history where the Soviets got to the moon first, and so the space race never ended. Good show.
Yeah, but dude, ain't never gonna happen is the title of that new movie.
Oh, it's 100% a fantasy. Yeah. But this argument's hypothetical. But it's something that we do talk about at the Space Policy Institute at GW, or George Washington University in DC. Like we did like a whole like model UN like war games assignment based off this scenario as one of our projects in the class.
You got lawyers there too?
No, I mean it was a bunch of graduate students in technology policy, but it was a classroom exercise.
But don't you need lawyers for stuff like that though?
To form policy, no. To prosecute, yes.
Well, because there's always a bridge between government policy and the law, right? Because it's kind of doing the same thing.
Yeah,
policy's kind of saying what the law should be, whereas the lawyers write down like the actual execution of it, like
exactly.
Quantify it.
It's like strategy versus like a program manager.
But actually, you guys can come up with any policy, but you're going to need to sieve that through some lawyer that tells you whether it's actually legal, lawful.
Yeah, but you're not talking about you're not talking about moon policy anymore, Indio. We're talking about Earth. That policies on the moon don't operate the same as they do on Earth. So,
so this is the thing. Like, if somebody can compel you to be a citizen or a subject or something like that, then you're a fucking slave. Because you don't have a choice. You get that, right? I'm like, yeah, dude, I want to expatriate to the fucking moon. And they're like, no. You're a slave. Guess no one wants to touch that one.
It's a good
I agree with
you there. Like you just need to file paperwork. Like it's open, but it's at the discretion of the regulatory agencies.
Yeah, boy.
Like I ran the regulatory affairs team at one of these small organizations. That was my previous gig before Amazon. Like we were able to do, like, it was pretty laissez-faire. I basically it's the same thing with like the NASA license, right? I just had to, the NASA like logo licensing, I just had to file the paperwork and send it to them. Like there wasn't a ton of like digging into what we wanted to do, but you just got to make sure you do your paperwork. If they wanted to close things off, they could. It's just like, you submit paperwork to the FAA, to the FCC, and to NOAA, and they give you a license to go do whatever you want to do. past performance of the company. You don't need past performance of the company, but it's helpful to have past performance of the person who's filing the license request. So, like when I was running the regulatory affairs team, I had to, like I had experience at, like I boomeranged. I was at Amazon and I left to go to the startup, and then I came back to Amazon. But because I had like worked with the Space Bureau at the FCC, it was a little bit easier for me to get my foot in the door when I was running my own team, but I still had like outside counsel that had been doing this shit for like years, and they were able to sort of bend the ear of the folks that I needed to get approval from. But yeah, no, you're not starting a launch facility in your backyard. The FAA is not going to let you do that. Honestly, the biggest thing against you would be NEPA, like the Environmental Protection Act, and then your neighbors getting to vote on the rezoning of your land. If you go dig into like the Camden County spaceport in Georgia, that's been proposed. It actually got put on a referendum to rezone the land to turn it into a spaceport down on the coast south of Savannah, and they, the community voted against it because they didn't want to deal with the noise.
What's a spaceport?
Well, if you're going to go to space, you need
facility?
a spaceport.
There's 4 of them in the U.S. Brownsville, Cape Canaveral, Mid-Atlantic at Wallops Island, and Vandenberg out in California. Actually, no, 5. Kodiak up in Alaska.
Yeah, good thing too. They're about to commercialize space, so
We should be able to take a rocket from Alaska
get
and land in
ready.
Florida then at Florida Spaceport. So you should be able to send people in like 15 minutes now.
Point to point? Well, you don't land at a spaceport. You land in the ocean if you're doing a return mission.
What the fuck? That is
Uh-oh.
to me.
Yeah, sorry. No point to point yet.
Yeah, the Globies don't want to hear you land in the ocean. That's not very good, Josh. You gotta. You land in another spaceport.
Nah, it's in the ocean. Or they've done a couple re-entries in White Sands out in Utah. But there was a startup, Varda, that wanted to do a re-entry, and the FAA wouldn't give them a license, so their shit was stuck up there for like 6 months because they were doing like drug manufacturing in low Earth orbit. And they ended up like getting a permit from the Australian government to land in the do re-entry in the outback because the US wouldn't let them come back down.
They had a manufacturing plant floating around.
For Varda, the drug manufacturing?
Yes.
Maybe not floating around, but their CEO is pretty active on Twitter. I'm sure if you send him a DM, he'd answer your questions. It's VARDA. They're doing they launch a little capsule up. It does zero gravity or microgravity manufacturing of like certain crystal structures in drugs that can't be done on Earth, and then the capsule comes back down.
Sounds expensive.
It is.
Sounds like horse shit.
I mean, y'all can go kick the tires on it. They've landed like 4 or 5 capsules now.
Special medicine. Is it special medicine?
Yeah,
A lot of money.
I have no idea.
Kick those tires. Take it. Get your flu shot and then pop that pill. Bro, dude, Radwin, we're gonna be rich, man. New grift, man.
I know.
Space
great.
pill. Oh, dude, this pill was in fucking space. That's why it's so expensive. Dude, a whole new product line. Just put it in space for like 5 seconds and be like, fuck, dude, this shit was in space. I have to charge you 5 times what it's worth.
Yeah, because it like the way you would normally make it, you can't make it at all on Earth, so you have to send it to where there's no gravity, and then it makes it. That's crazy.
I mean, I'm sure if you looked around, they're pretty new. I think they're like Series A right now.
Gravity in space, right?
Well, yeah, but you're in constant free fall because you're going sideways so fast.
Yeah, but it doesn't change the fact that there is gravity.
Yeah, but I'm saying like the mass of like the crystalline structures isn't like compressed, so it's able to form in a way that's not possible on the surface of Earth.
If you look at China, they have glass
Why
of
don't
water.
you just do that? Why don't you just do it
around.
fluids?
I have no idea. I mean, if you Google, I'm sure you could find a pitch deck floating around somewhere, or like I said, just DM Delian, who's their CEO.
Sure, I could find a guy riding around in a fucking McLaren laughing his ass off.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man.
Oh, he's a private equity guy. This isn't his first like rodeo. I got into a pretty big fight with him on Twitter a couple years ago.
Space crystals, huh? Sounds interesting.
Microgravity. If you're in LA, they have their capsules that have come down in their facility.
Dude, it makes so much sense. You got the homeless tweaker shelter on the moon, and then you got people doing space crystal.
Oh shit! Sounds about right.
You'd really be tripping out.
Yeah. The LA is probably the place to be.
Oh,
you can hear the guy. You can hear the pusher being like, "Dude, you gotta try this shit."
Made in space.
In a tweaker shelter.
Space drugs. It's not in work. It's just falling with style. That is all it is doing. And microgravity is just a fancy word for saying that they're falling with style.
Correct.
Well, seeing they only have 5 pills, how are they going to do human trials on that?
I actually have no idea. I haven't kicked the tires. I haven't dug into it too heavily as far from like a pharmaceutical point of view. Like I understand the mechanics of like what they're doing from a satellite point of view, but the actual like payload and how they're gonna the product that they're actually making, I have no clue.
Yeah. Mass market. How do you mass market something like that, dude? It ain't even. It's not even feasible. You have to send a shit ton of pills up there to get crystallized, and they come back down. Like, dude.
And then, like, bro, and then you have to start with animal trials, right? Like, so then they got to freaking kill a bunch of animals, then phase 1 clinical trials, and then phase 2, then phase 3 to get to a human being. Dude, you think developing a pharmaceutical is expensive now? Like, Jesus Christ, this is like a fucking $100 billion fucking endeavor. At least. That's probably just to get to the animal trial.
I was gonna say I'd be interested in looking at their pitch deck.
I guess if you could sell somebody on magic space crystals, you could probably get them to pay out whatever it is the drug costs. You know what I mean? It's just like Jack and the Beanstalk, these magical beans. They'll pay whatever, dude. Like,
That's a perfect.
I'm serious, brother.
You sold the fucking cow?
Got these magic beans, bro.
I got the fucking crystals, man. Come on.
Yeah, he got you, man. I got you space crystals. I mean, what do you need, bro? Got it all right here.
They did all that for 5 pills?
Yeah, that's what I said. Imagine mass marketing that thing.
What the hell?
I mean, just weigh. Did they weigh out the cost factor, or they just like cowboy up? You know, like, oh, we're just gonna send a whole bunch of.
That's why I said I want to look at their pitch deck, because obviously they would have to like, you know, do some like total addressable market analysis and all that jazz to get folks to give them money hypothetically, but I have no fucking clue.
Yeah, and then you gotta go beg Elon for rocket rides and yada yada. Unless they got their own vehicles.
No. They go up on SpaceX, not Winnebago, not Hitchhiker. What is the Winnebago is the name of their capsule that comes back down. I'm trying to remember what the name of the launch is, because like SpaceX does 2 rideshare launches. One is in polar orbits and one is in mid inclination. One of the polar orbit is called Transporter. Basically, it's like a Christmas tree. They like, instead of having like 1 or 2 satellites, they sell a ton of slots for like up to 100 different like customers, and they put them all on one rocket.
Can you give me the electrical diagram for the controller that launches those satellites from the rocket? I want to see what their PLCs are using.
I have no idea. If you Google transporter mission or SpaceX transporter, you can see some of the launch stacks. They look like Christmas trees, but they have like tens of customers on each launch.
I see the wiring diagram.
Well, I don't know. I'd be interested to see that as well. I don't know if they have electrical contact with each of the payloads, because it might just be a mechanical interface for deployment. But yeah, like I said, you could dig into that a little bit more. Oh, it's gonna bug me. Transporter is polar. I'm trying to remember what the name of their mid inclination one is, because that's the one that Varda uses for their launches. Bandwagon. So if you didn't want to go over the poles, right, you could book a ride on a bandwagon launch that goes to mid inclination, like 45, 50 degrees.
You could get on the bandwagon.
Yeah, they're like the Uber of space. Yeah.
Yeah. No. It's exactly what it is. It's like a ride share. So that,
ride share.
XYZ university that just wants to put up something the size of a loaf of bread doesn't have to pay for a whole rocket.
Why are you throwing up small things like that? What are you trying to do?
Some of them are for education purposes. Some of them are for like, testing out one piece of hardware to get the technology readiness level up. Some of them are actually doing science. Like there's like some like swarm, like formation flight concepts out there. But there's a whole conference called SmallSat in Utah, the first week of August every year, where a lot of schools come together and talk about the CubeSat programs they're working on. Like when I was at NASA, the CubeSat program I was working on was called TechEdSat, Technical Education Satellite, and literally the purpose, like we had a payload on it, I had a camera and like an NVIDIA GPU hooked up to it so that we could get like live footage after deployment. But the main purpose of the mission was just technical education, like it was a training program.
Aren't some of the satellites
in a thermobag chamber? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
They're like the size of a football. Those CubeSats, like little tiny satellites.
So I mean, smaller than that, they can be. They go off a U system, like unit. So like a 1U CubeSat, each U is a 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter cube. So, if I say I'm making a 1U CubeSat, it's just a, 10 centimeter cubed little box. Or if I'm working on a 3U CubeSat, it's, 30 by 10 by 10, like the size of a loaf of bread. And that goes all the way up to like 12 or 24U. But yeah, anywhere from like something that could fit in the palm of your hand to like the size of a mini fridge.
Do you have any control over that, or is that something that's just like released?
No translational control usually. Sometimes the larger ones will have like a small cold gas thruster, which is kind of just like letting air out of a balloon to do propulsion, like a tiny amount. We do have like rotational control. So if you wanted to like point things, like so we'll either use reaction wheels or magnet torquers, which are just like coils of wire that you're able to run current through to interact with the magnetic field of the Earth to provide torque. Or reaction wheels, which are basically just like a disc that like a weighted disc that you're able to spin up. And you know the force you're using to spin up the disc creates a torque in the opposite direction along the same axis. So there is some amount of control, but nothing too complex.
So the Hall effect thrusters, those are just for big satellites. You don't use those for.
Yeah, you need a ton of power for those. You need like kilowatts. And usually the solar panels aren't big enough for a CubeSat. I mean, I think they've flown a couple small Hall effect thrusters on CubeSats, but again, that's like when you get up to like mini fridge size. Yeah, Hall effects usually kick in around like 50 kilograms ish or larger for propulsion.
Okay, do you believe in the other land? What?
No.
You didn't let me
Belief
finish.
requires right, but you said a key word right there, right at the very beginning. Do you believe? No, there is really no reason to believe anything unless
You
you
don't
know
believe in
it.
anything?
No, I believe in I believe in like I told you, I have a theology that I kind of follow.
Okay,
But as
so I'm
far
asking
as
if you believe.
okay, very good. Sorry about that. I very much cut you off, and that was rude of me.
Okay. Do you believe do you believe in the possibility that on those land masses that wouldn't be documented, that there would be people living on them?
Man, it's a big old question, and the answer to that question would be honestly, I'm not trying to be a douche or nothing. Yes, there could be, but I cannot prove it, so I would think that it'd be a Hollywood production. If they showed it to me, you know, it'd be like Jurassic Park or something. I'd be like, whoa, that made a lot of sense. Maybe I should believe that. There's no proof
Do you
for it,
believe
though.
do you believe that Australia exists?
Oh, of course. I know
Wow,
people.
here we
in
go.
Australia.
Here we go. It's
I know
almost
people in Australia.
time for you to take a triangle test if you don't think Australia believes, Glober.
Is Timbo down there? I think I see him. Timbo, are you from Australia? No, I know people from Australia. I know it
Why do
exists.
Globers all
Timbo
of a
is from
sudden think
Australia.
Australia doesn't exist?
Hold
What
up,
happened to
hold
these
the fuck
Globers?
up. Hold on,
Yesterday, yesterday the Globers understood Australia was real. When they come in here, they think it's fake now.
I'm asking what you believe. I'm having a conversation. I don't know what you're implying, buddy, but can you relax?
Do you believe
Jeez.
Finland exists?
Australia isn't a belief system, goofy. Australia is not a belief system. You don't go to church.
Right, it's not about believing if Australia is
It's
there. I
not-
know people from Australia.
Why are you arguing about belief? I'm asking if you believe Australia exists as a flat earther, right? Like, what is your
Because
little
one
doctrine
definition
say
of the
about
word
it?
belief is acceptance without evidence.
No, you keep
That's
on
not
saying
what-
believe.
that's not
believe,
what flat
believe.
earth is
Belief
about.
requires. Yeah, no, belief
Right.
is not.
So,
what
do
we
you
do.
believe the Earth is flat?
No.
No, it's measured that way.
There's no requirement for
Why are
belief.
you so defensive? My goodness.
Just understand the words, dude.
I'm asking you polite questions and I'm getting yelled at
Just
and called
understand the
slurs.
words. There's no.
We don't believe
What is he
it. We
talking?
don't believe that the Earth is flat. We don't believe the Earth is flat. I mean, that
No one's
requires
yelling, by the way.
religion.
No,
That
no,
requires
people did come in and raise their voice and they did yell. That's not, I don't have to believe that because
That's
that
what we're trying to
happened.
tell you. That's what we're trying to tell you. We don't believe it. We know that the Earth is flat. We know it is. We've done the measurements. We've done all the stuff that you guys, most of the globe earthers, haven't done.
So, okay,
Oh, yeah.
okay, you just have an aversion to the word belief. I see that, right? You know that the Earth is flat. You don't believe it.
No, we can
It's not
prove
an
it.
aversion, it's just using it correctly.
There's actual evidence that shows that the Earth is flat and that your globe has died.
I'm sure there is.
Maybe
Right.
he only believes he has parents. Maybe he doesn't know that. Maybe it's just a belief system for him. He goes in the closet and prays for parents.
See, that's the guy I'm talking about that's being defensive?
No, it's
No,
pointing
that's
out
the
the
same thing,
difference
like-
between knowledge and belief. So
No, no,
pointing
because
out
the way he's wording it, he's
definitions of the
talking down
word
to me,
belief.
right?
My God. Some definitions of the word belief is acceptance without evidence. We
Hmm.